After Empress Matilda had her crown usurped in the 12th century, it would be 400 years before the issue of a female queen was raised again. But the next woman to be put forward as Queen of England would hold the position for just 9 days. That young woman was Lady Jane Grey, who has been portrayed in history as an innocent, naive pawn who was pushed unwillingly into her place as queen. However, modern historians now believe she was an intelligent, politically aware participant in her fate, who understood the power she would wield had her queenship been successful. This video looks at her early life and the events that catapulted her from quiet noble to Queen of England. It's now assumed Jane was born sometime in May 1537, either in one of her parents' properties in London or her mother's house at Bradgate Manor in Leicestershire. She had a very royal lineage behind her. Her mother Frances was the daughter of Mary, Duchess of Sussex, the sister of Henry VIII. Her father, Henry Grey, the 1st Duke of Suffolk, was the great-grandson of Elizabeth Woodville through his grandfather. But she was not an only child, and she had 2 younger sisters, Lady Catherine and Lady Mary. The sisters were great-granddaughters of Henry VII, grandnieces of Henry VIII, and first cousins once removed of Edward VI, Mary and Elizabeth. Her parents' marriage had been convenient for them both. Her father gained material and political advantages, and her mother's family married into a family well favoured by Henry for helping to annul his first marriage to Catherine of Aragon. Jane would begin her education in her early years. She was lucky to be born in a brief period of Tudor history when it was fashionable to educate daughters as well as sons, something that would later waver. She would first have to learn the householding skills of sewing, embroidery and cooking. Even noblewomen were expected, due to being female, to be able to create something culinary such as jam or preserves, or to sew items of clothing to give as gifts. But alongside this, Jane would learn reading, writing and mathematics to start with, going to learn French and Italian once she mastered writing English, and when she was 8, went on to complete Latin and Greek. Her tutor for these was John Aylmer, a brilliant academic who had graduated from Cambridge University. Jane excelled in her lessons, more interested in academic pursuits over anything else. Learning Latin and Greek had another purpose, of course. Learning these 2 languages allowed moral and religious beliefs to be instilled as early as possible in the children of the well-to-do, by being able to read the Bible in both medieval Latin and earlier Greek texts. However, which side of the religious fence someone came down on was still a sensitive and sometimes deadly area of debate. Divisions were clear even after Henry VIII's Reformation, not just from those who were Catholics, but even amongst the newly formed Protestants. Some adhered to the new beliefs, but wanted to retain conservative values from the Catholic faith, while others saw it as a confirmation for more radical changes. The Grey family definitely came down on the more evangelical side, raising their daughters as part of the first generation of radical Protestants. In 1546, Jane had her first taste of court. Her mother was a lady of the Privy Chamber to Catherine Parr, the 6th and final wife of Henry VIII, and it gave her the perfect position in which to prepare Jane for her future role in serving the Queen. The Tudor court would have been a vibrant, bustling place, but it also held hidden meanings behind every smile, and court gossip was whispered in every corridor. By the time Jane came to court, Henry VIII was now an old man riddled with gout and jousting injuries, often spending days lying in his bed while pus from the wounds in his legs was dealt with by royal physicians. Catherine Parr, by contrast, was a youthful queen only in her early 30s, but who had experience of looking after ailing, aging husbands, having already been widowed twice. It wasn't long after Jane came to court that Henry VIII died in January 1547. and he was succeeded by his 9-year-old son and Jane's cousin, Edward VI. Just a few years before he died, Henry VIII had passed the third act of succession. This ensured that his son Edward VI came first in the line of succession, followed by any children he might have had with Catherine Parr, and finally, his daughters Mary and Elizabeth. In the outcome that all his children died, Henry decided the crown would then pass to those descendants of his younger sister Mary, Jane's grandmother, rather than his older sister, Margaret of Scotland. This put Jane and her sisters in the direct line for succession, a dangerous position later on. A few months later, Jane was sent to live with Thomas Seymour as his ward. He was the younger brother of the new Protector of England, Edward Seymour, and he was ambitious. Not only did he woo Catherine Parr and marry her not long after she became a widow for the third time, and was also given care of Elizabeth, her stepdaughter, but he also saw he could manipulate Elizabeth and Jane for his own ends. Jane was close to Edward VI, and if she married him, it would slow down Thomas Seymour's older brother's power, of which he was jealous. Although Jane's father was not on good terms with Edward Seymour, his daughter was only 10 years old, and at first he was hesitant, but he was soon convinced of his future position. Jane enjoyed the freedom this new chapter of her life gave her, despite her age. Not only that, but she would have found herself in a household of equals. While Princess Elizabeth did not grow close to her, she was regardless another intelligent young woman who shared the household with Jane, even if she preferred her own company. And Catherine was not only clever, but deeply religious as well, studying and promoting church reform. This can only have served to encourage Jane's academic pursuits and her own evangelical fervour. But this happy situation was not to last. In September 1548, Catherine gave birth to a healthy baby girl. However, she also succumbed to a fever after childbirth, a deadly but not uncommon occurrence in a world before modern medicine. Jane was just 11, but she was asked by Thomas Seymour to be the lead mourner for Catherine's funeral. She performed this role to the letter, cutting a small but dignified figure as she led the procession to the chapel at Sudley, where Catherine's service was to be held. This was a significant funeral service, as the first Protestant funeral for a former royal queen. The service, spoken entirely in English without the trappings of Catholicism. Afterwards, she returned home, but understanding even in his grief the political pawn he would be giving up, Thomas Seymour wrote to Jane's father to ask for her to return as his ward. With the lack of a female presence in Seymour's household with Catherine's passing, and Thomas Seymour's fall in society now he was no longer her wife, Jane's parents were initially nervous in letting her go again, but eventually they did, lured by the repeated promises to match her hand in marriage to the king, Edward. It would be a grave error. This was not the adoptive home she had known a few months earlier. Seymour had taken his wife's death hard and was having a difficult time letting her memory go. At the same time, there were rumours that he wished to marry again, either to Princess Mary or possibly even to his young ward, Jane. Other rumours still whispered that he wanted to ask for Princess Elizabeth's hand in marriage. This alarmed many people surrounding Elizabeth, especially when Seymour discussed it more deeply with some members of her household. He was warned against his designs on marrying the princess by friends, but it fell on deaf ears. So certain was he that he could persuade Parliament to give him the governorship of the king's person over his brother, who was falling out of favour with many. Unfortunately for him, Sir William Sharrington, who was in charge of the Royal Mint and had been committing fraud for years and had been blackmailed by Seymour on this, was finally caught in the act. To prevent punishment for himself, he gave up all the information he knew on Seymour's plans to marry the Princess Elizabeth. Others gave up rumours of what he had said over past months about rounding up people in favour of the king and against his brother. Finally, a bill was passed charging him with high treason. On the 20th of March, 1549, he was taken to Tower Hill to be beheaded. Jane returned home, a mix of emotions. She had seen the death of people she came to view as an extended family, Catherine Parr, Thomas Seymour, and even their baby. But the experience also taught her to reflect more on her faith and to correct behaviour that might not be pleasing to God. In other words, she went deeper into being a Protestant. Henry Grey, Jane's father, was incredibly lucky to avoid serious punishment. He had remained a steadfast friend to Seymour throughout the whole affair, and gone so far as to say he would defend him against everyone but the king. He was interrogated on at least 4 occasions, but passed them, perhaps because despite his lack of judgment in becoming so close to Thomas Seymour, he had no direct hand in the plot for his friend to marry Elizabeth. Attention was now turned back to Jane and the proposition of who she should marry. With no more plotting from Thomas Seymour, there was no more question of her marrying the young King Edward. Instead, it was proposed that she should marry Edward Seymour, the younger son of the elder Edward Seymour, protector of the king. However, nothing came of this, and the idea was rejected both by Jane's step-grandmother Catherine Suffolk on the grounds of her not liking child marriages, and of John Dudley, then Earl of Warwick, as he had his own plans for her. Later in 1549, her father was elected to the Privy Council, along with new titles and lands that brought him increased wealth, straining relations with their mother's cousin, the Princess Mary, who was a publicly staunch Catholic. This situation became more dangerous for Mary, as Henry Grey wasted no time in expelling conservative nobles from the Privy Council, and this must have caused some difficulties between the Greys and Mary, although they did keep open the channels of communication. Politics in Tudor times meant keeping your options open, as everything could change quickly. By this point, Jane was excelling in all things she was taught, from her music and dancing to her Greek and Latin. However, she complained to her former tutor Roger Ascham that her life was made miserable by her parents' desire for her to be perfect in all ways, in that if she didn't behave in a manner which they thought should match her station, she was punished with pinches, nips and bobs, and other ways. While this statement was later used by Ascham to support his ideas that pupils should be treated kindly, it has been misrepresented throughout history to portray Jane's parents as needlessly cruel. However, the strict upbringing she had would have been the norm among her noble peers, and a letter written by Ascham just a few months later stated how proud her parents were of her achievements. The education Jane's father had paid for was normally reserved only for sons, but her parents chose to do this instead for their daughters. Naturally, this was a rigorous schedule, and unlikely to have been viewed adoringly by a teenage girl. In 1553, Jane Grey was finally betrothed to Lord Guildford Dudley, the 4th son of John Dudley, now styled the Duke of Northumberland. As a 4th son, Guildford had little reason to expect such a prestigious match, but the political implications of those around him made it happen. For the previous 2 years, King Edward had fought off various illnesses, and during a slight recovery, he wrote a will. Within it, he swept aside his sisters in line for the throne, and the Stuart line, as his father had done. Due to his evangelical tutoring, he believed that a ruling woman would be against the divine order of society, declaring that in the case of not having an heir himself, the crown was to pass to the male heirs of Lady Frances Grey. After her, it would fall to the male heirs of Jane, her sisters Catherine and Mary, and their cousin Mary Clifford in that order. However, Frances did not look likely to have any more children, and so it fell to the next generation to be married off and producing possible heirs. The Duke of Northumberland reportedly had to use threats and coercion to get Jane's parents to agree to the match, and even then, there were rumours that Jane herself was less than thrilled. She must have heard the talk about her becoming married to the king, and now she was being downgraded to a boy who was in line to inherit nothing after his 3 older brothers. There was a triple wedding on the 25th of March 1553 held at Durham House, the London residence of the Duke of Northumberland. The first couple were Lady Jane Grey and Northumberland's son, Lord Guildford Dudley. Next was her sister Katherine, just 12 years old, married to Henry Herbert, in line for his father's title of Earl of Pembroke. The third marriage was that of Catherine Dudley, Guildford's younger sister, who was married to Henry Hastings, heir of the Earl of Huntingdon. The occasion was a happy one, with much feasting, dancing and jousting tournaments for entertainment, but everyone could see the 3 marriages for what they were, political matches, to shore up support both for the Greys and the Duke of Northumberland. On the 28th of May 1553, the Duke of Northumberland was privately told by Edward's doctors that the teenage king did not have long to live. Edward himself redrew his will, making small but important changes that would create such chaos after his death. Where before he had simply left his crown to the so far non-existent male heirs of the Grey ladies, he inserted 2 words which would change this. Where before he had written Lady Jane, heirs male, now it read Lady Jane and her heirs male. This meant that now Jane was officially the next in line for the English throne, followed by her male heirs. Her mother Frances, not pregnant nor likely to be, was effectively written out of the line of succession, the same as Henry VIII had decided to do. Northumberland possibly had much to do with this decision, now his son was Jane's husband. Later sources state that it was Northumberland himself who told Jane that she was now the young king's heir, and apparently she was stunned and deeply upset. The news initially caused some upset between the 2 families, as Jane made her way back to her parents' home to tell them, and they were furious that Frances had been ruled out of the succession and suspected John Dudley was planning to crown his son Guildford through Jane. While Jane was comforted, the Duchess of Northumberland, Jane Guildford, threatened to keep Guildford with her and cause a scandal by the barely married couple being apart. But there was no point in the 2 families, who needed so much from each other and were now joined through marriage, bickering. Not long after, the young couple were reconciled, residing at Chelsea Manor, Catherine Parr's old home, which had been granted to Northumberland by King Edward. Meanwhile, Edward VI was growing ever closer to the moment of death. He requested Parliament ratify his will, offering pardons for anyone who might commit treason by following his wishes. While a few judges refused to agree to the new will, the majority of 14 did, and so it was passed. However, there was some anxiety that without the Act of Succession of 1544 being revoked, this would be a stumbling block later on. Frances Grey was summoned to the king's bedside, presumably to agree to being passed over for her daughter. Finally, on the 21st of June, the final legal document was drawn up, and the nobles and officials present would be expected to sign it. Edward explained pushing his 2 sisters out of the inheritance for the crown by declaring they were only his half-sisters, were considered illegitimate, and could marry foreign men. By contrast, Jane and her siblings were born in England, had married Englishmen, and had been brought up with the same heavily evangelical Protestant upbringing that Edward himself had. As July grew closer and Edward grew ever weaker, his sister Princess Mary came to see him, but warned that she could be seized on the way, She changed her route and fled to her estates in Norfolk and Suffolk, where she was popular and would be able to draw support to her cause. She would also be in a better position to flee abroad if it was needed. Some of the nobles were nervous about allowing Mary to remain as she was. The Duke of Northumberland was nonchalant about worrying over Mary's location, and possibly believed she would flee to Spain. He sent his son Lord Robert Dudley to go after her with a small number of men on horseback to bring her back to London, but they were ultimately unsuccessful. On the 6th of July, in the evening, the young Edward finally ended the torment he faced from his illness, uttering his last words, "Lord, have mercy upon me and take my spirit." The news was kept secret for 3 or 4 days. Northumberland especially suggested this, knowing there might be possible unrest with the news that Princess Mary was not to be, as the public would have expected, the next queen. Mary was well liked amongst much of the population, and her mother had been too. Jane was relatively unknown outside her circle of Protestant noblewomen, and the public would wonder why her mother had not come first, a woman in her mid-30s and with far more experience of politics and courtly life. On the 7th of July, the Mayor of London and the city magistrates swore an oath of allegiance to Jane as their queen, and she herself was taken to Sion, Northumberland's house in Richmond, Surrey. Mary had heard of her brother's death, but as it had still not been publicly announced, she bided her time. She would be charged with treason if she declared herself queen before he was actually dead. The next day, on the 8th of July, Northumberland and his noble supporters arrived at Sion to bend the knee to Jane and confirm she was now the Queen of England. She appeared overwhelmed and her mother was called to help calm her. Jane was still only 16 years old. The assembled nobles, including her parents and her parents-in-law, the Northumberlands, knelt and swore to defend her. Jane, unexpectedly and dramatically, threw herself to the floor and sobbed. This single act has been read as the actions of an innocent, naive girl who was overwhelmed by the events happening around her and her reluctance to take the crown. However, in a world before newspapers and advertisements, a political message was instead demonstrated theatrically, communicated through posturing or left in symbols in paintings. Jane's act of shocked reluctance was a carefully thought out act to portray the right message, that she had not sought the crown, and that she was a grudging but willing participant only in the hands of fate. This was a young woman who was renowned as being one of the most academically gifted of her time, and she had shown on more than one occasion that she was not a timid girl, such as times she had openly questioned Princess Mary's attachment to the Catholic faith. With what is known of Jane's upbringing and her personality, her sudden collapse into a naive young teenager seems more a shrewd act for public appearances than an actual change from her vehement faith and sharp instincts. As the eldest, Jane, encouraged with her lessons and religious fervour, was brought up to be an outspoken advocate of her religion, and here was an opportunity to impress it deeply on the population as Edward had started. After Jane finished weeping, she came to her feet and gave a speech to those around her, indicating more modesty for the chance fate had thrown at her feet, but also asking that God grant her such grace as to enable me to govern. Her act was innocent enough, but she fully intended to rule by her own hand, not as the puppet of others. However, the way was not clear. Jane might have had the oath of the nobles around her and the signed device of succession written by Edward on his deathbed, but she needed the support of the people. And sadly for Jane, that belonged to the princesses Mary and Elizabeth. The king was dead. Long live the Queen! Lady Jane Grey was now Queen of England and Ireland, an entire kingdom in her grasp. Except this wasn't as simple as it all seemed, and tensions simmered not far beneath the surface. This video continues the story of Lady Jane Grey, picking up where she had just been informed of the king's death and her new fate. We look at the early days of her reign and how Jane went from a new hope to a woman fighting for her crown in less than a week. Although the news of Edward VI's death had been kept from the public for 3 or 4 days officially, it wasn't a well-kept secret, and rumours had escaped. Even if people weren't sure if he really was dead, they knew something was wrong and there was an uneasy tension amongst the populace. By contrast, a banquet was thrown at Sion House for Jane, her family and the nobles that made up the Privy Council. On the 10th of July, 1553, Jane stepped out onto a barge on the Thames, likely to be richly festooned with decoration befitting the situation. She was to make her journey to the Tower of London, to wait there until her coronation, as all monarchs before her had done. However, it had not been an easy few days for the Privy Council. A letter from Princess Mary, now safe in her stronghold of Norfolk, had arrived to break the peace. If the council had been hopeful on Mary quietly going away and retreating abroad, they were about to be disappointed. In the letter, she announced that she, not Jane, was the rightful queen, and she demanded they swear an oath to her. Even without the support of the Catholic Charles V in Spain, England now faced civil war and religious divides. Jane's reaction was amazingly calm. Despite the danger now posed, she truly believed she was following Edward's wishes in maintaining the Protestant faith. It was almost certain that Mary would reverse the clock and bring back Catholicism. The Privy Council were nervous, but later that day the procession made its way to the Tower as planned. They were met by crowds and a gun salute. A proclamation was read out declaring Jane the rightful queen and Mary and Elizabeth illegitimate. No one cried out, "God save the Queen," as was customary. This was repeated around the city, but there is a story that gives some insight into how the crowds were feeling. Within Ludgate, a tapster, someone who was basically a waiter from one of the local taverns, decided to speak up. It was a teenager named Gilbert Potter, who at the end of the herald speaking, decided to loudly state that it was Mary who was the true queen. To punish his behaviour, he was put in the pillory, and the next morning he had his ears cut off. It did little to win sympathy over to Jane's cause. To make this worse, messengers arrived to inform those waiting within the tower that Mary had now declared herself queen from her power base in Norfolk. Understandably, the princess's household had anticipated what might happen and had been making their own preparations. Princess Mary and Princess Elizabeth had both been raised in the public eye and were well known and liked by the public, who knew them as daughters of a king. Jane, by contrast, was virtually unknown outside her circle of noble peers and just merely the niece of Henry VIII. She hadn't been given a public profile, as she was never raised to be a queen. The nobility needed to know each other, but they didn't need to win over the populace as the reigning monarch did. Although Jane was well liked within her social circles, she was a relative stranger outside them. Added to this was the public perception of the Duke of Northumberland, who, as her father-in-law, was inextricably linked to her. He was seen as a tyrant who had dominated the late King Edward's government and rule, and there were even rumours that the young king had died by Northumberland's hand. Despite this, as Jane landed at the Tower of London, she didn't show any sign that she was unnerved by the crowds. She may not have been born a princess, but she was still a Tudor, and she had the presence to match. To make matters worse, As she walked towards her home for the foreseeable future, her mother Frances picked up her train and carried it. Although her claim to the throne should have been stronger, her unlikelihood to produce any sons for the future of a royal line had set her aside. But the crowd, no doubt, would still have considered it strange to see a future queen with her parents still alive, serving their daughter. Far from being a continuous and stable line of succession, making Jane queen was creating anxiety. Not everyone felt the same, however, and a gun salute rang out as Jane approached. The Privy Council were also there in force, showing deference by bending the knee as she passed, Northumberland himself kneeling and handing the new queen the keys for the tower, and it's likely she would have looked the part. Although few genuine descriptions of Jane's appearance exist, she would have been richly dressed, bedecked with jewels and furs to highlight her regal status. The chronicler Richard Grafton, who was one of her supporters, described Jane as beautiful, virtuous and wise. After Jane and her husband Guildford were ushered into the tower, she reportedly was then presented, while seated on the throne, with the crown jewels by the Marquis of Winchester, William Paulet. Up to this point, Jane had kept an air of composure and cool certainty, but the enormity of the situation must have come crashing down with the sight of the golden crown. Winchester, who was also the Lord High Treasurer, asked her to put it on my head to try whether it really became me or no. Jane reportedly refused to do so, stating that the crown was not hers. However, there are letters from this time signed Jane the Queen, certainly the definitive actions of someone who believed themselves the monarch. With some persuasion, Jane relented and placed the crown on her head, resplendent to the onlookers. But then Winchester added, "Another also should be made to crown my husband." While she said nothing, Jane already suspected this had been the plan of Northumberland all along, and she had already made her mind up about this, along with many other things. Even if she was nervous at being queen, she was prepared to rule like one. But the comment stayed in Jane's mind, and she and Guildford then had a blazing row, ending with Jane agreeing he would be made king in September, but only until he left the room. She then changed her mind, calling for witnesses and declaring that she would only consider making Guildford a duke, not a king, possibly the Duke of Clarence. The Duchess of Northumberland, Guildford's mother, was furious at the treatment of her son, and she gave him advice to shun the marriage bed and leave the tower with his mother. John Dudley, the Duke of Northumberland, was horrified at these events. It seemed Jane was not as easy to bend to his designs as he had hoped for. In fact, she was proving to be every inch the confident, opinionated teenager she had shown before her ascension. If this is true, it shows several things about Jane's character. While she was a wife and had agreed to obey her husband in her marriage vows, she understood her role as queen went above this. It also shows how she saw her inherited crown. It had been handed to her and her alone by Edward, with the firm implication that she was to defend the Protestant faith. Jane no doubt understood it would be her father-in-law, the Duke of Northumberland, who would worm his way into abusing his son's power if he were king. And finally, she knew her own mind. But to outsiders who may have been wavering, there was a divide in her household. For Guildford's part, he took this badly, insisting still on being addressed as Your Grace and sitting at the head of the council table. This just proved further to Jane that he was unsuited to the role of a king who had to think beyond his own wants and desires. With first impressions out of the way, Jane and her household set about mobilizing the population behind her, with the central decisive issue her queenship was based on: religion. Notices were sent out proclaiming the Catholic faith to be dangerous, signed by Jane the Queen. But it wasn't enough to simply proclaim Mary's claim invalid and condemn the Catholic religion. Mary had to be captured and brought back to London, where she could be kept under control. And on the 12th of June, Jane had decided to send her father with an army to fetch Mary, and people in London were invited to fight in Queen Jane's defence. However, there were suspicions from many that Northumberland was planning a secret deal with the French King Henri II to place Mary, Queen of Scots, on the throne if Jane didn't do as he wanted. This fueled anxiety and tension already clear in the council, and when Jane's father was too ill to lead the army on the morning of the 14th, the Privy Council elected the Duke of Northumberland himself. There was no way for him to refuse without confirming he wanted to stay and impose his own rule through the young queen, so he accepted, but was well aware he would likely be stabbed in the back. When the army set off, crowds came out to see them, but none cheered or wished them well. Word also came from East Anglia that towns were rapidly changing allegiance to Princess Mary, and 5 royal ships off the coast had mutinied in her support. Queen Jane also found out Mary had been proclaimed Queen in Buckinghamshire. At Framlingham Castle in Suffolk, Princess Mary had gathered her own forces. She may have been a woman, but she was the granddaughter of the warrior queen Isabella of Castile, and was not afraid to fight. There is a description of her army that the infantry made ready their pikes, the cavalry brandished lances, the archer bent his bow. Each man kept rank and did not even move a finger's breadth from the position assigned him. Reportedly, Mary herself came down from her horse to inspect the troops and stopped to speak to many of them. It can only have endeared her more to them. However, Jane was unfazed by this. With no Duke of Northumberland there to encourage anything, she alone wrote letters to sheriffs and justices of the peace to remind them who their allegiance should belong to, and that they had a duty to defend Jane as their queen against strangers and papists. It seems Jane was, by her own hand, certain of her place now, and of her part in defending the religion her parents had so vehemently impressed upon her. How Jane was viewed in terms of her power, however, was clear in reports sent to Spain from the imperial ambassadors of King Philip II. They exaggerated much in their reports, but they also mentioned how much the people loved Princess Mary and how much they hated the Duke of Northumberland and his children. There was little or no mention of Queen Jane in their reports, showing that it was clear they viewed her only as a figurehead for Northumberland to use for his own ends through the connection of her royal blood to his son. But whether Jane truly was behaving as a queen or not, she was doing little to claim the hearts and minds of her country. On the 16th, the Bishop of London attempted to win over Londoners by preaching at St. Paul's Cross, repeating the news of King Edward's death, of Mary and Elizabeth's illegitimacy, and of Jane's right as queen. This time, the crowds didn't just stay silent. They spoke up in defence of Mary, muttering amongst themselves. Rumours abounded that Princess Mary had gathered nearly 30,000 men for her forces. Whatever the truth, the mood in London made the Privy Council nervous, and they strengthened the guards of the Tower. It was impossible to hide the hostility the public now had against Jane being queen, and now her only chance of hanging on to her claim to the crown was the success of Northumberland's mission. By the 17th of July, the Duke of Northumberland and his men had made it to the town of Bury St. Edmunds. He attempted to recruit men along the way, armed with impressive cartloads of weaponry to arm his new soldiers. However, the response was worse than lukewarm, and few came forward. Many in the area had already sided with Princess Mary, Aware that the situation was not going the way he hoped, Northumberland and his men turned around and instead headed for Cambridge to raise a force there. Cambridge was the heartland of the Protestant faith at that time, but even there the numbers were thin. One thing was becoming clear: Jane's reign looked as though it was in its last days. Support was also draining away in London. The Privy Council could not fail to know the whispers and rumours that the people were against Jane's rule, and each one found a way to slip out of the Tower unnoticed. By the evening of the 18th, Jane was left with only her parents, husband, mother-in-law, and ladies-in-waiting by her side. She must have felt sick to her stomach. Northumberland had promised her the crown, and the entire Privy Council had bent the knee and sworn to defend her. For Jane, this was no greedy grab for power, but a place she had taken on the demands left by Edward VI. Thrust into a position she had not trained for, she had considered herself nonetheless the defender of her faith, and therefore her country. But the reality was who you know, not what you know, and unfortunately, no one knew her well enough to consider how well she might rule. Many people also recognised Princess Mary as the legitimate daughter of Henry VIII, and so viewed Jane as little more than a usurper, puppeted by the Duke of Northumberland. But now Jane found herself isolated, at the centre of a far bigger storm than anyone had foreseen, and their only hope now was to await news from Northumberland and hope he won through by some miracle. On the morning of the 19th, William Herbert, the Earl of Pembroke, and the Earl of Arundel, Jane's uncle, met with the rest of the council at Pembroke's house of Baynard's Castle, further along the River Thames. For these two men, their involvement was much more sticky. Pembroke's son was married to Lady Catherine Grey, Jane's sister, and they resided in his property. Jane was Arundel's niece, although he was an ardent Catholic, unlike her parents. Arundel gave a speech, urging all present to instead proclaim the Princess Mary Queen, and to forget their alliance to Jane, as they were merely righting a wrong. They signed a document to that effect, casting aside the will of Edward or their oath to Jane. Pembroke was already planning to ask for an annulment between Catherine and his son, to distance himself from the whole family. They then declared they would ride for Cheapside to declare Mary Queen. Jane, with no knowledge of this except that her council had deserted her, had agreed to be godmother to the infant son of Edward Underhill. Underhill was a firm Protestant and stalwart supporter of Jane, one of the Tower's warders, and his son was to be christened in a nearby church. Although Jane did not attend in person, instead sending one of her ladies-in-waiting in her stead, it was her honour as godmother to choose the child's name. She chose Guildford after her husband. This was perhaps a show of unity against the outside world. Outside, those few nobles still loyal to Jane were trying to prevent Mary from being publicly pronounced queen, and one, Sir Nicholas, barely escaped being lynched by the crowd by being helped to a horse to ride away as the crowds were held back. Things were getting ugly. The nobles of the council pushed their horses through the throngs of people urging them on to St. Paul's. There, they loudly read out the proclamation that the Lady Mary was now Queen of England, France and Ireland. Unlike the announcement of Jane's queenship, the people present erupted into cheers and lit bonfires. Pennies were thrown to the crowd, and the news spread fast. But still, no one had bothered to tell Jane, anxiously awaiting news in the Tower. This shows the blatant disregard the council had for the teenager, a mere girl in their eyes, who had been nothing more than a vial of royal blood for Northumberland to abuse as he wanted. The letters she had written in her own hand, the ardent firmness with which she had decided on a course of action against Mary, the composure and dignity she had shown, the promises given to the boy king Edward, all were forgotten as unimportant in the face of avoiding civil war and saving their own skins. Soldiers arrived at the tower, and Jane's father, Henry, the Duke of Suffolk, told his men to lower their arms. He knew that his daughter's reign was over. Rather than be arrested, he left the tower and signed the new proclamation declaring Mary the Queen, before returning to tell his Jane the news she must have been dreading. Jane remained calm and dignified as her father gently told her she was no longer queen, reminding him that he had helped convince her to take the crown alongside others. Jane accepted her fate. The state canopy was taken down, and Jane, along with her mother and ladies-in-waiting, retreated into an inner apartment of the tower. Despite her resolute response, Jane must have been worried. Being declared queen no more did not simply mean she was pushed to one side and forgotten about. There would be consequences. The world had crumbled around her. Not long after, also fearing for their daughter's life, Francis and Henry Grey travelled to Baynard's castle to speak with Pembroke, hoping to convince him to lay the blame solely on Northumberland and his family for what had occurred. However, back in the tower, Jane was held a prisoner there, alongside her mother-in-law and husband. It was clear who was going to be considered for blame, and unfortunately, Jane was at the centre. Northumberland, still in Cambridge, heard the news and lost no time switching sides with his tail between his legs. He sent Mary a letter, begging for forgiveness and asking what orders she wanted him to carry out as her loyal servant, reading out the proclamation the following day and publicly declaring for Mary. The Duke of Northumberland's entire future rested on the mercy of Queen Mary, something that wasn't likely. The Earl of Arundel arrived shortly afterwards to arrest him. A friend of John of Ulm, a German academic Jane had once exchanged letters with, wrote to him, stating, "Jane was queen for only 9 days, and those most turbulent ones, the origins of the term 9 days queen, when in fact Jane had reigned for 13 days. The die had been cast. Mary was now Queen Mary, and the entire Privy Council had declared in her honour. For the population outside, they were cheerful and full of joy at their beloved Princess Mary, who had been given, as they saw it, her rightful inheritance, and also the downfall of the hated Northumberland. They celebrated, and pamphlets were cast around the city extolling Mary and scorning Northumberland, but there was no mention of Jane, who was far from in a celebratory mood. She waited in the tower, alongside only her husband, her mother-in-law, the Duchess of Northumberland, and her ladies-in-waiting, hoping to hear of merciful news from Mary, her cousin, forgiveness for what had been done. Jane's fate was now in the hands of the new monarch, and although her own reign had seemingly been forgettable, she was now about to become a legend as a prisoner in the Tower of London. Jane's short reign as queen was over. With Mary now proclaimed Queen of England, France and Ireland, Lady Jane Grey was once again merely a member of the nobility and a prisoner of the dreaded Tower of London. Separated from her parents and cast down from the throne, Jane was about to become something other than a confident teenager or a sudden queen. She was about to become a legend amongst the Protestants of England. After she had officially renounced her queenship, Jane, her husband Guildford and her mother-in-law, the Duchess of Northumberland, were the only people left in the royal apartments of the tower. The guards who not so long ago had been there to serve Jane were now her jailers, taking the opportunity to mock them. Even her ladies-in-waiting had left when they were able. Her mother and father had already left the tower as well, to do what they could to save their daughter. Jane, Guildford and the Duchess of Northumberland retreated into an inner chamber of the tower, no longer permitted to remain in the royal apartments. Soon Mary would arrive to prepare for her coronation and would have need of them herself. The guards arrived to remove the prisoners to different places within the tower instead. Guildford was taken to the 13th century Beauchamp Tower, an imposing structure built with thick stone, while Jane was taken to a house on Tower Green, belonging to one of the jailers, Nathaniel Partridge. Jane was now stripped of anyone familiar, with only Partridge and 3 ladies assigned to her for company. Her own ladies-in-waiting were now all outside the tower, having fled a punishment for being by Jane's side. The public outside now knew Jane and Guildford were prisoners in the tower, and they were soon to be joined by Jane's father-in-law, the Duke of Northumberland. In less than a fortnight, she had gone from being a young noblewoman to a queen to a prisoner. Her head must have been spinning. All she could do now was wait, helplessly, to see if fate might show her some mercy. Ironically, over at Framlingham Castle in Suffolk, Mary was still unaware that she had been proclaimed queen in London and was still raising troops to fight for her crown. On the evening of the 20th, 2 men from the Privy Council arrived unexpectedly in the courtyard of the castle with the news Mary had been waiting for. One was Sir William Paget, and the other was Henry Fitzalan, Jane's uncle, the Earl of Arundel. Just a few weeks before, they had sworn their allegiance to Queen Jane, but now they abandoned all association with the oath, instead kneeling and proclaiming Mary their queen. Now that Jane's reign was at an end, the foremost concern was saving their own heads. They begged Mary for forgiveness, but Mary was merciful in her moment of triumph, and the 2 men were pardoned graciously. Her kingdom had been won without a war breaking out, and soon after, many other nobles followed suit. They were all granted mercy by Mary, who first arranged for her chaplains to give thanks to God, who she saw as the instigator of her triumph. It was clear that, like Jane, but on opposing sides, Mary's faith was as much her rock in times of trouble as it was for her younger cousin now locked in the tower. On the 24th of July, Queen Mary, as she was now known, set off for London. Whatever opinions were of Mary, she had waited a long time for her rightful inheritance. Now, at the age of 37, she couldn't hope to compete with the youthfulness of Jane. While she was loved and adored by the people of her country, some of the chroniclers describing her didn't hold back. One stated that she was of low rather than middling stature, with her family's auburn hair, and another stated that her voice was rough and loud, almost like a man's, so that when she speaks she is always heard a long way off. This, of course, could be seen as a very great quality for a woman who was about to be queen in her own right, but the anxiety of misogynists was never far behind the description of a woman who would rule. However, another witness also said Mary showed herself to have been born of truly royal lineage. In other words, there was no mistaking this contender to the throne, unlike Jane, now viewed as a usurper. The Duke of Northumberland had been apprehended by his former ally and Jane's uncle, the Earl of Arundel. He was arrested. Their destination was clear, and on the 25th of July, they arrived in London with a guard of around 3,000 to make their way to the Tower. The crowds were looking for blood when they heard Northumberland was on his way, so much so that Arundel asked Northumberland to remove his famous red cloak and cover his face in order to not be recognised. They were still met with a barrage of rocks, stones and insults hurled in equal measure. The Duke of Northumberland's younger son, Henry, who was only 16, couldn't hold back his tears. But at the same moment, another boy about the same age burst through the crowd and ran up and down the road brandishing a sword and yelling. The boy had no ears. The same Gilbert Potter who had been mutilated early in Jane's reign for proclaiming Mary the true queen. No doubt he would now be an ardent supporter of Queen Mary for the rest of her life. While the arrival of the males from the Dudley family would have added to Jane's worries about her own fate, it's likely her father's incarceration in the Tower on the 27th of July was more distressing. Only her mother remained now to try and save the lives of her family, and Frances Grey immediately set off to meet with Mary at Beaulieu, arriving at 2 in the morning on the 29th of July. It was no doubt a nerve-wracking night of waiting for the morning with little sleep, but Frances and Mary had long been close. They were cousins, close in age, who had spent much of their childhood together. And many years before, when Henry VIII had been considering how to end his marriage with Mary's mother, Catherine of Aragon, it was Frances who had petitioned her uncle not to abandon his wife. After her prayers, Mary met with Frances, who begged forgiveness for her family and placed the blame squarely on Northumberland. The illness of Jane's father, Henry Grey, who had been so ill he hadn't been able to lead an army to capture Mary, was put down to poisoning by the Duke of Northumberland. This fed into a rumour flying around that Northumberland had poisoned Edward VI as well. Frances further claimed he would then have crowned Guildford as king alongside Jane, with the protecting influence of her father gone, or even have placed the young Mary, Queen of Scots, on the throne. While some exaggeration could be understood in the circumstances, Frances pushed it to the limit. The truth, of course, was that Jane had sent an army after Mary and signed documents declaring both Elizabeth and Mary illegitimate. Jane had made her own decisions very firmly, but they had been on the honest belief that it was the late king's wishes and that she was the rightful queen to maintain Protestantism. However, Mary was known to be a forgiving person, and no doubt she remembered how Frances had tried to help her mother. Jane, after all, was family. Although she wished to pardon both Jane and Henry Grey, the Spanish ambassadors from her cousin, the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, were horrified and convinced her that Jane, at least, should stay in the Tower to prevent scandal and danger. Henry Grey, however, was pardoned the next day, but he remained in the Tower for another 2 weeks, recovering from his illness. The fear he might be close to death was equalled only by the family's fear for Jane. Far from being pardoned, she was charged with treason, a sentence that carried death by execution. At the time, being charged with treason did not mean a fair trial would be carried out, but that someone had already been proclaimed guilty, and the trial was a message to the public of Jane's wickedness. On the 3rd of August, Queen Mary finally made her triumphal entrance into London, dressed in a violet velvet dress, the sleeves and skirts embroidered with gold thread. It was a tremendous occasion, the public cheering on their new queen as she was greeted on her way to the Tower of London. It couldn't have been more different to Jane's journey to the Tower. One of the first tasks ahead of her was to oversee the burial of her brother, Edward. Through the events of the last 2 weeks, Edward still lay unburied in state at Westminster. On the 8th of August, his body was finally laid to rest. Mary wanted a full Catholic Mass said for him, presumably to ensure he was covered on all fronts in the next life, but those around her advised it would be better to say Mass for his soul in private instead, while his public Protestant funeral went ahead. At this point, Mary doesn't seem to have been as zealous about how her subjects worshipped as she was later. A few days later, she issued a proclamation settling the matter of religion as by common consent. For now, saying people should worship the religion they thought best. This could be best translated as, you can be Protestant for now, but quietly. Although Mary was now going to stay at the royal apartments for a while, Jane was unable to have a personal audience with her. She turned her considerable skill with words into action instead, writing a letter to her mother's cousin. The original letter doesn't survive, but at least 2 accounts state that Jane was deeply remorseful asking her forgiveness in her unwise decision to, as she put it, listen to those around her who told her to wear the crown. It was a smart letter, whatever the outcome. Jane was able to completely give a heartfelt confession for her actions in taking the crown, but equally, she was careful to remind that others, in much higher positions than herself, had orchestrated everything. She also stressed how she had never sought out the crown for herself, which would seem to be true. She even stated that Guildford and his mother had treated her badly, perhaps a hint that she feared what they might do if she didn't comply. There was no love lost between her young husband and herself, it would seem. She even repeated her mother's claims of poison, saying that she herself had been poisoned twice, once making her hair fall out. Although the truth of this is unknown, as Northumberland would surely have needed her alive. Nevertheless, it added to his guilt. The next big event for London was the trial of John Dudley, the Duke of Northumberland. The biggest irony of this trial was that most of the judges had also signed the oath stating Jane should be queen. His main argument was that he had done nothing without their agreement and under the great seal of Jane, to which they argued the seal of a usurper was worthless. The evidence against Northumberland was damning, and he had been caught on the wrong side of the events. The verdict was treason, and he was sentenced to die. The usual death for a traitor would be to be hanged, drawn and quartered, and Northumberland begged Mary to allow him the privilege of a beheading and to pardon his children. At that point, this was as much mercy as he could hope for. Even if others had also involved themselves just as much in the scheme to get what they wanted from it, Northumberland had been chosen as the scapegoat, and as much blame as possible was heaped on him, along with what he rightfully deserved for his part. But even at this point, he thought there might be a chance of a pardon, and he asked for a learned man of the clergy to visit him, suggesting he might be considering a conversion to Catholicism. On the morning of the 21st of August on Tower Hill, the axemen and a large crowd of up to 10,000 gathered to see the Duke of Northumberland's last moments. However, an hour went by and no one appeared on the scaffold. Instead, if Jane had looked from her window, she would have seen Northumberland, along with others condemned for the crime of treason, being led into the small chapel of the tower. Within, Mass was performed, and Northumberland proclaimed to the congregation inside that Catholicism was in fact the very right and true way, and that he and others had been seduced these 16 years past by Protestantism. It made no change to his sentence, only the date. The next morning, Northumberland again went to Mass, but this time was fetched a short time after to wait his turn on the scaffold, wearing a grey-coloured cloak of damask. He mounted the steps to the scaffold and turned to face the crowd across the railing. He announced his crime and asked for forgiveness as he gave his life as the Queen had demanded. But Northumberland also made sure to state that he was not the only one who had planned to place Jane on the throne, and even suggested he was not the original schemer of the plan. But it was too late now to change fate. Kneeling on the straw and placing a blindfold over his eyes, the Duke of Northumberland lay down and was beheaded with one stroke. The large crowd gave a deafening roar of approval. Mary, at this point, was still determined to pardon Jane once her trial was over and she was no longer the gossip of the town. Jane's mother and father did their part in providing Mary with reasons to give forgiveness. They said Jane had no knowledge of the plan to usurp the throne until a later stage, which was possibly mostly true. Jane had been told by Northumberland before Edward's death that she was in line for the throne, but she hadn't necessarily understood the full truth of what that meant, or might have understood it as her sons would become heirs. Whatever the truth, her parents also added that the marriage between herself and Guildford wasn't even valid, as she had been previously promised to a low-ranking member of Bishop Gardiner's household. This would have made her safely married low enough to have been excluded from the succession, but nothing was heard of the potential groom again, and no one was much impressed by this. However, the ambassadors sent messages back to Spain stating that Mary had decided not to put Jane to death due to her family connection and her young age, and that although Mary would take the greatest possible care for the future, she would be setting Jane free. A week later, her future still up in the air, Jane met with Roland Lee for dinner in the Tower, an official from the Royal Mint, and Nathaniel Partridge, her jailer and Lee's friend. Sat at the head of the table, Jane was cheerful and confident, raising a glass to Lee and asking him to keep his cap on, having removed it in her presence. Her imprisonment, so far away from her family or friends, meant that any interaction with others was precious to her now. During the meal, Jane proclaimed loudly that Queen Mary was a merciful princess. I beseech God she may long continue. She had no doubt heard the rumours that she was to have her life spared, and perhaps one day even be free of the Tower. But as dinner talk turned to religion, Jane also revealed she was under no illusions on what Mary's plans were, despite the current compromise of worshipping as people chose. Mary was staunchly Catholic, and she would, as soon as possible, return her kingdom to the papacy of Rome. The conversation turned angry as Northumberland's conversion was brought up, and Jane furiously stated her hatred towards him, that he had abandoned what she believed to be the true faith. In her eyes, he had risked his immortal soul, and she loudly proclaimed that she would rather die than convert, surprising the diners present with the vehemence of her words for so young an age. Soon, Jane would get her turn to publicly stand up for her faith. The 13th of November was the date of her trial, and Jane was led out of the Tower alongside Guildford and two of his brothers, and the Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Cranmer. The prisoners were led through the streets to London's Guildhall, the place for their trial. Guildford had dressed to impress in a black velvet doublet slashed with white satin, but it was Jane who stole the show as the prime prisoner. She was dressed completely in black, a sign of her regret for her crimes, her cape and French hood both trimmed in further black detailing. However, she also carried a Bible in her hands, another hanging from her waist trimmed in black velvet, both a symbol of her rebellious feelings towards the papacy creeping back into England. Reportedly, she remained, as she always seemed to in these stressful political situations, the image of cool composure, even as she was read the verdict from the judges of her trial, death, by being burned alive. But all was not yet lost. Rumours were spread that the Grey Girls were actually illegitimate, as their father Henry had been betrothed to the sister of the Earl of Arundel before marrying Francis, something that would have saved them by taking them out of the line of succession. It was well known Mary's feelings were to spare her young cousin, and Jane's father threw all he had into saving his daughter. He professed undying loyalty to Mary, and even said Mary should marry whoever she wished, even Philip of Spain, Charles V's son. The idea filled even Mary's most steadfast followers with horror, as they feared England and Wales being swallowed into the juggernaut of the Habsburg Empire. When the news came out late in November that she had in fact already accepted his betrothal in a secret meeting, it was very unpopular. Unrest bubbled beneath the surface, especially amongst those who still felt deeply for Protestantism. On the 26th of November, a group of evangelicals who were close to the Grey family met to plot uprisings across the country. One of them, a man called Thomas Wyatt. He was the son of Elizabeth Brooke, a woman who had once been considered for the position as Henry VIII's sixth wife. Another of the group was Henry, Jane's father. The men planned to replace Mary with her Protestant sister Elizabeth. It was a huge risk for the safety of Jane, but if her impassioned speech to Lee and Partridge was anything to go by, she would have been proud of her father for defending what he believed to be the true religion. Queen Mary still knew nothing about these plans when from the 18th of December, Jane was permitted by her to walk in the Queen's garden instead of being shut in her rooms. finally able to breathe in the cool, crisp winter air. Her next step was to pardon Jane and send her home to her parents, but Mary had not understood the strength of Jane's religious convictions. There would be no conversion to the return of the old faith. In fact, Jane had prepared a letter damning those who attended Mass, a letter which would be widely circulated in England and Europe. Her letter was addressed to Thomas Harding, a former tutor of the Grey Sisters who had recently converted to Catholicism. In it, Jane stated, "I cannot but marvel at thee, and lament thy case," her coldly constructed words damning him for his choice, and describing him as the deformed imp of the devil. She went further, decrying all those who had accepted the crown's return to papacy rather than fighting against it. So venomous was this letter that later Victorian admirers of Jane refused to believe that such a sweet, innocent girl could have written it. Her letter proved that although Jane was only a teenager, she had an inner strength of faith that was steel-like in its intensity. She had no interest in hiding her opinions. Meanwhile, her father and the other rebels had firmed up their plans by the 22nd of December. The revolt would take place late in March. Smaller uprisings would take place across the country before the leaders converged to take London. Whether or not Jane had initially meant her letter as pertaining purely to spiritual matters, it would be taken as a proclamation to physical force. Although Jane had never sought the crown for herself, it doesn't mean she wanted Catholic Queen Mary to be ruler either, especially when her sister Elizabeth was a Protestant. One of the rebels, Sir Peter Carew, told Henry Grey he would personally lead Mary to the Tower and take Jane from it. Then Bishop Gardiner, friends with another of the rebels, Edward Courtenay, caught wind of the plot on the 21st of January. Henry's brother Thomas wrote to warn him that the plan had been discovered and rumours were flying around at court. Thomas told his brother that he would surely be put back in the Tower and should start the revolt at once. Still ill and unable to think clearly, Henry agreed. Although a few abandoned the plan and fled abroad, Wyatt remained and began his part of the revolt in Kent. Henry Grey was yet to leave his home when a messenger from Queen Mary arrived. Still unaware of his role in events, Mary wanted to give him the chance to prove his loyalty to the crown by leading an army against Wyatt. Telling the messenger he was already on his way to the Queen, Henry dismissed him as quickly as he could before riding to meet with his brothers. They had no army raised, little cash upon their persons, but once they failed to arrive at court they were declared traitors. Nobles went after him, but he managed to evade capture for a while. Proclamations were sent out from his side that declared the fear that England would be handed to Spain was true, and that anyone who would oppose the marriage would be given 6pence a day. However, the marriage contract between Mary and Philip had been published a few weeks before, stating that Philip was to have the title king, but no powers over England whatsoever. A few days later, Henry Grey was caught. But when the rebels in Kent found out, having grown in numbers, they marched into London and surrounded Bishop Gardiner's palace, setting it alight. The guard was increased around Whitehall and the Queen's chambers, and that cannons at the Tower of London were moved around to fire at rebels on the other bank of the River Thames. Wyatt moved ever closer into the royal heart of the capital, making it more dangerous for Jane. While the intention for the rebels was to crown Elizabeth, this wasn't clear to Mary, and Jane, and to a lesser degree Guildford, were both still beacons for the rebels' cause. It had become too dangerous to let them live after all, and the next day, Mary condemned them both to die. The only small mercy was that their respective sentences of being hanged, drawn and quartered or burned alive were changed to beheading. But Jane would not go out with a whimper. Knowing by now that Jane's father would soon arrive at the Tower, Guildford used an old prayer book to pass on a message to his father-in-law. He wrote, "Your loving and obedient son wisheth unto your grace long life in this world, with as much joy and comfort as I wish to myself, and in the world to come, life everlasting. Your humble son to his death, G. Dudley. Somehow, this book was then passed into Jane's hands, and she added her own message below. The Lord comfort your grace, and that in his word wherein all creatures only are to be comforted. And though it has pleased God to take away 2 of your children, yet think not, I most humbly beseech your grace, that you have lost them, but that we, by losing this mortal life, have won an immortal life. It would appear that Jane had accepted her fate and was ready to go on into the next life as a martyr to her cause. The rebels continued pushing on to the Queen, and the executions for the 7th of February were abandoned as Mary was warned she should leave for her own safety. Queen Mary bravely refused, declaring herself mother of her people and sending her army out against the rebellion. The battle continued throughout the day, but finally, before 5 p.m, the rebels were defeated. Jane and Guildford would have heard prisoners being brought into the tower, Thomas Wyatt chief amongst them. Mary, once again feeling safe, wavered in her decision to execute Jane and Guildford. There was no need to kill them now, but those advising her thought differently, and they convinced Mary that the deed had to be done. The warrant was signed, and the deaths of Jane and her husband were scheduled for the 9th of February. Still hopeful she could persuade Jane to convert and save herself, Mary sent her personal chaplain John Feckenham to see her cousin. He had been a prisoner himself in the Tower during Edward's reign, and was known as both merry and highly persuasive. When he arrived in Jane's room, however, she dismissed him, saying that he was too late and she had to prepare to die. Feckenham was moved, and he begged the Queen for a few extra days in order to speak more to Jane. Mary readily agreed, probably as desperate to prevent the death of her young relative, and the sentences for both Jane and Guildford were commuted to the 12th. When Feckenham returned to see Jane, he said how sorry he was to see her how she was, but Jane smoothly retorted that she saw her imprisonment as a manifest declaration of God's favour towards me, a chance to repent her sins before going on to heaven. On Jane's final night alive, she spent it writing letters to those she loved. To her father, she wrote a letter of comfort, stating that it was not by his hand that she was in the Tower, but that they had all just been doing the will of God. No letters to her mother Frances or her younger sister Mary exist, but it's possible they did exist and were later destroyed by Frances to keep her remaining daughters safe. Jane's letter to Catherine encouraged her 13-year-old sister to be a martyr for the cause of Protestantism, to take on her mantle. Reportedly, Guildford requested a final meeting with his wife, but Jane refused. She replied that meeting would only increase their misery and pain, and that it was better to wait, as they would shortly meet elsewhere and live bound by indissoluble ties. At around 10 the next morning, Jane looked from her window to see Guildford being led to the scaffold. He stopped at the main gate to ask those present to pray for him, but no priest was present as he made his way up the steps to his end. It suggests he had refused one, instead simply saying his own prayers before he laid flat on the block, the executioner removing his head cleanly with one blow. Guildford was as much a martyr as Jane, even if he was not to be as famous. His body and head were taken to the Tower's chapel as Jane emerged from Partridge's house to face her own death. She wore the same deeply black gown she had worn on the day of her trial, a prayer book open in her hands as she read to herself. 2 of her companion ladies were with her, Mistress Allen and Mistress Tilney, who wept furiously as they walked behind her. It was, after all, a tragedy. 2 young people were to be cut down before their lives had even really begun, all because of a plan orchestrated by others who were older and greedier, many of whom were now free. Climbing the same scaffold Guildford had been on just a while earlier, Jane turned to face the crowd, addressing them, "Good people, I am come hither to die, and by a law I am condemned to do the same. I do wash my hands thereof in innocence before God and the face of you, good Christian people, this day." She added, "that I die a true Christian woman, and that I look to be saved by none other means, but only by the mercy of God." Jane requested that the good people present not pray for her once she was gone, as Catholics did, but to join her in prayer while still alive. There was a flicker of uncertainty as she turned to Feckenham to ask if she could read a psalm, to which he gave his consent. She knelt to recite it, and upon standing, gave her gloves and handkerchief to her ladies. She looked down and saw the thick beam of wood that would serve as the place to put her neck, and she asked, "I pray you dispatch me quickly." Suddenly afraid this would mean the blow could come before she was ready, she added, "Will you take my head before I lay me down?" "No, madam," the executioner assured her. Jane placed a blindfold around her eyes, but then panicked as she realised she couldn't find the block without seeing it. "What shall I do? Where is it?" For a second, Jane, the confident, opinionated teenager, the brave martyr, the potential queen, was swept away as everyone saw the scared, innocent child underneath. Someone quickly helped her by guiding her to the block gently. Jane laid her head on the block and uttered her last words. "Lord, into thy hands I commend my spirit." There was a single blow of the axe, a spray of blood, and Lady Jane Grey was dead. She had been a highly intelligent and academic young girl with a world of potential ahead of her. She had also been a fearless and faithful adherent to Protestantism, becoming a martyr in the Tower that would be legendary for centuries to come. Jane had been a queen, taking on her role with composure and strength beyond her years. Jane had also been the victim of greedy nobles who saw what they wanted through using her as a pawn, a victim of her parents' desire for their eldest clever daughter to reach the highest echelons of society. But here it ended, and Lady Jane Grey would now live on only as a legend to be shaped to fit other histories. But it wasn't the end for the Grey family. They were a family in mourning, and soon Henry Grey would also lose his head. But the story wasn't over for Lady Catherine and Lady Mary. It was the aftermath of a horrific and bloody execution. That of Lady Jane Grey, and just moments before her young husband Guilford Dudley. But despite this tragedy, it wasn't the end of the story for the Grey family. Her sisters Lady Catherine and Lady Mary had to go on living through the fallout and survive the consequences. New gallows were built at all the gates to London, ready to hang traitors to the crown who had been involved in Wyatt's rebellion. Sadly for Catherine and Mary, amongst the rebels was their own father, Henry Grey, the Duke of Suffolk. It must have been hard for their mother Frances. She had lost her eldest daughter, was about to lose her husband, and would have to navigate what came afterwards, keeping her two remaining daughters safe. On the 17th of February 1554, just 5 days after Jane's death, Henry was led to his trial at Westminster Hall. The charge was high treason for inciting war, for opposing Mary's upcoming marriage to Philip II of Spain, and for attempting a plan which would have meant Mary's death, although the rebels had only ever planned to capture Mary and put her in the Tower of London. He apparently took his sentence cheerfully, denying the charge and stating he was not guilty, as he was merely a peer who had tried to defend his country from strangers, a 16th century term for anyone born outside England. But it didn't wash with the judges, who were well aware of Henry Grey's vehement Protestantism and knew this was the real reason behind his actions. But despite how dark everything looked, Several rebels held prisoner were pardoned by the crown just a few days earlier. There might, perhaps, be a chance for Henry to be pardoned for a second time. Mary had failed to save Jane with a conversion to Catholicism, and she was determined not to make the same mistake this time. On the evening of the 22nd of February, the night before his execution, she sent 2 of her priests to see Henry, hoping to convert him and so allow him a pardon. But Henry was as steadfast as his daughter had been, and he wasn't moved by their religious arguments. Frances will have already known Henry's fate was sealed, and she had to focus her efforts on her children. Bradgate House was returned to the crown, along with Henry Grey's lands, leaving Frances destitute with 2 surviving daughters. She and Queen Mary still had the bond of being cousins, and Frances used this to petition Mary to at least forgive Suffolk publicly, even if she would not pardon him and save his life. This would mean later the possibility of some of the lands being returned and being allowed back at court one day, but it must have been difficult. Despite being family and having once been close, Mary had ordered the death of her daughter. Even if in the context of the day the Queen's will was law, it likely wouldn't have dampened a mother's grief. The next morning, at 9 o'clock, Henry found himself being led along the same doomed path as his daughter had walked a few days earlier, to the scaffold. One of Queen Mary's chaplains was sent to go with him, but as they approached the scaffold, he began to give a sermon attacking Protestant beliefs. It would seem Mary's heart had changed from her recently given proclamation stating people should worship as they saw best, and the path forward was to return England to the papacy of Rome. Henry Grey was so infuriated by this speech that when the chaplain went to follow him up the stairs to the scaffold, he pushed him back, and the 2 men fell into a tussle at the base of the steps. It only stopped when the chaplain shouted that it was the Queen's wish that he be present. Once at the top of the scaffold, Henry Grey turned to face the crowd across the railing, regaining his dignity. He started, "Masters, I have offended the Queen and her laws, and am justly condemned to die." He then begged Queen Mary's forgiveness and was told she had already given it and was praying for him. Henry knelt and prayed before rising and handing his cap and scarf to the executioner. Giving his forgiveness to the executioner when asked for it, Henry added, "And when thou dost thine office, I pray thee do it well, and bring me out of this world quickly, and God have mercy to thee." It would seem Henry Grey had accepted his fate, as his daughter Jane had. He laid his head on the block, and he died with a single blow. It would appear the gloves were now off for Queen Mary, and she took no chances. More executions were lined up for those who had been involved with the Greys, or who had once helped plot with Thomas Seymour for Elizabeth's hand in marriage. The young Princess Elizabeth herself was brought to the Tower of London to become its latest royal prisoner. Although her rooms were lavish, they were also a reminder of her mother's death. Anne Boleyn had spent her final days in the Tower, and it must have crossed Elizabeth's mind that it might be her fate also. Frances Grey and her remaining daughters, Katherine and Mary, now had to tread a very careful line. Despite Jane's martyrdom, and her plea to Katherine in her final letter to take on the cause of Protestantism, it would have meant certain death. Instead, Frances told her girls to be publicly Catholic. We have no proof of how they felt in private, but it would make sense that even if they were deeply Protestant, at least seeming to have converted to Catholicism was a necessary survival mechanism. They would not have been alone, and Frances had lost enough family. Jane's legacy did live on, however, through the letter she had written to the family's former tutor Thomas Harding and the letter to her sister Catherine, by becoming widely distributed throughout the kingdom. It was a dangerous assault on Queen Mary's reign, and it was best for Frances, Catherine and Mary Grey to keep their heads down. But Frances's earlier attempts at softening Mary's feelings towards them did work. as in April she was re-granted some of the estates Henry Grey had held, including Bow Manor near Bradgate, and just a few months later she and her daughters were once again permitted to be at court. Now part of the Queen's privy chamber and appearing to be Catholic, their future seemed to be safe, for now. Court life would have been very routine. Queen Mary liked her ladies to be dressed and ready for duties by 9 in the morning, meals were at noon and in the evening, and the rest of the day would be spent finessing the skills required of a noble lady, singing, dancing, sewing, reading and playing games such as cards. Sundays were the only change to the routine in that it was the day Queen Mary and her retinue of ladies went to the royal chapel to hear petitions from the people. Lady Catherine might well have been wary in this new life, with Jane's letter reminding her of her duty to Protestantism lingering in her mind. But she was, nevertheless, a young noblewoman, and Catherine's thoughts probably dwelt more on marriage than piety. But the marriage that would have been uppermost in most people's thoughts was that of Queen Mary herself. On the 20th of July, her betrothed, Philip of Spain, arrived on England's shores. It was a marriage that Mary was delighted with. Philip, less so. She was gaining a husband, something that had been held from her for far longer than it should have, and a chance to create an heir for her kingdom. He was young, handsome, and making the best of a situation which left him with no power in England. Mary, by contrast, was a decade older, and seemed older still, her face lined with the anxiety life had put upon her, despite the rich gowns of crimson velvet and damask she adorned herself with. The wedding took place at Winchester Cathedral on the 25th of July, 1554, a suitably grand affair, the entire cathedral covered in cloth of gold. Mary herself sparkled, clothed in gold trimmed with diamonds, and a white satin kirtle embroidered with silver and more gold. Philip complimented her in white leather and silver embroidery, his Castilian jewels glittering alongside the collar of the garter he had been given when arriving in England, a public symbol, perhaps, of his now loyalty to both countries. The beginning of Mary and Philip's reign together was marked by entertainments and masks, and physical competitions between the young noblemen, such as jousting. All seemed well. In the wake of this merriment, however, came Queen Mary's revival of her father's old heresy laws. Many around her advised against it, but she was so fearful of the threat to her religion and her Protestant subjects who might wish to overthrow her, that soon after the horrific burnings which became synonymous with her rule began. Although the punishments were originally intended only for heretic priests, it soon spread to ordinary people who were not willing to hide their religious beliefs. Catherine, along with other members of her family, maintained links with other families who had to hide their Protestantism. She struck up a friendship with Lady Jane Seymour, the daughter of the elder Edward Seymour, the protector of England during Edward's reign. This friendship would lead to other relationships, most notably that of Jane Seymour's brother, the 19-year-old Edward Seymour. Catherine herself was now 18 and the beauty of her family. Although she had the same opportunities for education as Jane had had, Catherine had been less interested in refining her mind. Blonde, blue-eyed and slim, she fitted the 16th century version of beauty perfectly, and Edward Seymour was just as interested in her as she was in him. He himself had inherited his mother's good looks, but the possible union between Catherine and Edward went beyond being a handsome couple. Through his mother, Edward Seymour was descended from Edward III, a fact that by itself did not make his claim any stronger, but it would strengthen Catherine's. And if the two were married and had a son together, it would seriously have rivaled the Princess Elizabeth's claim to the throne. That summer, Edward Seymour seems to have asked his sister about brokering the idea of marriage to Catherine. His mother, also trying to keep her head under the radar after the misfortune to her family, had no intention of encouraging the dangerous match and was horrified. She tried to talk her son out of it, but Edward was stubborn and ignored his mother's advice. But soon, the status quo was to change. In October 1558, just 5 years after she had finally won her crown, Mary I fell deeply ill with influenza. It was clear she would not live for long. Before she went, she had been somewhat forced to name her half-sister, Princess Elizabeth, as her successor. After Mass on the 17th of November, England's first crowned queen, Mary I, died. She left behind her a new legacy, one of queenship in a queen's own stead. Much like Jane Grey had planned to, Mary had relegated her husband to the status of consort, allowing him no real powers over England. However, her connection through him to Spain had dragged many of England's youth into fighting Spain's wars across the sea. As Elizabeth stepped into her sister's shadow, it must have been a reminder that any husband she chose would have some interest in the civic affairs of her state, that everything down to his religion could create war or peace. On the 13th of December, a grand ceremony marked the final passage of Mary I's body as it was conveyed to her final resting place at Westminster Abbey. Catherine was no doubt amongst those in the procession behind the carved image of the Queen that graced the chariot carrying the coffin, all present dressed in deepest black. After the funeral rites were done and Mary I's body laid to rest, it was time for a new era. Elizabeth I was to make her entry into London to await her coronation. For the coronation itself, Frances and Mary Grey were not invited. Frances possibly because of her ill health. Catherine Grey was invited, but Elizabeth had not forgotten her distant cousin was sister to a dead usurper, and instead of being in the Privy Chamber, Catherine was pushed down to the Presence Chamber, to which all the upper nobility could be present. It was a cold, snowy day when Elizabeth made her way into London. Catherine was present for this, but she would have been very much aware of her lowered position. The Greys, it seemed, were to be pushed quietly into the shadows for the time being, next in line or not. But the procession of which she was a small part was a grand sight. The important men of the city, the aldermen, knights, lords, archbishops and servants for all of them led the way to the sound of trumpeters announcing Elizabeth's imminent entry. The new queen followed them on a litter, covered in cloth of gold lined with pink satin. Her hair was loose about her shoulders over a mantle of cloth of silver, a symbol of chastity and regality, suitable for a young unmarried queen. It was clear that already Elizabeth understood the power of a fabulous display to wow the crowds into being on her side. Following the Queen was her favourite, Robert Dudley. Despite the baggage attached to his family name, Elizabeth seemed to favour the young, handsome noble with dark curling hair and a trim figure. As soon as Elizabeth's coronation was over, the question of her marriage came immediately. She pushed back at her advisers, making it clear she was not considering it for the immediate future. She was, after all, rumoured to be in love with Robert Dudley, who was already married. This triggered rumours she could not have children, and eyes once again fell on Catherine Grey. If she were to marry and have a child, it would make it very precarious for Elizabeth, who was well aware of this. The Queen reacted by ignoring Catherine and snubbing her. Courtiers around Elizabeth who wanted her favour had to show interest in only who she liked, and so Catherine was pushed further back into the shadows of court. She confided in the Count of Ferrier, the Spanish ambassador sent by Philip II, that Elizabeth did not wish her to succeed, and that she was frustrated and angry at this. Whispers at court told of Catherine openly losing her temper with her cousin in the presence chamber. Public family rows for all to see. Catherine was in a position dangerously close to that of her dead sister, the next in line for the crown, but becoming more disliked by the moment. While Elizabeth I remained unmarried and without an heir, no matter how much she snubbed her, Catherine Grey, as her closest relative and Protestant, was her expected successor. This was about to be proven in a scheme created by Philip II of Spain himself. Having now returned to Spain, Philip could see how he could use this to his advantage. Queen Elizabeth had ended England's aid in fighting France, and if she instead arranged an alliance with Henri II, the French king, it would be dangerous for Spain's holdings in the Netherlands. Spain needed to remain on friendly terms with England, but a marriage alliance had been turned down flat by Elizabeth, on the grounds Philip had been married to her sister. But a marriage alliance wasn't entirely out of the question. But to whom? After her confessions to Ferrier, the ambassador had decided that Catherine Grey was the perfect candidate, with her royal connections, English stability, and being turned against the Queen by Elizabeth's own actions. Ferrier himself deeply disliked and distrusted Elizabeth. She was as Protestant as Mary had been Catholic, and Catherine informed Ferrier that she was Catholic through and through. Catherine convinced Ferrier that her family hated her for the choice of remaining Catholic. How true this might have been is difficult to tell. The Greys' early lives had been marked by their steadfast adherence to the new faith, but since then they had declared themselves Catholic and now flipped back, except for Catherine, it seems, to being Protestant. This could have been genuine, or this could have been politically smart. The reason for Catherine's declaration to the Spanish ambassador was linked to matters of the heart. Edward Seymour had cooled towards her in recent months, and perhaps Catherine saw an opportunity to make him jealous, as teenage girls might even then. Ferrier promised her he could perhaps set up a marriage through the aid of his king, maybe to a Habsburg relative, and in return Catherine swore she would not marry without Ferrier's knowledge. It is possible that Catherine, being young and lacking her sister's sharpness, thought this was little more than talk. But in Spain, the information fed back was taken seriously, and plans were made to kidnap the young girl and marry her to Spain's advantage. A small number of ships would make their way up the Thames, and Catherine would be smuggled on board one of them, being made off with to Spanish shores. However, before anything could come of these plans, the French king Henri II died from a horrific jousting accident, a splinter from a lance entering his eyeball up to his temple. Philip II paused, his plans on hold, as Henri's heir, the weaker Francis II, came to the French throne. It was now unlikely that France would invade England, and risking Elizabeth's wrath over a marriage no longer seemed like a sensible option. The kidnapping plan was abandoned quietly. Catherine Grey, of course, having thought it little more than a game, had no idea of anything that had been planned for her future in Spain. She was with the rest of the court as Queen Elizabeth made her way around her palaces, pausing at Eltham, a royal palace near Greenwich. There, Catherine finally met once again with Edward Seymour, who appeared to have resisted his mother's warnings, and once again the two of them were in each other's company. The pair later said this was the summer in which they fell deeply, passionately in love with each other. The following year, in October 1559, Edward Seymour finally made his intentions plain to Catherine's mother Frances. Frances had remarried in 1555 herself, making a safe match not to a nobleman, but to her master of the horse, Adrian Stokes. It was a love match, but it offered her family safety as it removed her from the English crown's line of succession. Although a marriage between Edward and Catherine would have been risky, Frances had been ill for some time and was only getting worse. No doubt before she died, she wanted to see her eldest remaining child happily married, and she liked Edward Seymour. However, unfortunately for the family, their opinion was not the only one that mattered. Queen Elizabeth had the final say on whom her courtiers married, especially those she was related to, for the obvious reason that it could change everything in the line to the throne. At this time, Catherine strengthening her position would not have been seen by many as a threat to Elizabeth, but as a counterpoint, as Elizabeth's Protestant heir against Mary, Queen of Scots, a combination of everything England rebuked at that time, Scottish, French, and Catholic. But Elizabeth was not one of them. Nevertheless, Adrian helped his wife draw up a letter to Elizabeth, in which she begged the Queen to allow the happy union of her daughter and Edward Seymour, stating it was the only thing that she desired before her death, and should be an occasion to her to die the more quietly. First, however, Frances had to speak to Catherine about the marriage and ascertain it was really what her daughter wanted. Catherine's response was that she was very willing to marry her beloved, but the news soon turned cold. Seymour had been advised by friends to put off asking the Queen about the marriage while she was being courted by Prince Eric, the heir to the Swedish throne. Instead, he set about making friends with Eric's brother, the Duke of Finland, in case it proved useful. In the time the young couple waited, Frances Grey grew ever more ill, and it became clear she didn't have much time left. On the 20th of November, surrounded by her daughters, husband, and close friends, Frances passed quietly away at her home. Queen Elizabeth, grateful at Frances's careful second marriage that had never threatened her position, immediately offered to take on the expenses of the funeral. Frances was buried with a procession and banners befitting her royal lineage at St. Edmund's Chapel in Westminster Abbey. Catherine was chief mourner for her mother, following behind her mother's coffin with a great black train behind her dress. As well as grieving for the loss of her mother, she must have been wondering what she would do without her mother's protective common sense and advice. After her mother's death, it would seem Elizabeth I had a change of heart about how she treated Catherine. Perhaps her cousin's death had reminded her that blood was thicker than water, or perhaps it was simply a shrewd move to keep a close eye on the young woman. Catherine was promoted to wait on Elizabeth personally, and rumours abounded at court that the Queen was considering adopting her in order to smooth Catherine's path as her heir. For the time being, everything seemed to have turned itself around. Catherine Grey had gone from being the daughter of an executed traitor to a Catholic lady-in-waiting to a Protestant heir-to-be. Elizabeth seemed to finally be showing her young cousin favour, and young love blossomed between Catherine and Edward Seymour. But if Catherine felt secure in her future, it was all about to fall apart in spectacular fashion, and once again, the Grey family's name would be dragged through the mud. Lady Catherine Grey, the unfortunate sister of the late Lady Jane Grey, was enjoying her life at court. She had been in a tenuous position since Queen Elizabeth had taken the throne, being both pushed aside and a potential heir. But in the wake of her mother's death, Elizabeth seemed to have taken Catherine once more into her fold, for now. Rumours flew around court that Queen Elizabeth was considering adopting Catherine as her heir, although in truth, Elizabeth preferred her cousin, Mary, Queen of Scots. Mary might have been Catholic and foreign, but she was still dynastically closer to Elizabeth's royal line than a distant granddaughter of the younger sister to Henry VIII. This was more important to Elizabeth than any other consideration, but her Secretary of State, William Cecil, preferred to focus on religious and English-born concerns for the heir to the throne. The two butted heads on this matter, and while he was away in Scotland in 1560, taking charge of a campaign against the French aiding Mary Stuart, Robert Dudley took advantage. Seeing a way to get in more with the Queen, he sided with Elizabeth and ran Cecil down, the pair now going out hunting together every morning. For Catherine and Edward Seymour, this was of little interest, except that Elizabeth was distracted from their own affair. Before Catherine's mother had died, the plans for Catherine and Edward had never been put into place. However, they continued to see one another romantically. Lady Jane Seymour, Edward's sister, and Henry Seymour, his brother, helped to pass messages and tokens of affection between the two. More people around them knew what was going on now, but it was Elizabeth's tryst that had caught the attention of the public gossips. Although she had been warned not to fan the flames of gossip and that she would be seen as immoral, Elizabeth was now the centre of scandalous rumours that she was involved in a sexual affair with Robert Dudley. Some people even claimed she was pregnant. All the court was furious with Dudley at ruining Elizabeth's chances at a good marriage, and a man called Drury was imprisoned for plotting the nobleman's assassination. Some thought Dudley would not live to see out the year. Elizabeth, however, refused to give up spending time with her favourite, and William Cecil fell further out of favour over his disapproval. Spain once again began to wonder about a marriage between Catherine and a Habsburg. Worried about Spain's interest, Cecil told the Spanish ambassador, Bishop Alvarez de Cuandra, that the Privy Council would not find another woman acceptable to rule if anything happened to Elizabeth. In truth, they would have been fine with it, depending on who that woman was married to. Some in the Privy Council thought Catherine should be married to the Earl of Arran, leader of the Scottish Protestants and Mary, Queen of Scots' cousin. However, her romance with Edward Seymour was also considered suitable. He was descended from Edward III. By September 1560, Cecil was rapidly losing patience with Elizabeth's affair, but it was about to get worse. Robert Dudley's wife, Amy, was found dead. She was found at the base of a staircase at Cunmore Place, only 28 years old. The coroner's judgment was that of misfortune. But as it had happened at the home of one of Dudley's friends, Sir Richard Verney, and she had only fallen 8 steps, hardly enough to break a neck, surely. Add in the fact that Dudley's relationship with Elizabeth was so public, and almost everyone suspected foul play. Aware of the destruction her continued relationship with him would cause, Elizabeth promised William Cecil she would not marry Robert Dudley, but she was tormented by the decision. And importantly, once again, Edward Seymour was advised to hold for a while on his own marriage plans. Catherine was distraught. Not knowing that Edward had been advised to wait until things improved at court, she couldn't understand his sudden coolness towards her. When she heard rumours of him flirting with other ladies at court, she sent him a furiously worded letter, and the young Earl of Hertford panicked. Edward didn't want to lose Catherine, and there would likely be plenty of others who would take his place if he didn't make a serious move. His sister, Lady Jane Seymour, took a letter from him to Catherine at court. Within, he professed his undying love and again proposed marriage, but this time with a slight change of plan. He suggested that to avoid all such suspicions, he would, if she would, marry her out of hand, even as soon as the Queen's Majesty should next come to London. Edward was now, it seemed, in a hurry. They met secretly at Jane's private chambers at court, made a formal betrothal to one another, and Edward gave Catherine a pointed diamond ring, which she kept until she died. The pair decided to marry as soon as the Queen had left the palace. Hasty enough would have been getting betrothed without asking Elizabeth's permission, but to marry without her knowledge was courting danger. When the couple heard news that Elizabeth had left Whitehall for Eltham to hunt for a few days, they wasted no time. Feigning toothache, Catherine was given permission to stay behind with Jane Seymour as her companion. She left immediately for Edward's house on Cannon Row, where he was anxiously awaiting her arrival. Well aware of the trouble they would be in if discovered, Edward told his servants to have the day off, making sure they had left the house for the day. As Catherine arrived, Jane was sent to quickly fetch the priest, one of the many Protestant exiles who were now coming home after Queen Mary's death. He was nearby, and the ceremony was quickly set up in Edward's bedroom. The priest stood by the bedroom window, asked if they were free to marry. Receiving the answer that they were, the ceremony proceeded, and after a quick exchange of vows and a gold ring made of 5 inscribed links, Catherine and Edward were pronounced husband and wife. There was no turning back now. The priest was given a hefty tip of £10 by Jane, who had witnessed the wedding. Apparently, she made her excuses and left, as it became clear the young bride and groom wanted to go to bed. According to later testimonies, the couple then undressed in the same room they had been wedded, spending the next few hours together in bed, and only parting when Catherine had to leave for a dinner appointment at court. The newlyweds couldn't keep their hands off each other, sneaking off to rendezvous in the London palaces, Catherine's chambers, and Edward's home on Cannon Row. However, they still had to keep their marriage a secret from the Queen, and as a result, they didn't live together or even spend the night together. Although most of the court had some idea they were romantically involved, despite their impassioned denials, no one but Jane and various servants knew about their marriage. William Cecil, among those in the dark, was still worried about the relationship between Elizabeth and Robert Dudley, and those worries included Catherine. If Elizabeth wavered and married Dudley, Catherine Grey had to be the possible backup plan. To ensure Catherine was protected, Edward Seymour was persuaded to take a trip around the royal courts of Europe. No one, of course, even bothered to tell Catherine. Catherine finally learned about these plans, not from her husband, but from her sister-in-law Jane. Worried that she had fallen pregnant, Catherine asked Jane for advice, who told her there was no choice now but to tell Elizabeth, to which Edward also agreed. While hoping for the Queen's mercy was probably the best course of action at this point, Catherine did not agree and refused to tell the Queen. And sadly, just a few months later, Catherine's closest friend and confidant, Jane Seymour, passed away from an illness. She died at the end of March, still a teenager. Catherine and Edward now only had each other, and the only witness to their union had died. It was time for Edward to leave on his trip around Europe, but he repeatedly asked his new wife if she was with child or not. Uncertain and unable to speak to any woman around her who would have been sure, Catherine was only able to reply that she was unsure. Edward, pressured to leave on his trip, wrote a will, leaving lands to Catherine of £1,000 a year, as well as some cash to use on hand. He promised that, if she was having their baby, he would not tarry long from her. As he left, William Cecil reminded Catherine that developing a friendship with Edward Seymour without the Queen's knowledge was dangerous, something she would later say she wished he had stated more firmly before her marriage. While Edward went off to educate himself on the royal matters of Europe, Catherine bore her secret pregnancy by herself. In the 8th month of her pregnancy, she was still somehow hiding her condition, but she was fully aware she was soon to have a child as she felt it moving. She sent letters to Edward in France, but received no reply. Perhaps they were simply not reaching him as he moved between palaces. Perhaps he had abandoned her. She had no way of knowing. There was no one to confide in. Katherine was a young woman with no proof of her marriage, a baby whose father seemed to have abandoned it, and the Queen's wrath to deal with when it would come, inevitably, out. The young woman must have been terrified, with no one to comfort her or help her out of her situation. Katherine, therefore, became desperate. She attempted to reignite her previous marriage with Henry Herbert, but when he heard rumours of her pregnancy, he quickly backed out. He sent her several threatening letters, promising to expose her if she didn't return portraits and trinkets he had sent previously. By this time, Katherine and the other ladies of the Privy Chamber had set off with Elizabeth as she spent the summer visiting palaces and manor houses around the country. It was a hot and sticky summer, filled with rolling storms. As they entered Ipswich on the 9th of August, a deeply Protestant town, Queen Elizabeth lost her famous temper at the sight of married priests, many of them not wearing the correct garb. Although the Queen was billed as a Protestant, in truth, she enjoyed many elements of Catholicism, and it was only those advisors around her who ensured the Protestant religion remained as it did. It was a bad time for the Queen to find out Katherine was pregnant, but that was exactly what was about to happen. That night, Katherine broke down and told one of her friends, Mistress Sentlow, everything. Her secretive marriage, her growing child, and the fact the Queen knew nothing. Sentlow herself wept, saying she was very sorry she had done so without the consent or knowledge of the Queen's Majesty or any other of her friends. The next day in church, Katherine heard whispers in the pews and realised with horror news of her situation was out. The poor girl must have felt sick when she realised she had to face the Queen and reveal the truth, and she had to do so alone, with still no response from her new husband. So she decided she needed someone to help on her behalf, and Katherine decided Robert Dudley should be that someone. Although they had never got on well, he was still her brother-in-law through her deceased sister. She quietly slipped into his chambers and begged him to intercede on her behalf with the Queen. Robert agreed, possibly thinking it would urge Elizabeth to marry him. It did not go well. The Queen was furious. Catherine Grey was taken to the Tower of London to be interrogated, and word was sent to retrieve Edward Seymour from abroad. Elizabeth, ever paranoid about those around her, suspected a plot. She wasn't alone. Mistress Sentlow was also taken for questioning, along with the names of those who had ever been involved with the Grey family floating around in rumours. Everyone thought there had to be more to the story than just young love. But who and how were the questions? It just didn't make sense that Catherine Grey, a possible heir to the throne of a childless queen, and therefore the most powerful political pawn there was at court, had simply married Seymour in a giddy act of teenage passion. On the 22nd of August, Catherine's questioning began. She gave little information though, proving to be as tenaciously stubborn as her sister Jane had been. Catherine was now 9 months pregnant. Edward, at the same time, had suspected he was in trouble when a message came from one of his servants stating what had happened to his wife. Despite those around him who put in a good word with Elizabeth, Edward was still arrested on his return and also incarcerated in the Tower. Unable to see his wife and comfort her, he sent Catherine flowers and begged his jailers to find out how she was from her servants. The pair also had to get their stories straight, something that proved difficult. Edward swore that Adrian Stokes, the former husband of Frances, Catherine's mother, had known nothing about the marriage. Adrian, however, when questioned, admitted he had known everything, and Catherine claimed she had lost the will given to her by Edward. Whether this was true or not is still unknown, but whatever the truth, its loss, along with their only witness no longer living, meant that Catherine and Edward could not prove their marriage. But on the 21st of September, in the afternoon, Catherine Grey finally gave birth to her and Edward's first child, a boy, Edward Seymour, Viscount Beauchamp. His father, the elder Edward Seymour, was unable to see his son, but he marked the occasion in a French Bible, scribbling his son's name and date of birth on the first page. 2 days later, the younger Edward was baptized in the small chapel on the Tower grounds, but apparently without a priest. Elizabeth forbid it. It must not have escaped Catherine's attention in her current predicament that she was stood mere meters away from her sister's and father's remains, a reminder of how high someone could fall. All hell broke loose that winter. The subject of Robert Dudley's dead wife, Amy, came up once more, and he fell out with the Earl of Arundel, who was now determined to find out the truth of it and indict Dudley. William Cecil, who was somehow now thought to have been involved with the marriage between Catherine and Edward, was trying to repair the relationship between himself and Robert Dudley. Dudley was important to the Queen and could help repair the issues now building due to Catherine's son. Her son was hugely important for the security of the realm and the religion of the realm. Not only was there a chance to pass on the throne of England to a Protestant heir, but to a male one, still infinitely preferable in the male-dominated world of Elizabethan politics. Elizabeth's fury knew no bounds, and it was rumoured she was looking for any way to have the child declared illegitimate. Inside the Tower, Catherine was recovering with her infant son. He was healthy and robust. She had comfortable rooms. Her pet dogs and monkeys were with her, and her husband was only a few feet down the hall from her. The deputy of the Tower even allowed messages to be passed between the two of them. She was unaware of the furore outside the Tower. Devout Protestants within the court had been outraged that Elizabeth had refused to exclude Mary, Queen of Scots, from the succession, and here was a chance to have a male Protestant from 2 royal lines declared as Elizabeth's legal heir. There was a huge push to make Elizabeth agree and to free the young couple from the Tower. Robert Dudley was declared the Christmas Prince of the Inner Temple Law School within London, and prominent members of nobility and gentry were involved in this, and the subsequent plays put on for entertainment during the Yuletide feast. They pushed the message of how a country could fall into civil war if the ruler did not declare an English heir, and one even suggested that Catherine Grey be named Elizabeth's heir until the Queen had children. These plays were then performed at court, and a famous miniature of Catherine and her son Edward dates from this time. However, the propaganda being thrown at Elizabeth was completely ignored by her. Sadly, she was about to get her wish in declaring the younger Edward Seymour illegitimate. Catherine and the elder Edward's marriage had been unconventional, but most could look past the small things that never happened, as the Book of Common Prayer suggested. The banns read 3 Sundays before the marriage, giving the bride away, or the taking of communion. However, what couldn't be ignored was the lack of witnesses. Although both bride and groom had given consent, Jane Seymour was no longer there to acknowledge this, and the priest who had married them had disappeared somewhere into a country village. Their marriage was declared invalid. Those who had been fighting Catherine's cause were angry at Robert Dudley for doing nothing, but some of them got their revenge. William Cecil had secretly been gathering evidence through spies on the Spanish ambassador's opinion on Dudley and how Elizabeth behaved with him. It showed her up as a foolish woman chasing love instead of concentrating on her kingdom, and for the first time, Elizabeth realised she could never marry Robert Dudley, and she needed to publicly state what her intentions for the succession were. she set about trying to rebuild trust with her cousin Mary Queen of Scots, and a meeting was arranged between them for September 1562. It looked as though the two women might renew the ties between Scotland and England, leaving Catherine and Edward Seymour out in the cold. Catherine and Edward, however, their firstborn son now a year old, were not going to sit down and take this lightly. They were determined to appeal, and Edward Seymour had even bribed 2 guards in the Tower to allow him to visit his wife on at least 2 occasions in May. Being young and passionately infatuated with each other, the couple spent the hour they had each visit sharing their bed once more. On the 3rd time Edward tried to visit, however, the guards had changed their minds and found the door locked. But Catherine could speak through her door, and she informed her husband that she believed she was pregnant a 2nd time. Edward Seymour was overjoyed. Not only was this another child with the woman he loved, it was a chance for their family to be declared legitimate. They had declared their marriage before the Archbishop of Canterbury during their questioning, and the whole court now knew of it. Their 2nd son could not be anything but legitimate, and an appeal for the younger Edward's status would surely follow. Equally, the possible friendship between Queen Elizabeth and Mary Queen of Scots was demolished in the face of war in France. News reached England of a massacre in which several French Protestants had been murdered under the orders of Mary's own uncle. The Scottish Queen immediately wrote a letter to her cousin claiming she had no part in it, but the damage was done. Their meeting was postponed to the next year, and so there was to be no political alliance between their kingdoms, and pressure mounted to name Catherine as the heir to the throne in the wake of deadly illness. Elizabeth fell ill on the 10th of October, 1562. It was clear, as she became more delirious and feverish, that this was the dreaded and often fatal smallpox. A week later, Elizabeth fell unconscious, and the Privy Chamber descended into anxious chaos on what to do for the succession of the crown. Some wanted Catherine Grey to be named as heir, following the will of Henry VIII. Some wanted the Earl of Huntingdon, Henry Hastings, but he had little royal blood. Others still favoured Mary Queen of Scots, or her English aunt, Margaret Douglas, the Countess of Lennox. It was a mess, and one made worse when Elizabeth briefly woke up, weakly stating that it was her wish Robert Dudley be made Lord Protector, swearing she had always loved him, but that nothing improper had passed between them. The Privy Council agreed publicly, but had no intention of following through on this. Finally, Elizabeth broke through the worst of her illness, and she gradually got better, recovering fully from the disease. But Parliament was more nervous than ever about who would follow her if she died. She needed to encourage a male heir, but she had no intention of changing her mind about Catherine Grey's son. She turned her attention to Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley, son of the Countess of Lennox. He was, like his mother, Catholic, but he was also Mary Queen of Scots' cousin and had been born in England. A marriage between them could unite England and Scotland. When Parliament was opened in January 1563, a petition to the Queen was read out, with Parliament humbly requesting she marry, but also that she name her heir. It was at this meeting of her councillors she also found out that Catherine Grey was pregnant once more, now 8 months into her pregnancy. Elizabeth was having her hand forced, and she fought viciously against it, immediately locking up the Lieutenant of the Tower, Sir Edward Warner, for his lapse in security between the couple. But many nobles and the public were ecstatic at the news, and many called for them to be set free, asking why a man and wife shouldn't be together. And nothing could stop the birth of Catherine and Edward's 2nd son on the 10th of February, 1563, and the young Thomas Seymour came into the world. He was born in the Tower as his elder 18-month-old brother had been, and a few days later he was christened in the same chapel. Later that day, his father, the elder Edward Seymour, was dragged away to Star Chamber to find out his punishment. He was charged with having his first child with Catherine as a kinswoman of the Queen, then with having his second son with Catherine and bribing the Tower guards. Finally, he was charged with breaching his imprisonment. Altogether, he was fined £15,000, over £5.2 million in today's money, and sent back to be jailed at the Queen's pleasure. However, Edward Seymour knew there were many powerful people on their side, and was certain he could get his family freed from the Tower, even now. In the summer of that year, the plague broke out, its terrifying presence looming over London. Elizabeth and her court were moved to Windsor, but Catherine and Edward remained in the Tower of London, unable to do anything but wait for the deadly disease to come to them. Those on their side petitioned the Queen to allow them to be taken from the Tower, and finally Elizabeth relented, but they were still prisoners. Edward Seymour and his eldest son, the younger Edward, were under house arrest with his mother, the Duchess of Somerset, Anne Seymour. Meanwhile, Catherine and their younger son, Thomas, were to be sent away from them to the house of her uncle, Lord John Grey. She arrived at Pergo in Essex on the 3rd of September and immediately set about writing a letter to William Cecil, thanking him for his part in saving her family from the plague, asking him to continue to petition the Queen for her forgiveness, which, with upstretched hands and down-bent knees, from the bottom of my heart, most humbly I crave. Although she attempted to make the best of her situation, dressing and playing with her younger son, Catherine soon sank into a deep depression. She ate very little, soon becoming so ill that her uncle, Lord John Grey, was worried about her. He wrote to his friend William Cecil, explaining his worry and asking for advice. In return, Cecil suggested Catherine petition Elizabeth once more, offering choice phrases, and to read over it in draft form first. Then it would be given to Dudley to deliver it, the only man Elizabeth would not punish. It was sent just a few weeks later to the Queen. Catherine begged deeply for forgiveness, while also stating that her marriage was just, but in no way had been committed to anger the Queen. She wrote that she wished to crave pardon for my most disobedient and rash matching of myself, without your Highness's consent. However, whatever hopes Catherine may have had were dashed quickly. The Queen was not to be moved, and Catherine told those around her she was so miserable she would rather be dead. But the situation was to change once more. Elizabeth had found out about attempts made in Europe to seek advice on the marriage of Catherine and Edward being valid, attempts that had been successful. All that was needed was for consent of the couple to each other and consummation of the marriage afterwards. The Queen was looking for vengeance, and unfortunately Catherine's uncle, John Grey, was identified as one of those who had helped with these aims, made worse by his recent petitions to the Queen on his niece's behalf. He was cast into the Tower, and Catherine and Thomas were sent away to Sir William Petre at Ingatstone, deputy to Elizabeth's Secretary of State and also living in Essex. Her imprisonment here lasted 2 years, until Petre became ill, and they were moved in May 1566 to Gosfield Hall, the seat of Sir John Wentworth and his wife. By this time, the younger Edward Seymour now lived alone with his paternal grandmother, as his father had been moved to the house of Sir John Mason, who hated him. But Catherine's new jailers were kindly, if elderly, well into their 70s. They worried at the security of their home, but Catherine was a quiet prisoner, only remaining steadfast in her communication with her husband, hoping soon for the Queen's forgiveness. But Elizabeth was dealing with fresh demand for her to marry and name an heir in the wake of Mary Queen of Scots having just given birth to a son, James. She was more determined than ever to quash Catherine Grey and her claim to the crown, in view of preferring the Scottish Queen Mary. But in February 1567, something dramatic was to change this. Mary's husband, Lord Darnley, had been found brutally murdered, and Mary was suspected to be part of it. This triggered a civil war in Scotland, and the suspicion of Mary's involvement ended any alliance with Elizabeth. The Dudley family, who had so far been supporters of the Scottish Queen, switched sides and promised instead to aid Edward Seymour in his attempts to free his family and legitimise his children in order to support their succession. Elizabeth was appalled and doubled the security on Edward, still hoping to reunite her cousin Mary with the Scottish throne. In September, Sir John Wentworth died, and although the Wentworths had grown fond of Catherine and Thomas, his widow was an elderly lady who was not well herself, and it was no longer suitable for Catherine to stay there. She was moved once more to Cockfield Hall, the house of Sir Owen Hopton in Suffolk. It was further from court, a reminder of her diminished status. When she arrived, Hopton was shocked at her appearance. She was thin and pale, bowed down by depression and fears she would never again see her husband or their now 6-year-old eldest son again. She knew she would never again see her sweet little boys together with her beloved Ned, as she called Edward Seymour. Her only comfort was her younger son Thomas, who remained with his mother, now 4 years old. Although she was held up as the most likely candidate for heir, it seemed Elizabeth had decided to never set Catherine free. Soon, it wouldn't matter. In early January 1568, Catherine fell ill. Hopton sent frantically for a physician, hoping to rouse her. She was eating very little and looked dreadfully thin. On the 26th of January, she told those around her she was dying, something she had perhaps wanted for a long time. As she grew faint, she asked a favour of her kindly jailer. Firstly, that he deliver a message for her concerning her husband and children. This was for the Queen, and she beseeched him to ask for her forgiveness for marrying without the Queen's consent. Catherine knew that if Elizabeth gave it, her children would not lose quite so much when she was gone. She also asked that the Queen forgive and be kind to Edward Seymour, knowing her death would hit him hard. Her second favour was that tokens be sent to Edward, 3 rings. One was the pointed diamond ring he had given her on the day they had betrothed themselves to each other. Another was her wedding ring with the 5 links, handing them both to Hopton and saying, "I pray you deliver this also unto my lord, and pray him, even as I have been unto him, a true and faithful wife, that he will be a loving and natural father unto my children." She also gave him a 3rd ring to pass on, mounted with a death's head as a reminder of mortal life, engraved with, "While I lived, yours." She then felt herself slipping away, and even as Sir Hopton ordered the maid to run to the church and ring the bells so that the villagers might pray for Lady Catherine's soul, she closed her eyes herself and died in her bed. The official statement of her death stated she had passed of tuberculosis and would explain her earlier illness, but there is a modern suggestion that she may also have purposely starved herself to death, a possible scenario in light of her depression. Her son Thomas was sent to live with his brother and paternal grandmother, the Duchess of Somerset. Elizabeth, despite the request made of a young, dying woman, never really forgave Catherine Grey. Lady Catherine was to be buried at the small Yoxford church in the village, rather than Westminster Abbey, although she was later interred with her husband at Salisbury Cathedral. Queen Elizabeth, however, could not ignore the royal bloodline of the Grey family, and Catherine was to be given a grand and solemn funeral ceremony, attended by many members of the court. Catherine's only crime had been to fall in love and make a rash decision, blinded by youth and naivety. Her punishment for that had been to never see again her beloved husband or eldest son, and to die at a young age, plagued by fears for the future of her 2 sons. But if Elizabeth thought the discussion of the Grey family being her heirs would disappear with Catherine's death, she was to be sadly mistaken, for Lady Mary Grey, the youngest of the sisters, was still waiting in the wings. While Catherine Grey was living out her imposed arrest through several different stately homes, Lady Mary Grey, the youngest of the Grey sisters, was watching from the sidelines. She was intelligent and well-read, but the idea of being the heir to the throne of England had likely never passed through her mind, even when her deceased sister Jane briefly became queen. But with the imprisonment of her remaining sister Catherine and Elizabeth I still unmarried and childless, Mary Grey found herself in just that position. But while intelligent and educated, Mary did not hold the best qualities of her older sisters. She wasn't commanding and sharply opinionated like Jane, nor was she a beauty who charmed all who knew her like her sister Catherine. From all accounts, Mary actually had a curved spine and was the shortest person at court. The Spanish ambassador bluntly stated she was crook-backed and very ugly. In Tudor society, being beautiful was a symbol of divine right and the correct social order. Aristocratic women were assumed to always be beautiful by way of their status. What the court considered ugly was an indication of sin and the opposite of what the higher ranks stood for. But this probably also allowed Mary to blend into the background, keeping her head down while Elizabeth vented her fury on Catherine. It worked, and Mary became a part of court life, appointed as a maid of honour to Elizabeth, a junior to the ladies-in-waiting. Her late mother Frances Grey had left most of her estate to her second husband Adrian Stokes, leaving Mary with only a modest annual income of £20. Elizabeth ensured she was instead granted an allowance of around £80. It was safe to say perhaps her distant cousin was feeling somewhat softened towards the remaining Grey daughter, and it looked as though Mary might get through court life unscathed. But Mary was about to attract the Queen's anger for herself. Not to be outdone in the claims for true love, she had fallen for a man at court. He was a former soldier called Thomas Keyes, who was now the sergeant porter at court, known as the tallest man there, and a widower with several children already. A sergeant porter was essentially in charge of palace security, and in order to get the position, Thomas must have proven his loyalty and dependability. He was hardly likely to be considered a suitable candidate, however, for a young woman of 19 who was descended from Mary Tudor, Henry VIII's sister. But it's possible Mary thought she would be following in her late mother's footsteps when Frances married her master of the horse, making herself less of a threat to Elizabeth. Whatever the case, as the pair met each day at the palace gate where Thomas stood guard, they courted one another with the usual traditions. Thomas gave her several little trinkets as proof of his affections, including his ruby ring and a gold chain with a bottle of mother of pearl hanging from it. We have no way of knowing what made Mary cast her eye in Thomas's direction, but they were clearly serious about one another, and to Mary's credit, for some time she went no further. Wary of what had happened to Catherine, she would have understood she had to ask Elizabeth for her permission at just the right time and in the right way. It must have been a moment she missed the steady, shrewdly minded understanding of her mother's way with her relatives. Unfortunately, The right moment never seemed to come. The issue with Catherine and Edward Seymour's marriage only seemed to intensify as Parliament pushed Elizabeth to soften and Thomas and Mary began to grow impatient. So they planned a secret wedding of their own. It's hard to understand why they would throw caution to the wind in light of Elizabeth's reaction to secret weddings, but perhaps Mary thought both Thomas, and herself in her own way, were unimportant enough to get away with it. The date was set for the 16th of July, 1565. This was not randomly chosen. It was also the date of another much bigger wedding, that of Henry Knowles, a kinsman of Elizabeth's, and his bride Margaret Cave, daughter of the rich and influential courtier Ambrose Cave. The Queen was invited, and therefore she would not be around to see Mary and Thomas be married. Mary gathered in the morning with the other ladies of the court to see Elizabeth off. The wedding didn't finish until 1:30 in the early hours of the next morning, involving a feast, a ball, a tourney and masks. It gave Thomas and Mary ample time for their own special day. Mary ate in her chamber with 3 of her cousins before the wedding, before calling for a servant to meet with her. The servant girl was well liked by Mary, a girl called Frances Goldwell, and she was to be a witness to the clandestine matrimony. When Frances arrived, she found Mary waiting for Thomas along with her 3 cousins. Having learned from the problems her sister Catherine had in proving her marriage, Mary was obviously determined to be able to prove her own if needed. Thomas soon arrived, leading them to his private chambers above the Watergate, where they were to be married. At around 9 o'clock at night, their few guests gathered to watch them exchange vows, except for Margaret Willoughby, who remained outside the door with the view that she couldn't be punished if she didn't actually see anything. It took only 15 minutes or so for the quiet ceremony, vows, and a small gold ring exchanged before the guests ate and drank. The happy couple went to bed and all seemed well. 2 weeks later, however, the rumours of the wedding would soon leak out. On the 29th of July, Elizabeth's cousin, Mary Queen of Scots, married Lord Darnley at Holyrood. While Elizabeth and her Parliament had once agreed this would be a good match, time had increased paranoia, and now the English Queen fretted over their claim to her throne, despite Mary's assurances that they did not want the claim. As Darnley was English and also Catholic, it would give England's enemies greater cause to rally behind the new royal couple if they ever chose to. It was not the right time to hear the news of Mary Grey's secretive marriage. William Cecil wrote to a friend, "The Sergeant Porter, being the biggest gentleman of this court, has married secretly the Lady Mary Grey, the least of all the court. The offence is very great." Elizabeth's fury knew no bounds. First, Catherine's transgression, and now the younger Mary's same crime meant that the Queen once again placed a couple under house arrest in separate places. Mary was sent to Windsor, but Thomas was sent to Fleet Prison in London. Frances Goldwell, the servant girl who was present at the wedding, was questioned by her employer, Lady Howard. Luckily for Frances, she was good at playing the naive and stupid young girl her mistress thought her to be, and pretended she hadn't understood what was going on during the ceremony. She would probably be dismissed, but friends of Mary Grey would no doubt take her into their own households. Mary's first jailer was to be the High Sheriff of Buckinghamshire, Sir William Hawtrey, who luckily for her was a kindly man friendly towards her family. His main residence was Chequers, near Ellsborough in Buckinghamshire, a newly rebuilt and comfortable home. However, Elizabeth was determined to make Mary's stay as uncomfortable as possible. Mary was not permitted to enter the gardens more than was necessary. She had to remain in her room most of the time, and she would only be allowed 2 servants and the barest amount of food required for her health. As her sister had done, Mary wrote pleading letters to William Cecil, requesting that he petition the Queen on her behalf. Unlike her sister, however, Mary did not come across to Cecil as truly apologetic, expressing surprise only a few months later in December that the Queen had still not forgiven her. To add to her case, Mary continued to sign her name Mary Grey instead of using Keys, also unlike her sister, who was signing her letters Catherine Seymour. But Elizabeth had bigger problems. Mary, Queen of Scots, was pregnant with the future James VI and I of Scotland and England, and the only alternatives for the English throne were the Grey sisters. Elizabeth, who believed in her own absolute rule as queen and dynastic succession, and hated the growing power of her parliament, who were keen to promote Catherine's case, was only convinced more to keep them imprisoned. Her fear was understandable, but even in her own time, many in her court thought she was being cruel. Mary remained for 2 years at Chequers, perhaps staring down at the gardens through the 2 only windows in her 12-foot square room. But however difficult her imprisonment was, poor Thomas Keyes was thrown into abject misery and torture at the Fleet prison. He had held a high position for the court, and as a result, his sentence was to be a cold and cruel one to represent the seriousness of his crime. He was put in solitary confinement, staying in squalid, damp conditions that made him ill, only being allowed to walk in the gardens of the prison for a few weeks when the Bishop of London, looking at his case, pleaded with Elizabeth. Thomas Keyes, desperate and miserable, even agreed to an annulment of his marriage and retirement to the countryside. Unfortunately for the unhappy couple, too many people could claim to be a witness to their matrimony. What Mary had hoped would help where it hindered Catherine, the validation of their marriage was absolute, and there was nothing the Bishop of London could do to annul it. It seemed they were doomed to remain in limbo. In 1566, Mary, Queen of Scots, gave birth to her son James at Edinburgh. Although tension had arisen between the Scottish Queen and her husband, made evident by the killing of her private secretary David Rizzio, led by Lord Darnley, she had publicly declared their reconciliation for the sake of their child. Those in Parliament who argued for Catherine's claim renewed their vigour at the birth of the Scottish prince, waiting until Elizabeth called Parliament in order to raise financial subsidies to press their council that she should marry or declare Catherine her heir. To make things worse, Robert Dudley, Elizabeth's favourite, had sided with Mary, Queen of Scots, as he was certain an accord could be struck between the 2 royal women. But either way, Elizabeth was having her hand forced. While Catherine and Edward hoped for their release to be in each other's arms again, Mary Grey was even more hopeful, fearful for the condition of her own husband. In the summer of 1566, a new jailer had taken over at the Fleet, and he had a particularly sadistic streak. Thomas Keyes had previously been allowed to prepare his own food, mainly from birds he had shot down with a sling from his window, but now he was allowed only to eat rotten meat. Thomas complained to Cecil that while he would happily endure any punishment Her Majesty wished to bestow on him, he could not bear the abuse he received from the jailer. He then discovered his food, possibly on purpose, had been dropped into the poisonous concoction used to cure mange on the dogs that guarded the Fleet. Mary feared for his life. In August 1567, Mary was moved to the household of her step-grandmother, the Duchess of Suffolk, now known as Catherine Bertie after her second marriage. The Duchess was surprised to see her when she arrived, as her previous jailer, Sir William Hawtrey, brought her almost as quickly as Elizabeth had given the order. She was shocked by how little baggage Mary had brought with her, and asked William Hawtrey to kindly send the rest along. He apologised, stating that they had brought nearly everything with them, and her few possessions were so worn that he had needed to furnish her room out of his own pockets. The Duchess was certain he was joking, until she opened her granddaughter's trunks and found what was within. Writing to William Cecil, who was one of her oldest friends, the Duchess remarked how everything Mary owned was full of holes and patched together, and that she had very little. It was beyond comprehension. Lady Mary Grey was a descendant of the Tudors and had been raised as a young child in complete luxury. The social order at the time meant that the aristocracy was expected to put on a good show, to impress upon the public their divine place in things by wearing luxurious fabrics and living in comfortable, richly decorated houses. The main problem was that Mary's new jailer, her grandmother Catherine, was not able to fund anything herself. During Queen Mary I's reign, the Duchess had lost much of her own possessions and was often forced to borrow off friends at times. She instead appealed to Cecil to help ask for Queen Elizabeth's aid in allowing Mary to be lent some necessities, such as drinking cups and a bowl and jug to wash in. The affliction that had settled itself on so many of the Tudor women now fell on Mary, and she was melancholic to the point of not eating properly. And yet more misfortune was to befall the youngest Grey sister. Catherine, her sister, was under house arrest at what would prove to be her final residence, at Cockfield Hall under the supervision of Sir Owen Hopton. On the morning of the 27th of January, 1568, lying in her bed, Lady Catherine Grey died. Mary Grey was now all alone. Her father and eldest sister Jane had been beheaded in 1553. Her mother had passed a few years before, and now her remaining sister had died without seeing her once more, and she would find no wife's comfort in her husband's arms. But there was some comfort to be had. She got on well with her step-grandmother and was especially close to the Duchess's children, Peregrine and Susan Bertie. Perhaps their innocent enjoyment of life reminded her of better days with her sisters. But she wasn't to remain with them long. Mary Grey's two nephews, the sons of her sister Catherine, had been declared illegitimate by Elizabeth. This left Mary in a position she had never thought to find herself, a serious consideration for the throne of England, if the Queen remained childless. At the same time, Mary, Queen of Scots, had escaped her imprisonment in Scotland and fled to England. While Elizabeth had been convinced to extend a comfortable stay to her royal cousin, the same could not be said of Mary. Her stay with the Duchess of Suffolk was cut short, and she was sent to live in Gresham House in Bishopsgate, London. It was the home of a former mayor, Thomas Gresham, and he was able to afford to fund and furnish Mary where the Queen would not. However, this was not to be a happy place for Mary to stay. Thomas Gresham was half blind and in agony from a badly set broken leg, and his wife Anne, already unhappy with their marriage, resented Mary's presence in the house, complaining their charge prevented her from visiting her mother. They had lost their only son many years before, and their bitterness at life was proven in the way they treated Mary Grey. Despite the large garden and chapel that the property boasted, she was kept locked mainly in her room with her books. They became her only escape, including at least 3 Bibles and several books written in Italian and French. But finally, there was some good news. After enduring years of hell, Thomas Keyes had finally been released from the horrific, squalid conditions of the Fleet, but he still had to remain apart from his young wife. He was sent to Sandgate Castle, Kent, to carry out duties there. In May 1570, he asked the Archbishop of Canterbury if he might plead on his behalf with the Queen to be permitted to live with his wife as God intended. But Elizabeth was still immovable, and his request was denied. By 1571, Thomas Gresham was sick of playing jailer to Mary Grey, especially as it was affecting his family life, and he had decided to wow the Queen on a trip she was to make to see his newly built exchange. Then he would ask her to relieve him of the position and place Mary Grey elsewhere. Sadly, it didn't work. Once again, Elizabeth's attention and paranoia for her place on the throne were elsewhere, with Catholic plots being uncovered by William Cecil. But in the meantime, more misfortune was not far behind. After his years of anguish in prison and ill health, Thomas Keyes died before the 5th of September 1571. Members of the court knew before Mary Grey did, and her physician, Dr. Smith, arrived a few days later to break the news as gently as he could. He was to be on hand if she collapsed. As expected, the news floored her, and Mary broke down. She begged Gresham to write to Cecil and ask if she might be permitted to both raise her husband's orphan children and if she could wear mourning dress. No one was sure whether this was permitted, as the official status of her marriage was unknown. After this time, Mary's attitude changed, and she became more defiant. After recovering from the news of her husband's death, she personally wrote to Cecil, demanding the Queen release her from her imprisonment and forgive her, and for the first time, she signed her name Mary Keyes. The only known portrait of her dates from this time, and her wedding ring is made prominent in the image. She argued frequently with Lady Gresham, and Thomas Gresham's pleas to William Cecil became more urgent, begging him to restore calm to his household by the removal of Mary. Finally, in May 1572, Elizabeth agreed to release Lady Mary Grey. She was under pressure to execute Mary Queen of Scots, and perhaps she hoped this simple gesture of mercy might quieten some of the loudest voices in the Privy Council. It was suggested Mary go to live with her stepfather Adrian Stokes and his second wife Anne Carew. A few days later, Mary left the Greshams for good, with all her books and rubbish, as Thomas Gresham put it. Freedom, at last. Mary spent the first few months of her freedom at Bow Manor happily, surrounded by memories of her mother and sister Catherine. Her old room still bore her name, and Anne Carew, who had known Mary since she was a child, lavished affection and care on her. However, Mary was now a 27-year-old widow who had just earned her freedom, and it wasn't long before she wanted her own independence, no matter how happy the home. By February 1573, she was finally in her own home, setting up her household in St. Botolph's without Aldgate in London. She wrote to her brother-in-law Edward Seymour, who was now free, asking if she might employ a manservant who was currently in his own household. She was able over time to provide herself with a modest retinue of servants. It was a house far less grand than those she had known in her childhood, but after so many years with no freedom, it must have been a homely and personal place for Mary. Making up for the many years she had made done with rags and battered old furniture, she got a new feather bed and bolster, several good pieces of silverware, covered stools and tankards. After some time, she was also finally able to dress herself in the latest court fashions, adorned by the few jewels she had inherited from her mother. But most importantly, she was now free to go out in her carriage and visit family and friends. She renewed acquaintance with her young nephews and also became close to Jane Merrick, one of Thomas Keyes' daughters, becoming a godmother to Jane's young child, also named Mary. Mary was also careful to start repairing her reputation at court, finding her old friendships once more amongst those in court. Hints of her rehabilitation came in the new year of 1574, when she sent a gift of 2 pomander and agate bead bracelets to the Queen, who accepted them. It was a good sign, and the following year The income from her mother's lands, which Mary had inherited, also increased. Mary was careful during this time to keep herself in the good eyes of everyone, and while the attacks on Puritan Protestants and Catholics alike followed in the wake of the Pope's excommunication of Queen Elizabeth, she kept her religious views to herself, but she owned several books that leaned to the more Puritan, including some by preachers who attacked Elizabeth's religious settlement. But by the end of 1577, keeping her head down and making friends at court paid off for Mary. She was appointed as one of Elizabeth's maids of honour. It was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it was a way of indicating Mary had been welcomed back into the court and was trusted enough to be given a respectable position within it. On the other, it was a position often given to women who were unmarried, and so was an indication of Elizabeth's feelings on the validity of her distant cousin's marriage. However, that Christmas, Mary spent it at Hampton Court. It was decorated with festoons of greenery and berries, strung in places such as the Great Hall, with strings of small oil lamps that glowed softly. Mary had another present for the Queen, 2 pairs of gloves decorated with pearl and gold buttons, and in return, the Queen gave her a cup with a cover. The Queen was now 45 years old and would no longer be able to have children. Many dropped the idea of Elizabeth marrying and now preferred the thought that she name Edward Seymour's sons as next in line. It was around this time the term Virgin Queen was coined, and the iconography of the Queen married to her country and caring only for her people instead of a husband tied in neatly with England's religious devotion to the Virgin Mary. Mary was over a decade younger than the Queen at 33 years old, but sadly, she would not see out the year after that joyful Christmas at Hampton Court. In 1578, the plague returned. Usually, the wealthy aristocrats of London would retreat to the countryside when epidemics returned, but for unknown reasons, Mary remained in her home in St. Botolph's. It's possible she thought something she owned would protect her, a large and brilliant ruby she called a mystic ruby. It was believed at the time, still in the era of medieval medicine, that such rubies were formed by the crystallized blood at the base of old unicorns' horns, and that the essence of such a ruby could protect against plague. People did not always show symptoms, especially with pneumatic forms of the plague, and Mary may not have realised she was ill until it was too late. But by the 17th of May, Mary knew she was dying and wrote up her will. In it, she left her mother's jewels to her step-grandmother Catherine, the Duchess of Suffolk. To Lady Arundel and Lady Throckmorton, Adrian Stokes' wife, she left gifts of plate, and the bulk of her money she left to Mary Merrick, Thomas Key's granddaughter. Mary also made sure all of her servants received something. 3 days later, she died, taking with her the final claim of the Grey family to the English throne. As she had for all others she had snubbed in life, Elizabeth threw a lavish funeral for the last Grey sister, ordering that Lady Mary Grey be buried in Westminster Abbey in her mother's tomb, where it remains unmarked to this day. Although Mary Grey had, like her siblings, died young, she had managed something they had not: to die in relative freedom and peace, able to make her own decisions and plans in life. Elizabeth's fears and paranoia had damaged the lives of the Grey family for reasons that linked only to the Queen's own worries about marrying and creating an heir for her throne. But even with Mary's death, there were still others waiting in the wings. Aside from Arbella Stuart was Margaret Clifford, who would face her own battles with Elizabeth in time. But now, at last, the legacy of the Grey family came to a close. and the last sister rested in peace. Mary Tudor, otherwise known as Mary I, was the first female monarch in England to rule in her own right, and at the start of her reign, she was a popular and much loved member of the royal family. Everything seemed set to go well to usher in a new age. So what changed? Why did she come to be known as Bloody Mary? And did she even deserve the name? Mary was born in Greenwich at the Palace of Placentia on the 18th of February 1516. She was not the first child her mother, Katherine of Aragon, had given birth to, but she would be the first to survive beyond infancy. Her father, Henry VIII, had been hoping for a boy, but a healthy royal child was still a blessing. For 7 long years, her mother had endured 4 miscarriages, a stillbirth, and a baby son who had died at 2 months old. She must have felt the pressure of both Henry VIII's expectations and the country's. Mary was baptised into the Catholic faith that would come to dominate so much about her and her later reign just 3 days after she was born. Any disappointment Henry felt at his child being a girl was smoothed over by his belief that he would yet be able to have a son. While we cannot know what Catherine really felt, the fact that her 7th child was also the first to survive probably meant she didn't feel as confident as Henry about the chances of having a son to follow Mary. In other words, Catherine always saw Mary as the heir to England's throne. However, although Mary was always a much-loved child, she was, as was the case with most royal children, not brought up alongside her parents. Her household would have been her close family, and foremost of these was the Countess of Salisbury, Margaret Pole, who in May 1520 took on the role of Lady Governess. She would become the greatest influence on Mary in her formative years. Margaret was not only a close friend of Catherine of Aragon, but she knew court etiquette back to front, and her character was impeccable. In short, she was a perfect example to bring up an English princess. Mary was, like her younger sister Elizabeth, a gifted child. Despite the myth that she lived a dour and fervently religious upbringing as a child, she actually enjoyed the frivolity of plays and masks, and a significant portion of her household budget was spent on these for the Christmas festivities. She also loved music, and at just 4 years old, she wowed a group of visiting French gentlemen sent by Francis I to report back on the then future bride of his son with a recital on the virginals, a version of a harpsichord. As her childhood years went by, Mary would learn to read and write Latin, as well as studying French and her mother's native tongue, Spanish. And although her father Henry was impressed with his daughter's skill and taste, it was as an eligible bride he took the most interest. Royal princesses were political tools, and Henry ensured he took full advantage at the earliest possible moment. At 2½, Mary was betrothed to the Dauphin of France, although she was not expected to be in France until she was around 14. It's also unlikely Henry ever really imagined his daughter marrying Francis I's son, also named Francis, but it served the interests of England to attempt to bring peace, however temporary, through a contract of marriage. After just 3 years, the contract would be called off, and Mary would instead be promised to Charles V of Spain, her cousin who was 22 years her senior. But it was a happy occasion, and he was greeted warmly by Londoners when he visited for the only time to meet his young bride-to-be. It was also the only time Mary met her cousin Charles, but she always remembered him fondly as a kind father figure. But, As with the Dauphin, this marriage was called off after a few years, but this time with the mutual arrangement of Charles V. This was a pattern that would dominate Mary's life through her childhood, teen years and adulthood. While it was normal for a royal daughter to be used in this way as a political pawn, Mary had so many suitors it cannot have been possible for her to have remembered half of them. Each time she was recalled to court by her father, it was likely she would be introduced to the next possible husband she would never marry. But it was also around this time that Henry seems to have accepted, as Catherine had so much earlier, that Mary was likely to be his only heir. In the contract negotiations for the marriage between his young daughter and Charles V, his nephew-in-law, Henry remarks that the fact she was his sole heir meant he expected a large sum from the Holy Roman Emperor in exchange for her hand. In 1525, when Mary was 9 years old, she was sent to reside in the Welsh Marches, but this was not a full transfer of power as it might be for a Prince of Wales. She was given her own council at Ludlow Castle. The reason given for her presence was that in the absence of any Prince of Wales living there or in the Marches, the administration of justice had suffered. But her position was nebulous, and although she was addressed by her courtiers as the Princess of Wales, she was never formally invested as such. As Mary grew into a young woman, reports of her were often complimentary, described as having a charming personality, more outgoing than her mother, but less boisterous than her father, and was well liked at her appearances at court. Her servants loved her dearly, and she would often look after them with lifelong support. She also loved her parents, once writing to Cardinal Wolsey in 1528 to thank him in aiding her to see them for a month and being in their company. In short, Mary was seen as a charming young woman who was well loved by those who knew her. But as Mary progressed into her elder teens, it was not the issue of her marriage that took centre stage, but that of her parents. Mary had been shielded for a long time from the difficulties of her parents' strained marriage, and so was unprepared at the age of 15 when she had to accept the reality of what was about to happen. Everything had really started in 1522, when Anne Boleyn entered the English court, fresh from France. She was very different to the other ladies of the court, and after a few years, she would finally catch the eye of Henry. Some hated Anne, seeing her as nothing more than a royal concubine who had separated a father and a daughter, broken up a marriage, and most unforgivably, severed England from Rome's influence. Others saw in Anne Boleyn a well-educated woman who cared deeply about religion and the poor. Mary would become her mortal enemy. But this was not merely a personal hatred for breaking up her parents' marriage, it ran far deeper than that. Through the influence of Anne at Henry's side, Mary saw even less of her father than before, was separated from her mother even when she was ill, and lost her title of princess, being demoted to Lady Mary. Her physical and emotional well-being was shattered by the event of her parents' divorce, and she would only ever speak of Anne as that woman. It's not hard to imagine the experience would harden her against several things: the Protestant religion, the Boleyn family, and the idea that her parents' marriage was invalid. But the truth was that Henry had planned to divorce himself from Catherine of Aragon long before he cast his gaze over Anne Boleyn. If it hadn't been her, it would have been someone else. In her mind, watching her mother continue on as normal at public functions with her father, Mary came to the conclusion, as Catherine did, that conscience was the main reason behind Henry's decision to separate. He based the need to divorce Catherine on the basis that she had been his brother's wife, although she always maintained she had never consummated the marriage with Prince Arthur. Therefore, Mary learned an important lesson, that a clear conscience was the most important thing for yourself and your relationship with God. It was something that would cause her many problems in the future. To make things worse, although Mary had grown up in the luxurious trappings expected of a princess, she was now to have it all removed. Her household was dissolved, and her servants were dismissed, including the Countess of Salisbury, Margaret Pole, the most steadfast influence in her life since birth. Mary was moved to her half-sister's new household at Hatfield House. It must have felt as though the world had turned upside down. Although Mary found common ground with her half-sister while younger, she refused to acknowledge her as a princess or her mother as a queen. It no doubt influenced how she treated Elizabeth in later years. Her father was angered by her refusal, and their relationship became strained over the next 4 years. But 1536, when Mary was 20 years old, was to be a dramatic year. On the 7th of January, her mother Catherine died. Her health had faltered for some time, and the cause of her death was thought to be that of a heart condition. One of Catherine's final acts was to write a letter to her husband Henry, beseeching him to think of his immortal soul before worldly cares, and above all, to be a good father to their daughter Mary. It was a touching and heartfelt letter, but Henry would take little heed of it. Mary, for her part, was devastated. She wasn't permitted to be with her mother when she was dying, and so she was never given a chance to say goodbye to her. No doubt, this would have left its mark on her once joyful personality. Mary had gone from being a loved and doted-on princess to becoming a cast-aside illegitimate daughter of the king, and now she had lost her mother without having the chance to see her again. Just a few months later, finally having tired of waiting for a son and arguing with Anne Boleyn, Henry VIII and Thomas Cromwell came up with one of the most infamous plots in Tudor history, discrediting his wife with accusations of adultery, incest, and even of having tried to poison Catherine of Aragon and Mary. Henry had Anne shut up in the Tower of London. There she fell into a hysterical state, rambling for hours and giving Cromwell all the supposed evidence he required to cement the sentence for what was, most likely, an innocent woman in regards to the charges against her. On the 19th of May that year, she was sent to the scaffold and beheaded. There is little evidence of Mary's immediate reaction to the news, but it must have felt something of a triumph that that woman was gone, and no doubt the princess assumed she would automatically be restored to her former place. She waited a week with no news, writing to Cromwell and asking him to be a conduit between herself and Henry, no doubt confused as she allowed her naivety to allow her to believe the best of her father. Henry was unyielding in his desire for Mary to bend to his will and accept him as head of the church. She agreed to submit to his authority as far as God and her conscience would allow her to. It wasn't enough, and on the 22nd of June, 1536, she was forced to sign a document that not only accepted her father's authority as her sovereign and head of the church, but also stated that her parents' marriage was unlawful and incestuous. It must have been a traumatic decision to make. Mary knew there was no chance of reconciliation to her previous position without signing it, and there were few people fighting in her corner now. But it taught Mary a valuable lesson that she would later put into play during her own time as a ruler. You could force people to bend to your will if you were in charge, if you thought it was in their best interests, and that people did not always know what was best for them. Only the monarch could know that. It also probably hardened her further against the Church of England. It left its shadow on her conscience for the rest of her life. Everything she had stood for had been relinquished in her very human desire for acceptance by her father and a peaceful life. Mary was welcomed back to court, but it wasn't quite as it had been before. Like Elizabeth, Mary was still considered illegitimate, although they were later restored to the line of succession in 1544. A few proposals came forward for Mary's hand, but they came to nothing. In 1541, Mary suffered yet more loss when her father had Margaret Pole beheaded for her supposed part in a Catholic plot in which her son, Reginald Pole, was implicated. To make the loss more horrific, Margaret's execution was the stuff of nightmares, as the young and inexperienced executioner missed her neck, hacking her head and shoulders to pieces. By this point, Mary must have felt numb from grief. Margaret Pole herself had been nothing but loyal, and had been a secondary mother for Mary. She deserved better than the terrible death she received. Not surprisingly, the young princess fell ill once again. Henry VIII died in 1547. Whatever Mary did publicly, she must have privately felt relief. Despite being her father, Henry had not acted like one for much of her life, and finally, he could have no control over it. She was left a wealthy and independent woman with her own estates. But the role she had been prepared for as a little girl, that of England's monarch, was passed over to her brother Edward. While she lived in an era where women were a subspecies to men, and no one had ever really bothered to define what the role of a female regnant would be, Mary must have still mulled over the question in her mind of how she would have ruled. As it was, Edward and Mary frequently butted heads over her choice of religion. King Edward VI, as he was now known, had only ever known life with the Protestant religion his father had created. Mary, by contrast, refused to relinquish her Catholic faith and continued to unlawfully hold Mass in her own home. When Edward angrily responded to this by demanding she stop, Mary wrote to her cousin Charles V to apply international pressure to allow her to continue. For much of her brother's reign, Mary stayed away from court, living on her own estates. On one of the few occasions where she went to court at Christmas 1550, Mary was reduced to tears and embarrassed before the courtiers when Edward used the occasion to admonish her for not capitulating to his demands, but still she refused to do as he commanded. On the 6th of July 1553, after an illness that may have been tuberculosis, Edward VI died at the age of just 15. Mary must have been waiting for her moment, but sadly, it didn't come. Aware that Mary would attempt to reverse the religious reforms put in place by his father and himself, Edward excluded her from succession to the throne, instead naming Lady Jane Grey and her sisters as his successors. But the princess was sharper than her brother had expected, and although she had been asked to come to London to visit Edward before he died, Mary caught wind of rumours that it was a trap, and instead fled to her estates in East Anglia. Here, she didn't just have wealth, but men ready to fight for her. Many Catholic subjects still lived in the areas that were Mary's strongholds, and she was still a popular and well-liked princess. On the 12th of July, just 2 days after Jane had been proclaimed Queen by the Duke of Northumberland, Mary assembled her forces at Framlingham Castle, where she had made her base. Support for Northumberland and Jane's reign crumbled away, and the Privy Council declared in Mary's favour on the 19th of July, deposing Jane. It was a triumph for Mary, and one she had done in her own right, using nothing but her popularity amongst the people and her sense of regal authority. She knew something important that her sister Elizabeth also understood later, that no monarch could hold the throne of England without the common consent of its people. On the 3rd of August, Mary rode triumphantly into London with her half-sister Elizabeth by her side. It was a calculated show of a united front. The correct line to the throne had been restored, and now all would be well. But it was something of a sham. Elizabeth and Mary were not close, and Mary was suspicious of her sister due to her Protestant leanings. But once Mary was crowned as Queen on the 1st of October, she lost no time in starting her new regime in the manner everyone had expected. She released 2 important men from the Tower of London that would aid her rule: Thomas Howard, who would serve in her Privy Council, and Stephen Gardiner, who would become her Lord Chancellor. Both were deeply Catholic. It was obvious from the start Mary was going to attempt to restore the Catholic faith to England. While she has often been seen as a fanatic, it must be understood that she saw herself as saving the souls of her kingdom. She wasn't alone in her thinking. However, Mary initially issued a proclamation that she would not force her subjects to follow Catholicism. After all, many of them had been born into Protestantism as her brother had, and it was all they had ever known. She understood that making someone agree to something on paper did not mean they would follow it in their heart. She had first-hand understanding of this, with the document she had been forced to sign stating her father was head of the church. At the same time, by September of that year, many leading Protestant church leaders had been put into the Tower of London. Laws were passed declaring her parents' marriage valid and repealing all of the religious laws Edward had passed. Church doctrine was returned to the form it had held before the break with Rome, and Parliament would later be convinced to repeal Henry VIII's religious laws as well. It was clear Mary felt she was restoring the country to the right path and was given the epithet Defender of the Faith. But Mary won over her subjects by immediately also implementing various measures to save the economy. Coinage under her father and brother had become much adulterated, and the issue of new gold and silver coins bearing her images had an immediate effect of lowering the cost of goods by a third. Mary also used her own significant wealth to repay the debts of both her father and brother, which increased goodwill towards her. In short, the public, who had not known what to expect from their much-loved princess, now looked forward to a prosperous and stable government under their new queen. But Mary also had her forgiving side. She understood that the main instigator of the plot to place Jane Grey on the throne was not Jane herself, but the Duke of Northumberland, and he was summarily executed. But Jane she attempted to save, sending priests to talk Jane into converting to Catholicism and accepting Mary as her queen. But Jane clung as stubbornly to her faith as Mary did to her own, refusing to recant her Protestantism. Even when Mary's advisors told Mary she needed to commit to getting rid of Jane, the new queen refused to accept the idea. Frances Brandon, Jane's mother, had been a close cousin and friend of hers when they were teenagers, and she had already forgiven Jane's father on the basis of this kinship. But unfortunately, when word of her possible marriage to the Catholic Philip of Spain reached the nobles, a number of them rose up in what came to be known as Wyatt's Rebellion. After the rebellion was put down, Mary was left with little choice but to rid herself of Jane, as Jane's father, Henry Grey, had been involved. She only gave in and agreed to Jane's execution, as well as that of her young husband Guildford Dudley, after exhausting all possible avenues, and Mary only did so reluctantly under pressure from her advisers. No doubt it weighed heavily on her mind, as she later did what she could to return the fortunes of Frances, her cousin, and her 2 remaining daughters. Mary's other immediate concern was that of producing an heir. She was by now 37 years old, and the idea of not marrying would simply not have crossed Mary's mind. Her grandmother, Isabella of Castile, had never questioned her own ability to rule as a queen, but she would never have considered doing it alone. The religion Isabella deeply impressed on her family enforced that it was even a regal woman's duty to marry and bear children, and this was passed down to her daughter Katherine, who in turn passed it on to Mary. She reinforced this idea by her devotion to Henry VIII, always maintaining she was his wife even after their divorce. So when Mary's chance came, especially after so many years waiting, she would have seen marriage as much her duty as ruling her country. Her cousin Charles V suggested his only legitimate son, Philip of Spain, as her husband. Marriage negotiations began, and Philip's portrait was sent to Mary, who apparently fell in love with him at first sight upon viewing it. However, the marriage proposal was not popular with many members of her council, who unsuccessfully tried to convince Mary to marry an Englishman. Mary was the first undisputed queen regnant in English history after the disputed and short reigns of Empress Matilda and Jane Grey, and there was no precedent to how to handle her marriage. When most queens married, their lands and possessions became their husbands. It was feared that England would become just another part of the Habsburg Empire. To counter this, in the aftermath of Wyatt's rebellion, Mary had a contract drawn up that stated that although Philip would be called King of England, military support could not be given to his father, Philip could not act without his wife's consent, and a parliament could only be called by both of them, but only during Mary's lifetime. It also stated that they would have control over their own respective realms, as her maternal grandparents had done. Philip was apparently unhappy with these terms, but the marriage would bring political and strategic gains to Spain, as well as preserving the Catholic faith on both sides of the English Channel. He didn't find Mary attractive, but the marriage went ahead on the 25th of July 1554 at Winchester Cathedral, just 2 days after they first met. In September, Mary thought that finally she had secured the throne for her bloodline, as her body began to show signs of being pregnant. She stopped menstruating and began to feel nausea in the mornings. Her physicians thought she was pregnant too. In April 1555, Elizabeth was released from her house arrest at Woodstock to witness the birth of her new niece or nephew. She had been placed at Woodstock as Protestant plots to remove Mary and place Elizabeth on the throne were revealed, although Elizabeth's part in them had not been confirmed. Mary had become more suspicious of her sister over the years, and this was mostly down to religion. Mary herself had defied her brother's commands to conform to his religious laws, and so she knew it was possible for Elizabeth to secretly be planning to reverse everything again. However, 2 more months passed, and no child appeared. Mary's abdomen receded, and it seems likely the whole event had been a false pregnancy. This was most likely brought on by Mary's desire to have a child and secure her own bloodline for the throne. The stress of finding out she was exactly where she had been before, her embarrassment at not being pregnant, and her heartbreak at not being a mother must have taken its toll. To make matters worse, Philip had to leave shortly afterwards to command his armies in the Low Countries, also embarrassed by the whole event. Mary held her composure as they said goodbye, but broke down in tears privately shortly after his departure. It was the sign of a woman broken down by the weight put upon her shoulders. In December 1554, Mary wrote a brief statement to her council, summing up her feelings on the religion of the realm. Within it, she stated how she wanted to see that all universities and churches were following the rules of Catholicism, and that those who were heretics should be punished. She also stated, "I would wish none to be burnt without some of the council's presence and, both there and everywhere, good sermons at the same." It is for this punishment Mary became infamous, for burning around 300 Protestants. But what is often forgotten for context is that in Mary's time, few would have raised their brows at the idea of heretics being burned at the stake, either Protestant or Catholic. It had been an established punishment for heresy for centuries. However, while many of Mary's qualities can be redemptive, this was state-prescribed murder. But this was no different to the rest of her family. Her father was responsible for as many as up to 72,000 executions during his reign. Elizabeth, in her later reign, would execute around 450 people in an uprising against her in the north, and she put 130 priests to death simply for being Catholic. In other words, while Mary's choice of punishing heretics in this way was horrific, it was no different to other rulers before or after her. Her own brother's short reign had also featured burning of Catholic leaders. Burning at the stake was a popular choice for heresy, as it was believed it gave heretics a taste of the hellfire if they didn't recant. What differed was the need in Elizabeth's reign to discredit Mary and the Catholic religion, and promote the virtues of Elizabeth tolerating both Catholicism and Protestantism. The numbers were played up or down as needed. However, even if Mary's decision is taken in the context of her time, at least one punishment was especially cruel, that of Thomas Cranmer. He was forced to watch Bishops Ridley and Latimer burning at the stake from his view in a tower near the Bocardo prison in Oxford, where he was imprisoned. The sight was enough to make him recant the Protestant faith and reconcile with Catholicism. Normally, this was enough for the monarch to forgive and release, but in Cranmer's case, this didn't happen. He had been imprisoned for 2 years, and in that time there had been several switches back and forth between the two religions, and it was obvious he would likely escape to Protestant-controlled Europe if he were freed, possibly to work against Mary. She was determined to make an example of him, and pressed ahead with his execution anyway. On the 21st of March 1556, Thomas Cranmer spoke to the crowd before he was to be burned, but unexpectedly went off script, once again renouncing Catholicism and becoming a martyr to the Protestant cause. Cases like this would harden Protestants further against Mary. While she may have believed it was necessary to kill a few people in order to save the souls of many, it was undoubtedly a cruel move to refuse to pardon where she could. It seemed her few years of queenship had changed Mary from someone who was willing to try and save even someone who had usurped her throne, to one who did whatever she had to in order to keep her throne. The burnings were hugely unpopular and gave way not just to anti-Catholic feeling, but anti-Spanish feeling in turn. The victims were held up as martyrs, and Mary was warned that if she continued with the policy, it could cause a revolt. So why did she continue? It can't have simply been the thought of saving the souls of her kingdom. Although Mary had once been a tolerant and gentle person, keeping her throne was now her priority. With no heir, Mary would have quickly realised what was going to happen. Elizabeth was still her heir in the case of her death, and it was obvious that the princess preferred the Protestant faith. Philip finally returned to visit his wife in March 1557 to persuade Mary to aid him in a war against France. Nothing came of this until June, however, when Reginald Pole's nephew, Thomas Stafford, invaded England as part of a plot to depose Mary. It was unsuccessful, but war was declared, and England's husbands and sons went to fight in a Spanish war. It was a hugely unpopular move and did nothing to help Mary's image. This wasn't helped by a series of wet harvests that occurred during her 5-year reign, which led to famine. And although Mary was married to the ruler of Spain, Spanish merchants jealously guarded their trade routes and refused to share them. And Mary could not, as Elizabeth later did, advocate piracy against Spanish ships, as she was married to Philip II. But another event happened with Philip's visit. Mary once again was convinced she was pregnant. The due date for the baby, March 1558, came and went, and no child was born. But this time, there was no embarrassment as there had been the first time. In fact, there was hardly any flicker of notice given at all. Mary was forced to accept that Elizabeth would succeed her throne. From the end of that summer, Mary fell ill. She took to her apartments and was stricken with fevers and weakness. At the end of October, she added to her will that she understood her sister would be queen. She had attempted to evade Elizabeth's grasp on the throne, but Mary knew she was dying, and it was more important for England to have a stable and rightful ruler. On the 17th of November, possibly from uterine cancer, ovarian cysts, or influenza, Mary I, England's first undisputed female ruler, died. She left a tangled legacy. In her youth, she had been a precocious and lovable child who had delighted everyone who met her, impressing them with her gentle and joyful nature. But her father's decision to divorce her mother and cast Mary aside had killed some of that in her, and Mary was hardened against aspects of the kingdom she later came to rule. Her devotedness to Catholicism and her certainty that it was the right path for England would lead her to burn over 300 people for heresy, and her forgiving nature was pushed to the limit by her desire to prevent her Protestant sister from claiming her throne. But she was really no better or worse than her siblings or father. She is often compared to Elizabeth's long and fruitful reign, but in reality it is unfair to do so, as Mary's reign was much shorter and plagued by events out of her control, such as the overly wet harvests. Her punishments for heretics were horrific, but not out of context for the time she lived in, and the numbers killed were little different to those of her siblings, and far less than her father. Mary I made mistakes, but as the first Queen Regnant of England, perhaps she could be forgiven for trying to figure out her role. Elizabeth did a much better job of negotiating balance with her council and advisors, but she had the advantage of having watched Mary's mistakes and gains and learning from them. So while Mary is known to history as bloody, thanks mostly to the effective propaganda from Protestants in Elizabeth's time, she was much more complex than that in reality. She was a much-loved princess who became hardened due to her youth, and then went on to become a determined queen who wanted to do the best by her country and God. She should instead perhaps be remembered as a woman scared for her position, steadfast in her beliefs, and desperate only to set her life back to a time when it felt better. In the end, Elizabeth and Mary, along with their brother Edward and the 6 wives of Henry VIII, were victims of their father's determination to have a son, a mindless policy that set in motion decades of religious dissent, misery, and persecution. You've probably heard of Edward IV, Richard III, and even their brother George, Duke of Clarence. But what about their sisters? One of their sisters, Margaret of York, would prove to be an intelligent and highly capable political force, a strong woman who held Burgundy together in the wake of her husband's death, and a severe thorn in the side of the Tudor dynasty. Margaret was born in 1446 on the 3rd of May. She was likely born at Fotheringay Castle in Northamptonshire, but unlike her brothers, very little is known about her childhood. Her mother was Cecily Neville, a daughter of the powerful Neville family, and her father was Richard, 3rd Duke of York. Her father had a claim to the English throne, and as the House of York pushed his suit and the Wars of the Roses began, Margaret would have grown up in very turbulent times. The first mention of her in contemporary documents is in 1460, when she moved to a house in Southwark, London, with her mother Cecily and her brothers George and Richard. But it's likely Margaret spent most of her childhood by her mother's side. She was literate in her teens, so presumably was taught reading and writing while still young, an unusual thing for girls in even the late Middle Ages. But this was perhaps also part of her family's assertion that they were the true inheritors of England's throne, and as a result, even their daughters should be well educated. As a later marriage could be to any of the noble families within Europe, it's also possible Margaret would have learned other languages, although this could also sometimes not occur until the bride was within her new country. In March 1461, her brother Edward seized the English crown, becoming Edward IV, and Margaret was now the king's sister. This made her a very useful political tool for her family, and an attractive prospect as a wife, but it would be some time before Margaret was shipped off to be married. When she was only 8 years old, marriage negotiations had gone on between her father and Isabella of Burgundy, whose son would become Charles the Bold. Isabella was pro-English and wanted an alliance that would strengthen Burgundy against France, but the talks petered out as the wars in England raged on, and Charles was instead married to Isabella of Bourbon, a French alliance his father preferred in 1451. However, Isabella of Bourbon died just 11 years later in 1465, having only given birth to a daughter. It was therefore imperative for Charles the Bold to marry again and try to have a son, and once more he looked across the channel for a bride. Just a few weeks after his wife's death, he sent an advisor to discuss with Edward IV a marriage to his sister Margaret. Edward responded well to this, and in the spring of 1466, he sent his brother-in-law, Lord Scales, to make a formal offer of Margaret's hand. She was now 19 years old, attractive, literate and intelligent, cultured, and was a member of the English royal family. Margaret was a very eligible bride. However, this wasn't without conditions, and Edward would agree to the offer of marriage only with acceptance of his own offer, that of his brother, George, Duke of Clarence, to Charles the Bold's only child, Mary of Burgundy. But Charles was unwilling to marry his sole heiress to the Duke of Clarence, and this meant the talks took time. Added to this was the French opposition to the alliance, which meant Louis XI got involved and proposed his own candidates for everyone. He offered his eldest daughter, Anne of France, to Charles for a wife. His younger daughter Joan was suggested for Edward's younger brother Richard, at that time Duke of Gloucester, and his brother-in-law, Philip of Bresse, as a husband for Margaret. Edward, perhaps changing tack and imagining a possible alliance with France, showed considerable interest in Louis XI's marriage proposals, and Charles the Bold got rather irritated by this, calling off his suggested marriage to Margaret. Later in 1466, a new marriage proposal came, this time from Pedro of Coimbra, Constable of Portugal. He had a possible crown to offer, as he had been requested by the Catalan people and government to take their throne and rule as King of Aragon. They were in a civil war with John II of Aragon, the current king, and so Pedro's claim on the crown of Aragon was disputed. Nevertheless, his offer was taken seriously, and Margaret was betrothed to him. This was partly to try and smooth things over with Burgundy, as Pedro was a nephew of Isabella of Burgundy. But this soon fell through, as unfortunately, the prospective groom died in June 1466 at the age of just 36. A year passed with nothing further, but in June 1467, Philip the Good, the Duke of Burgundy, died. This meant Charles was now Duke of Burgundy. Added to this was Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick and known to history as the Kingmaker, had turned against his cousin Edward IV. Warwick was attempting to gain French support from Louis XI in plotting against Edward, and this effectively ended any cooperation Charles felt in an alliance with the House of Lancaster. Once again, he offered marriage to Margaret. This time, Edward provided no conditions, as he required the support of Charles, who ruled over Europe's wealthiest and grandest court at that time. Interestingly, sources from the time show that Margaret herself actually had a say in this possible alliance. Women often were not given too much choice over their future husband, but Edward seems to have respected his sister enough that she had a say in the matter. Margaret agreed willingly to the match, and it was formally agreed in October 1467. Obviously, Louis XI was not happy about this arrangement. A papal dispensation had been sought, as Charles and Margaret were cousins in the 4th degree, but this was almost expected, as many royal and noble families had intermarried so often. The French king demanded the Pope refuse the dispensation, as well as offering lucrative trade directly with English merchants. This undermined Edward's reputation with foreign moneylenders, making it difficult to pay the £41,000 dowry for his sister. This dowry was meant to be paid over 3 years, but due to Louis's interference it was never paid in full, and only half was ever given to Burgundy. To add to this, Louis attempted to stir up Lancastrian efforts to create a revolt in Wales, and finally he attempted the oldest trick in the book, to slander Margaret and claim she was not a virgin. Thankfully, everyone ignored the French king, and Burgundian bribes helped secure the dispensation needed. More a political match than anything else, the marriage contract drawn up for Margaret and Charles included defence, trade, currency exchange, and even fishing rights between England and Burgundy. Margaret retained her rights to the English throne if all those before her perished, and Charles was promised Margaret's dowry even if she died in the first year of marriage. The Duke of Burgundy also gave his new bride Burgundian lands, namely Oudenarde, Dendermonde and Mechelen, where she would retire in later years. On the 18th of June Margaret ceremoniously left London. It even represented a temporary truce with her cousin Richard Neville, as she reportedly sat pillion on his horse en route to Margate. No doubt the crowds were out in force, as any cause for celebration was a welcome break, but in truth, there was little appetite outside Burgundy for the marriage. On the 24th of June, Margaret left Margate for Sluis, part of the modern-day Netherlands, accompanied by an escort made up of her retinue and in-laws. Louis XI declared he would send ships to prevent her reaching Burgundy, but the voyage went smoothly, and Margaret arrived in the evening of the 25th. The day after, she met her soon-to-be mother-in-law, Isabella of Burgundy, and her future stepdaughter, Mary of Burgundy. While she was possibly nervous of meeting her new family members, the meeting went well, and the three women would remain close for the rest of their lives. The following day, the 27th of June, Margaret finally met the man she was to marry, Charles. Their marriage took place privately in the home of a wealthy merchant in Damme on the 3rd of July. The newly married couple then left for their wedding celebrations in the city of Bruges. The Burgundians were known for their extravagant and lavish festivities, and this was no exception. Margaret entered the city separately after her husband, in a golden litter pulled by white horses. She charmed the onlookers by choosing to wave to the crowds instead of shutting herself away from the wind and rain, something which most royal people would be expected to do. Sculptures of archers had been created with wine flowing from them, as well as wine falling freely from artificial pelicans set up in handcrafted trees. Bridges were decked with flowers, torches lit the canals and roads, and tapestries hung from balconies everywhere. It was clear the people of Bruges were delighted with their new duchess. Observers dubbed it the marriage of the century. A tournament of the Golden Tree was arranged for the royal couple, and they appeared wearing magnificent outfits made of gold and pearls, each with a richly decorated crown. Margaret's crown is one of only 2 medieval English crowns that still survive, now at the Aachen Cathedral where she presented it in 1475. It was adorned with pearls and House of York white roses in enamel, along with the golden initials of Charles and Margaret. It is too small to have been worn around her head, and so was probably worn around a then fashionable hennin headdress. After the wedding, the royal couple were together very little, spending only 21 days together in their first 6 months of marriage. It was a pattern that would continue throughout their marriage, and so it is little wonder that they had no children together. Margaret often travelled with her stepdaughter Mary, and after her wedding, she made a tour of the great cities throughout Burgundy, impressing all with her intelligence and beauty. Margaret also began commissions for manuscripts, charitable works that promoted religion and education, as well as being responsible for many buildings that would continue throughout her lifetime. She also encouraged and helped William Caxton, an English merchant and writer who introduced the art of printing to England. But from 1469, Margaret was also valuable to Charles as she took on a political role. In 1469, when her brother Edward temporarily lost power, she was able to persuade her husband to aid him. Charles agreed, threatening to remove valuable trading rights for London merchants unless they swore their loyalty to the king. But despite the attempts of both Margaret and her mother Cecily, George, Duke of Clarence, and Edward could not be reconciled, and the following year in 1470, George sided with Warwick in leading a rebellion against the king. Edward was forced to seek refuge at the Burgundian court by retreating to Flanders with his younger brother Richard and several hundred men. But Margaret continued to act as a mediator between her two brothers, also asking her husband to support Edward in being restored to the English throne. However, Charles did nothing until France, which had declared war on Burgundy in December 1470, decided to back Lancastrian rule in England. Now it was in his best interest to have his brother-in-law back on the English throne. Charles, in March 1471, sent ships and men with Edward back to Hull, backed by wealthy Flemish merchants. Edward was successful in retaking the throne, and Margaret requested details, following events closely and providing her mother-in-law Isabella with important details about the campaign. In 1475, Edward would arrive once more across the Channel, landing at Calais to offer support for Charles against the French. Once again, Margaret was integral to helping Charles's cause, as when he required more men and money, she was the one who presented this to the Burgundian Estates General, a body of citizens and councillors, in 1476. However, this was undermined by Margaret's own brother, as well as her husband's ambition. Driven by his desire to create a kingdom of Burgundy, Charles increasingly attacked the cities outside Burgundy's borders that had aligned with France for defence against him. He also didn't offer Edward the support he had promised in the Treaty of London made between them in 1474. While Charles besieged the imperial city of Neuss, Louis XI opened negotiations with Edward, promising to give him more than his supposed allies, including the Duke of Brittany, who also offered little aid. They signed the Treaty of Picquigny on the 29th of August 1475, effectively allowing Louis XI to concentrate on dealing with Charles the Bold, now that Edward was bribed to leave and return to England, with a 75,000 crown upfront payment and a promise of an annual pension of 50,000 crowns for not pressing his claim to the French throne. Charles continued on with his wars, however, but Margaret's role as the Duchess of Burgundy would soon end, as Charles the Bold died on the 5th of January 1477 outside the walls of Nancy, which he had been trying to recover from the Duke of Lorraine. His body, stripped naked, was found by a pool, half chewed and mauled by animals. His duchy now passed to his single heir, Mary of Burgundy. It was now that Margaret would truly become Burgundy's most valuable political asset. She would remain by her stepdaughter's side as her most trusted and skillful advisor. Assisted by the Lord of Humbercourt and Chancellor Huguenet, Margaret lent her support and knowledge of courtly life and politics to Mary. One of Mary's first acts was to acknowledge Margaret's dower lands, given by Charles at their marriage, as the Dowager Duchess's properties. This is very telling of their amiable and close relationship. Just before his death, Charles had arranged in late 1476 for his daughter to marry Maximilian of Habsburg, the 18-year-old son of Frederick III, Holy Roman Emperor. After his death, however, a flood of marriage proposals came in for Mary, including the recently widowed elder brother of Margaret, George, the Duke of Clarence, and Charles, the 7-year-old Dauphin of France. But Maximilian was ambitious and would help defend Mary's lands and legacy. Margaret advised her to stand firm and marry the future Holy Roman Emperor, and to do it as soon as possible. By the 17th of August, Maximilian had arrived at the Prinsenhof Castle in Ghent. The young couple liked one another immediately and were wed the next day on the 18th. Upon his arrival, Margaret swore to work for Habsburg Burgundy's interests, and Maximilian in exchange promised to keep her under his protection. But Burgundy still had to secure itself against French threats. The state was unstable after Charles the Bold's alienating attempts to emulate his father's wishes to create a Burgundian kingdom, and France had already invaded, collapsing the duchy. Margaret sent word to Edward IV to send aid. He did send enough men to help resist further French forces, but no more than that, no doubt worried about his French alliance. Louis XI recognised that the dangerous person working against him was the Dowager Duchess, and he attempted to buy her off with a pension and a promise of personal protection. Unlike her brother, Margaret refused, instead setting sail for England in the summer of 1480. The purpose of her visit was to convince her brother to abandon his treaty with France and renew the previous Anglo-Burgundian alliance and trade. However, the state would be further weakened despite Margaret's efforts. Mary of Burgundy, after having secured her bloodline with a son born in 1478, Philip, and a daughter in 1480, Margaret, named for her step-grandmother, died on the 27th of March 1482. She fell off a horse while out riding, breaking her back and dying from her injuries as a result. For Margaret, this must have been devastating, as she was close to her stepdaughter. Politically, it was crushing. The Low Countries were unwilling to accept Maximilian's rule, even as regent for his young son, and civil war erupted. They eventually signed the Treaty of Arras with Louis XI in late 1482. This time, Margaret was unable to secure any support from King Edward. In an effort to create a personal peace with Louis, Maximilian arranged for his daughter Margaret to be betrothed to the French Dauphin, sending her to be raised at the French court. On a personal level, Margaret had to deal with the news of all three of her brothers' deaths in fairly rapid succession. George in 1478, executed by his brother Edward, who in turn died in 1483, and finally the death of Richard III in 1485. The death of Richard, whose son had already predeceased him, meant the end of the House of York's rule over the English throne. Margaret refused to accept the accession of Henry Tudor, Earl of Richmond, as Henry VII, and her court therefore became a haven for Yorkist exiles fleeing England. What remained of Burgundy still disliked Maximilian's rule, and he was captured in Bruges in 1488 by the citizens. It was only through Margaret's aid in calling on his father, the Emperor Frederick III, that he was saved. Frederick helped make concessions and also threatened the use of his army, succeeding in securing the release of his son. However, perhaps as a consequence of this, Maximilian was called back to Austria by his father in 1489. This left Burgundy in Margaret's hands, as she also took on the guardianship of Maximilian's young son, Philip. She settled her court at Mechelen, one of her dower properties, and with the addition of young Margaret of Burgundy in 1493 after she was rejected from the French court, it became a princely court. It was the Burgundian centre for culture and education from this time onwards, and when the young Duke Philip left for Spain in 1501, he would leave his own children in the care of the Dowager Duchess to be educated at her court. Mechelen was also Margaret's base for her own political intrigues regarding the rule of England. She was willing to help anyone who could challenge Henry VII's rule, and sources show her involvement in the conspiracy of Lambert Simnel. His forces were made up of Maximilian's Netherland mercenaries and paid for by Margaret herself. This went further in 1492, at least by February, when Margaret became deeply involved with Perkin Warbeck. He claimed to be Richard of Shrewsbury, Duke of York, the younger of the two princes in the Tower who had mysteriously disappeared during Richard III's reign, a son of Edward IV. Margaret, who would have been the Duke of York's aunt, had left England before Edward IV's sons were born, and she had visited infrequently. Therefore, it is not certain if Margaret truly believed Warbeck might be her nephew, or, as is more likely, she knew he was an impostor, but he was a good one, and she wanted to use him to remove Henry VII from the throne. Certainly in August 1492, she wrote a letter to Isabella of Castile, proclaiming Warbeck was indeed her nephew, providing funds for him and tutoring him in the ways of the Yorkist court. When Henry VII complained to Philip, the Duke of Burgundy, about the Burgundian court welcoming Warbeck, he was ignored. England then imposed a trade embargo on Burgundy, cutting off vital trade routes, but Warbeck found other connections through Margaret. In 1493, he was welcomed at the court of Maximilian, now Holy Roman Emperor, for his coronation. He also attended the funeral of Frederick III and was recognised by the Emperor publicly as King Richard IV of England. In 1495, Warbeck launched an unsuccessful landing in England at Kent, which was funded by Margaret. He found refuge at the Scottish court, but Margaret remained in contact with him. Warbeck would subsequently lose his support in England and end up imprisoned in the Tower of London, later being hanged at Tyburn on the 23rd of November 1499. Margaret, no doubt a thorn in the side of Henry VII for taking in pretenders to the throne, funding them and providing safety for Yorkist allies, was nevertheless protected by her step-son-in-law Maximilian. But soon her presence in the political intrigues of Europe would end. On the 23rd of November 1503, Margaret of York died at the age of 57, a respectable age for the time. Although a woman initially considered only as a royal bride, Margaret had triumphed at the Burgundian court. Liked by the people, she used her considerable charm and intelligence to win over allies, aid in her brother Edward's rule and her husband Charles's wars. Margaret had brought up her stepdaughter Mary both with love and passing on her considerable understanding of court and politics, guiding the young Duchess through ruling her lands. The Dowager Duchess of Burgundy was also responsible for helping to hold together the Burgundian states that remained after Mary's death, keeping them from French rule and allowing for the modern countries of Belgium and the Netherlands to exist. And most notably, she remained a staunch Yorkist supporter, creating many problems for Henry VII's rule through her aiding Lambert Simnel and Perkin Warbeck. Margaret of York was therefore a formidable Duchess of Burgundy, and an equal in many ways to the strong-willed nature of Charles the Bold. But it was her own intelligence, cunning, and understanding of European politics that made her such a dangerous woman to be on the wrong side of, and a dangerous Duchess to the Tudors. If most people are asked, who ended the Wars of the Roses and how, you will normally get the answer, King Henry VII, when he won the Battle of Bosworth. But he could not have done it alone, and one person was not merely helpful in creating stability in England by Henry's side, but was integral to it: his wife and queen, Elizabeth of York. Elizabeth was the eldest daughter and first child in a new line of Yorkist royalty. Her father, Edward IV, had won the throne through a combination of his father being designated heir by Parliament, being better at the job than Henry VI, and winning the right battles. Her mother, Elizabeth Woodville, was born into gentry despite her mother being nobility, and as such was looked down upon by several at court. Young Princess Elizabeth was therefore a hope for cementing the new dynasty, and a symbol of an attempt at stability for England, especially remembering that everyone would have hoped for a boy before she arrived. She was born on the 11th of February 1466, the first princess born to an English monarch in over a century. Her christening was a magnificent affair, held at Westminster Abbey and no expense spared. Her sponsors were her grandmothers, Jacquetta of Luxembourg, the Duchess of Bedford, and Cecily Neville, the Duchess of York, and her cousin Richard Neville, the Earl of Warwick. Edward IV gave his wife a jewel that cost £125, around £65,500 in today's money, to mark the occasion of little Elizabeth's birth. In a way, it was unsurprising at the opulence surrounding her birth and christening, as England was a wealthy country at the time. Little was imported except for wine, and exports of tin and wool ensured a thriving economy under her father's rule. As was normal for a medieval royal family, the court was transient in nature, and Elizabeth's parents would have spent their time between several royal residences, at least around 12 or so. Little Elizabeth would have therefore been used to moving around from a very young age, although most of her family's palaces were in London or nearby, and she would have grown up to know the city of London intimately. But it was relationships within the court itself that would have a profound effect on Elizabeth's life. The Earl of Warwick, the kinsman of Edward IV, competed for dominance against the Queen's family, the Woodvilles. Warwick, a born nobleman and having fought alongside Edward's father, saw himself as the natural right-hand advisor to the new king. But Queen Elizabeth was proving, while she wasn't born a princess, she was a capable consort. She was pious and careful with her funds, charitable, and she earned the love and trust of her husband, especially as she turned a blind eye to many of his affairs. This meant Edward trusted her and her family with a large amount of influence, and many of the Woodvilles were placed into prominent positions of power. But Princess Elizabeth wasn't to be an only child, and she was to have 9 other siblings. When her younger sister Mary was born in August 1467, in October Edward granted his eldest daughter the manor of Great Linford in Buckingham for life. In reality, she only had the property until 1474 when it was sold, but the rent would have helped pay for her childhood household. Elizabeth and some of her siblings lived at Sheen Palace in Surrey as a nursery, living in a separate household from her parents. This was a normal medieval practice amongst royalty. It showed both how extravagant they could afford to be by having separate households for their children, and it allowed them to be kept away from London's propensity towards plagues and illnesses. The children would have had meals that included bread and ale, but also meat, fish and butter, and inspiring and moral tales would be read out to them during meal times. Their household also included a page to wait on them and a knight of the trencher. As might be expected, little Elizabeth led a privileged life. At the time Elizabeth was born, education for girls leaned more towards honesty and moral perfection, and this prevailed over academia. However, slowly, society in England was beginning to shift to the idea a woman could be both virtuous and educated. Young Elizabeth would be lucky enough to become one of these educated princesses, and her father especially encouraged her love of books, having collected his own impressive collection of manuscripts and books himself. She was able to read and write in English, and she also understood French but struggled to converse in it. Alongside this, Elizabeth and her sisters were taught dancing, horse riding, music and needlework. Even royal girls, however, would have been raised to consider themselves the weaker sex, and that the most honourable state for a woman to aspire to was to be successfully married. There also would have been an acceptance that parents, who were to be obeyed until a husband could be obeyed, would choose a suitable husband. For princesses, this was even more important, as marriages, never really about love in the Middle Ages, could be used for political and economic gain for their country. Elizabeth was no different. Facing turmoil and challenges to his rule from the Earl of Warwick and his own brother George, Duke of Clarence, Edward needed to bolster himself with friends. Edward created Warwick's brother John Neville as Marquis of Montagu and offered Elizabeth's hand in marriage to John's 5-year-old son George. On the 5th of January 1470, the betrothal was made official, and Edward also created the young boy Duke of Bedford. However, it's unlikely this was ever a serious marriage proposal rather than a hasty political solution to an emergency situation. Just a few months later in September, Edward was forced to flee to Burgundy when Warwick turned their dispute into a revolt, and Elizabeth went with her mother and sisters into the safety of Westminster Abbey. Her brother, the first and eldest son born to the king, would be born in Westminster while Edward was in exile. He himself would be called Edward after his father. Edward would return the following year from exile, and once again the royal family was able to return to court. Louis XI had encouraged Warwick, but eventually peace would be found between England and France. In 1475, young Elizabeth was then promised to the French Dauphin, Charles, later to be Charles VIII, which Louis XI agreed to. However, by 1482, the betrothal was called off because it was no longer in France's interests. It is interesting to think on what Elizabeth's thoughts on marriage were. As she grew up, she would have been increasingly aware of her father's indiscretions as well as her mother's calm acceptance of them, although it's likely her mother didn't like it. While there are hints that young Elizabeth would share much of her father's personality, enjoying good food, grand display and fine clothes, she would be faithful to her future husband, Henry VII. On the 9th of April 1483, Elizabeth would suffer the first of many tragedies to come, as her father Edward died suddenly at the age of 40. He was succeeded by his 12-year-old son Edward, now Edward V. In his will, Elizabeth's father stated that she was to be left 10,000 marks, around £1.5 million in today's money, if she married the person her mother and brother deemed best. If she didn't get the money. Edward IV's dying wish was apparently for his youngest brother Richard, Duke of Gloucester, to be protector of his son. However, the Woodvilles understood perfectly what would happen if Richard, who they had never got on with, had control of the king. They would lose their power and possibly even have young Edward turned against them. Elizabeth Woodville tasked her brother Anthony Woodville and her son from her first marriage, Thomas Grey, to fetch Edward V to London. However, Richard intercepted them at Stony Stratford and took Edward under his care, separating Anthony and Thomas from him and sending them to Pontefract Castle, where they were later executed for supposedly plotting against the young king. Fearing the worst, the elder Elizabeth took her daughters and youngest son, Richard of Shrewsbury, and went into sanctuary at Westminster Abbey. What happened next is one of the greatest mysteries of the Middle Ages. Richard had Edward V and his younger brother Richard of Shrewsbury placed into the Tower of London to await a coronation that never happened. Instead, the boys were declared illegitimate and their uncle became Richard III, King of England. Not long after, the two boys were no longer seen at the Tower, and it's presumed they were killed or may possibly have escaped to Europe, although this is much less likely. While Dowager Queen Elizabeth would never have proof either way, rumours reached her that her sons were likely dead. Polydore Virgil gives an account of Elizabeth Woodville beating her breast, tearing out her hair, and screaming her children's names, cursing herself as a madwoman for believing her son would be safe and delivering her youngest boy to the man who was most likely his murderer. All of this must have been traumatic for the young Princess Elizabeth, who was now 17. Not only had she been separated from her brothers, not only was her father and protector dead, but now her brothers were likely dead as well, and she must have understood this was happening because her mother and her mother's family were disliked by the man who had now taken the throne. To know she was considered part of that faction must have been terrifying, and no doubt she worried not only for her own life, but also for that of her siblings and her mother. And on top of this, Elizabeth Woodville's reaction must have been terrifying to watch and understand. There was also fear about the future. This time, there would be no Edward IV returning to rescue them, and feeding from her mother, Elizabeth would likely have been anxious and grieving. After a while, exacerbated by merchants who sold to those in sanctuary at extremely high prices, Elizabeth and her family were running low on funds, and they had to rely on the charity of the abbot. But there may have been a plan in the works. Polydore Virgil also tells us how Elizabeth Woodville and Margaret Beaufort, mother of the later Henry VII, made contact with one another through their shared physician. An agreement was made that Margaret would provide money and resources, and Elizabeth would use her network to provide supporters, and so Henry Tudor, Margaret's son, would be brought home from his exile in Brittany and France to take the crown from Richard. But there was a condition, that Henry be given the hand of Elizabeth of York in marriage, using her rightful claim to the throne to bolster his own weak claim through John of Gaunt and his right by conquest. Henry didn't have much to offer in return at this stage, with no title and no lands, but he could offer the one thing Elizabeth Woodville craved more than anything: revenge, in the form of Henry being able to raise an army against Richard III. She agreed to the marriage. It's unknown whether Margaret had secretly harboured thoughts of Henry claiming the throne after Edward's death, or if it was something that came about later, but the idea was certainly formalised at this time. She had previously tried to petition Edward for Henry's return to England, and after he died, Margaret attempted the same with Richard. She asked if Henry could return to England, as well as to the title from his father, the Earl of Richmond, and even if he could marry one of Edward's daughters. This request had been ignored entirely. No doubt the younger Elizabeth, while possibly not privy to all details, would have known a lot about this. Not only was she old enough for her mother to confide in her, but the plan itself involved her marriage, and it's likely the Dowager Queen would have discussed this with her. However, something that is never mentioned is whether or not Elizabeth considered herself to be the rightful monarch of England in the wake of her brother's disappearance. While it is true there hadn't yet been a female regnant in England, it wasn't an unprecedented idea. In England itself, in the 12th century, Empress Matilda had been proclaimed her father's heir to the throne, and contemporary to the Wars of the Roses was a female Queen of the Scots, Mary of Guelders, who was also well liked. It's not impossible this thought may have stayed somewhere in the back of Princess Elizabeth's mind. Therefore, marrying Henry was probably also her best chance at being on the throne of England. Word of the proposed marriage between Henry Tudor and Princess Elizabeth spread amongst Yorkist supporters, who had been horrified at Edward IV's children being put to one side, and they readily joined the side of Henry, ironically, a man from the House of Lancaster. Unfortunately, the first attempt at rebellion failed in October 1483, and the conspirators would be set back until August 1485. But in December of 1483, Henry went to Rennes Cathedral on Christmas Day and publicly announced his intention to marry Elizabeth of York as soon as he was king. It was throwing down a double gauntlet, and it united both those from the houses of Lancaster and York, many of whom swore homage to him in the cathedral that morning. But in the meantime, Richard realised he had to change tack. Elizabeth of York was now seen as a politically important woman, and having the Woodvilles hide from him in Westminster Abbey only made Richard look more guilty. He invited Elizabeth Woodville and her daughters back to court, but at first she understandably refused. After much coercion, promises and threats, Richard had to publicly declare in front of his council that he wouldn't harm the Woodvilles and that he would find suitable marriages for Elizabeth's daughters to gentlemen. Not the best for princesses, but perhaps the best expected in the circumstances. In a document that confirmed this, it is notable that there is no mention of the safety of the two princes, suggesting without a doubt Richard knew they were dead. The practical reality is that the Dowager Queen had little choice but to agree and return her girls to court. For her daughters, anger at Richard III and worry about their mother likely mixed with relief at finally being back out in the public world. But by Christmas 1484, rumours were starting again. This time of Richard considering a marriage to his niece Elizabeth of York. His wife, Queen Anne, was severely ill at this point, and many made something of the fact Elizabeth could be compared in looks with Anne. The only child of Anne and Richard, Edward of Middleham, had died in April, and Richard now had no heir. The rumours grew bad enough that once again Richard had to make a public proclamation, this time that he had no interest in marrying his niece. Elizabeth of York was then placed at Sheriff Hutton Castle, but none of it would matter by August of the following year. Henry finally made his move and invaded in July, meeting Richard's forces just outside the town of Market Bosworth. With help from Welsh soldiers and the army brought by his stepfather, Thomas Stanley, Earl of Derby, Henry was victorious, and he killed Richard III on the battlefield. Henry was now Henry VII, King of England. Now, Elizabeth simply had to wait for him to come through on his promise. She didn't have long to wait for the good news. Henry sent messengers immediately to Sheriff Hutton Castle to ensure she was kept safe and tell her the good news, as well as taking her to her mother, Elizabeth Woodville, in London. But Henry wanted to establish himself as having enough claim in his own right to be king without needing to lean on his future bride's bloodline, and so the wedding wasn't hurried. He first had his claim by conquest confirmed by Parliament, adding weight to his weak claim through his mother to John of Gaunt, which was already complex because technically his line from John of Gaunt couldn't claim the throne anyway. But the last few decades had proven that being born to the right family was no certain way to hold a throne, so it helped. But it was marriage to Elizabeth that truly would provide the stability for Henry's claim to the crown. He and his mother, Margaret Beaufort, were from the House of Lancaster, and the main reason Yorkists discontented with Richard had rallied to Henry was because of his proposed marriage to the Yorkist heir, Elizabeth of York. Despite wanting to hold the claim in his own right, Henry did recognise that he couldn't do it alone, and finally the planning began. First, he had to revoke Titulus Regius, the document Richard had pushed through to claim all Edward IV's children were illegitimate. Without removing this document, Elizabeth was not technically a legitimate heir. Removing Titulus Regius also shows Henry, like most other people at the time, truly believed Edward V and Richard of Shrewsbury were dead, as otherwise their claim would have superseded his own when proclaiming them legitimate once more. 2 papal dispensations were sent for, as Elizabeth and Henry were related to John of Gaunt and his younger brother Edmund of Langley, a local one and one to Rome. The one from Rome confirming the marriage took months to arrive, finally reaching England in March 1486. But the more local dispensation was adhered to first, given in January of the same year. Elizabeth and Henry did meet before their wedding, however. Shortly after his victory, Henry came to see Elizabeth at the Tower of London, where she was staying with her mother, although little is written of their first meeting. It's likely that Henry, who could apparently be charming and witty, but also cautious and careful, showed a more reserved side of himself. He had no idea how much Elizabeth had been involved in the possibility of marrying Richard III, and she represented the old enemy, the House of York. But by all accounts, Elizabeth was pleasant and cheerful with him. There were other meetings after this, as Henry stayed nearby at his mother's property of Cold Harbour for a few weeks. An affection seems to have sprung up between the couple. Elizabeth stated she had come to feel great and intimate love and cordial affection for Henry, and during Michaelmas, Henry sent Elizabeth a gift of damask, furs and crimson velvet. On the 18th of January, Elizabeth and Henry finally wed at Westminster. It was a magnificent celebration, with nobles from the House of York and Lancaster filling the seats. Elizabeth was dressed in silk damask and crimson satin, covered with a white cloth of gold kirtle, trimmed with ermine, as well as decked out in sumptuous jewels. It would leave no doubt that the rumours of being illegitimate were not to be thought of. Elizabeth was presented as a princess, becoming a rightful queen consort. The wedding was celebrated up and down the land by a joyful English people. Bonfires were lit, poems were written, songs were sung, and banquets were held throughout London. Over the course of their marriage, a deep and binding love would grow between Elizabeth and Henry. Waking up the next morning, it may now have dawned on Elizabeth that she was finally queen consort and all that came with it. She now had to be not only her husband's wife, but the highest example of womanhood in the land, the most virtuous, charitable and humble woman, while also supporting Henry as king and providing him with heirs. To today's society, this doesn't sound very freeing, but it did come with some wiggle room. While late medieval women were barred from many aspects of life and marriage was rarely equal, there were still ways to wield power. Charitable works, patronage, having the ear of the king, and being political behind the scenes were ways in which a queen could be powerful in her own right. Elizabeth's understanding of her role can be seen in her personal emblem and motto. The motto she chose was humble and reverent, suggesting she knew her place was to be a queenly figure while also being a helpmeet for Henry. But her personal device was to be the white rose of the House of York, which shows she also understood her own importance to the throne of England and as heiress to the House of York. It wouldn't be long before Elizabeth helped to stabilise the throne that balanced on both Henry and herself, as she fell pregnant shortly after they were married. The speed with which she had become pregnant must have seemed to everyone a sign that the marriage was divinely approved. By September of that year, Elizabeth was heavily pregnant with their first child, and the place of the birth would be just as important as whether it was a boy or a girl. She was sent to St. Swithin's Priory in Winchester, now known as Winchester Cathedral, as at the time, Winchester was assumed to be the Camelot of Arthurian legends, something Henry was keen to associate his family with, especially as he himself claimed descent from King Arthur. Childbirth was a difficult and painful process for women in the medieval period. While midwives of the time did have some knowledge that looked surprisingly modern, such as herbal baths in the later stages of pregnancy and breathing exercises to help with labour, much hope was put in prayers to saints and the Virgin Mary. The rate of death for women giving birth was so high that the average first marriage was just 5 years long. Elizabeth would undergo this terrifying process 7 times. In the early hours of the morning, just after midnight on the 20th of September 1486, Elizabeth gave birth to a boy. Henry decreed his son would be named Prince Arthur, after his famous supposed ancestor, and although he was a month early, he was strong and healthy. The young boy was the hope of many, seen as the union of the houses of Lancaster and York, the glittering beginning for the Tudor dynasty, and as a boy, the future King of England. As was normal for royal women of the time, Elizabeth would have handed Arthur over to his own household rather than taking care of his daily needs herself. In order to allow her to conceive more quickly, queens did not breastfeed in order to allow their periods to return faster, and Elizabeth would also have to return to ceremonial functions and duties. In the 15th century, good royal mothers ensured their children had a good education, a good household of staff, and later to organise a good marriage. However, after giving birth, Elizabeth was described as having contracted a fever that persisted throughout her lying-in period. This fever would persist for the next few months, and the gap of time between her pregnancies may suggest her ill health affected her very badly. When she finally recovered, she gave a large gift of money to the priory where she had given birth in thanks for her health returning. She also set to work, along with her mother-in-law Margaret Beaufort, in shaping the style and appearance of the court, something which Henry had little knowledge of as he had spent so many years abroad. On the 25th of November 1487, Elizabeth was finally crowned as Queen Consort of England in a lavish ceremony at Westminster Abbey. She wore a luxurious kirtle and gown of purple velvet, and a circlet of golden pearls on her head, her hair loose for the occasion as queens were allowed to do even after marriage. As she passed along the runner to her coronation, however, people stepped forward eagerly behind her to snip off pieces of the material she had walked on. This was a prerogative of the common people, and such a souvenir would have been priceless. Unfortunately, the crowd was too forceful, and the ladies behind Elizabeth carrying her train were disordered, and some people were killed in the crush. It must have been horrible to know the chaos that was happening behind her, and yet being ushered into her ceremony at the same time. Nevertheless, the rest of the coronation went without a hitch, Henry and his mother Margaret allowing Elizabeth to take centre stage as they watched from behind a latticed screen. The coronation was followed by a grand banquet of over 51 dishes. Elizabeth would then have settled once again into courtly life. Although she had ceremonial duties, she also would have been expected to do other activities that all women were expected to do, such as embroidering and mending and embellishing clothes. It was Elizabeth who embroidered Henry's King's Garter robe with gold thread, and she employed a French embroiderer named Robinet, who received wages and board. Making items such as shirts, hangings or bedding could be given at New Year's as gifts. Much of her time would also have been spent in trying on and changing into various items of this clothing. As royalty, Elizabeth and Henry were expected to be the best dressed of anyone at court in order to outwardly show their family's prosperity and rank. Despite his reputation as a miser, Henry actually spent lavishly on gifts for his wife and children, and he ensured the more expensive items required for her wardrobe were provided by himself to ease Elizabeth's own finances. Elizabeth's ladies-in-waiting would also have been expected to dress almost as well and expensively as she did, and it could be a significant amount of a family's income that went into paying for a woman to be a lady-in-waiting. She was also a great patron of the arts, and Elizabeth never lost her love for books, giving large funds to William Caxton for his printing press. She also loved to give generously to charity, and it was her custom when travelling to distribute alms to the people she passed. Elizabeth also regularly made offerings to saints and shrines. A few months later, Elizabeth was again pregnant. This time, she would give birth to a daughter, Margaret, named for her paternal grandmother and born on the 28th of November. But the joy and happiness at another royal child would be dampened the following year with yet another royal pretender, Perkin Warbeck. He claimed in 1490 at the court of Burgundy to be Richard of Shrewsbury, Elizabeth's younger lost brother, and his similar looks and charming manners soon meant the royal courts of Europe saw an opportunity to use him for their own ends. Ultimately, after more than one attempt to invade England, Perkin was captured in October 1497 by Henry's forces. Henry was initially lenient with Perkin, allowing him to not only reside in the Tower of London but to occasionally appear at court, as well as placing Perkin's wife into Elizabeth of York's household. After Perkin tried a disastrous attempt at escape with the real Earl of Warwick, however, Henry had him executed on the 23rd of November 1499. Little is written of what Elizabeth thought about Perkin, but it's likely she met him in passing at court. If he ever really resembled her lost brother, she never noted it down. Elizabeth would go on to have 5 more children. Prince Henry, who would grow up to become the infamous Henry VIII, born on the 28th of June 1491, a daughter named Elizabeth after her own mother, who was born on the 2nd of June 1492, but sadly died while still a toddler. Princess Mary, born on the 18th of March 1496, who would become the grandmother of Lady Jane Grey. Edmund, Duke of Somerset, who was born on the 21st of February 1499, but died while still a baby the following year. And her final pregnancy was Katherine, born on the 2nd of February 1503, who would live only a few days. It's clear that as the years went on and Elizabeth went through successive pregnancies, it began to take its toll on her body, especially in a period without modern medicine. But as the children grew older, it also fell to Elizabeth to help organise their marriages, especially for her eldest son, Arthur. In the late 1490s, she began correspondence with Queen Isabella of Castile to open negotiations for Arthur to marry Isabella's daughter Catherine, later to be known in England as Catherine of Aragon. On the 14th of November 1501, Catherine and Arthur were married. They set up home in Ludlow Castle, the traditional home of the Prince of Wales, and they seemed to care for one another. But their happiness, and that of Elizabeth and Henry, was not to last. Just a few months later, in the spring of 1502, the young couple both fell ill, possibly with either plague, a viral infection, or the dreaded sweating sickness. On the 2nd of April, Arthur, the hope for the Tudor dynasty and heir to the throne, died. Henry was inconsolable, both for the loss of his beloved son and his worries about his dynasty now he only had one son to continue after him. There is an account that gives a glimpse into the relationship between Elizabeth and Henry in the wake of their son's death. Henry apparently sent for the Queen to tell her the news himself and broke down in front of her. Elizabeth was selfless. comforting the king, reminding him that he was the only child of his mother, that he still had another son and 2 daughters, and that they were both still young enough to have more children. This last part was probably more to simply comfort them than being the truth, however. She held in her own grief, only collapsing in tears when she got to her own chambers. Elizabeth's attendants called for the king and he came immediately, this time comforting her, reminding Elizabeth of the wise advice she had given him. It is a touching story that, even if embellished, shows this was a marriage built on mutual love and understanding. Sadly, more tragedy was yet to come, and Henry would bear this one alone. In 1502, Elizabeth fell pregnant with her final child. It was unexpected when Elizabeth went into labour, as the baby was not expected until a few weeks later, so she would give birth in the Tower of London, where she was celebrating Candlemas with Henry. The small baby, clearly weak and struggling to thrive, was born on the 2nd of February 1503, the daughter named Katherine mentioned earlier, who would live for only a few days. It had been a difficult birth for Elizabeth, and she was reported to have been in great pain for most of it. She struggled to recover, and on the 9th of February, Elizabeth fell ill. The following day, on the 10th, Henry sent for a doctor from Plymouth, suggesting at that point no one felt there was any urgency. It's now thought most likely that she had caught a puerperal fever, a bacterial infection common at a time when people did not understand the importance of clean hands and equipment during giving birth. By the night of the 10th, she had worsened significantly, and it's clear Henry was panicked by this, sending for the Queen's personal physician from Gravesend, as well as paying for boatmen to hurry him up the Thames and horses with riders carrying torches to hasten his journey. Her doctor came as fast as he could, but he was sadly too late. In the early hours of the morning on the 11th of February, ironically her birthday, Queen Elizabeth died in the bed where she had given birth, just 37 years old. Henry appears to have been broken by the death of Elizabeth, and her absence would haunt him in many ways over the next few years until his own death in 1509. He grew ill after she died and would only allow his mother Margaret to come near him. His miserly nature also increased after his wife's death without her influence. The country itself was also cast into deep mourning for its popular queen. The Vaux Passional, an illuminated manuscript that belonged to Henry, reveals the aftermath of Elizabeth's death. Henry is in mourning robes, his expression grim. His 2 daughters wear black veils over their heads, and red-headed Prince Henry weeps into his mother's bedsheets. Elizabeth's death would also affect her son Henry for the rest of his life, and his obsession with finding the perfect wife may have begun with placing his deceased mother on a pedestal no other woman could reach. And finally, the Tower of London would never again be used as a royal residence. Elizabeth of York was one of the quietest of the women involved in the Wars of the Roses. She didn't start a war, didn't cause a scandal, and was known as a softly spoken and gentle queen consort. And yet her very existence would help seal the wounds caused by her ancestors' claims to the throne of England, as well as securing the country's stability alongside Henry VII. Her gentle, kind nature was the perfect complement to her husband's more serious, miserly nature, and she no doubt influenced him from behind the scenes, as well as fulfilling her duties as queen consort perfectly. She had been a well-liked and popular queen with her people, and she would be remembered as a paragon of queenly grace and humility. Although she only lived to be 37, Elizabeth of York had a full life that endured great tragedy, but also great joy, becoming a mother, a wife, a symbol of hope for Yorkists and Lancastrians alike, and becoming the queen she was always destined to become. One of the last Plantagenets was Margaret Pole, and despite not being ambitious for the throne of England herself, she would still face a horrific and botched death. She would survive countless monarchs changing hands over the country, including 2 of her own uncles, but eventually her faith would prove the stumbling block for her life. Margaret was born on the 14th of August 1473 at Farley Castle near Bath. She had brother Edward, who would be the only other surviving child of their parents, George Plantagenet, Duke of Clarence, and Isabel Neville, daughter of Richard Neville, Edward of Warwick himself. Margaret's maternal grandfather, Richard Neville, had died 2 years prior to Margaret's birth at the Battle of Barnet, fighting against her uncle, Edward IV. After this, her father George was also bestowed with the titles of Earl of Warwick and of Salisbury. However, it wasn't all pleasant. George was known for having a violent and unpredictable temper at times, but it didn't become more apparent how unstable he was until years later. Isabel died in December 1476 when Margaret was just 3 years old, aged just 25 years old herself. It's now thought Isabel died either of consumption or fever after giving birth, but at the time, George was convinced his wife had been poisoned. To make this worse, he actually accused one of her ladies-in-waiting, Ancaret Twynyahoe, of doing the deed with no evidence whatsoever. He barged into Ancaret's house, dragged her out, and took her off to a makeshift trial at Warwick after removing her jewels. Justices of the peace were also dragged in to make it look realistic, although it was obvious from the outset they had no choice but to agree to George's accusation. He said Ancaret had given Isabel a poisoned drink of ale on the 10th of October, and the jury found her guilty. She was taken immediately from the trial in the Guildhall to the local jail, and from there to the gallows the same day. Her indictment, trial and sentence had all occurred within a few hours on the same day. The jury afterwards admitted to finding Ancaret guilty mostly from fear of what would happen to them if they didn't, as did the sheriff who was forced to drag poor Ancaret to the gallows. Edward IV would later posthumously pardon her, but it couldn't bring her back from the dead. Margaret's otherwise noble and wealthy childhood would have been overshadowed by this, as well as her brothers. She remained within her father's household and would likely have had female nursemaids and ladies as part of her own small household staff. Not much is recorded of her interactions or relationship with her father, but due to her age when he died, plus the fact he was often at court or abroad, it's likely Margaret wasn't very close to him. But also, George's bad decisions wouldn't end with assuming her mother had been poisoned. After Isabel's death, George had hoped to marry Mary of Burgundy, the stepdaughter of his sister Margaret of York, who had married Mary's father, Charles the Bold, the Duke of Burgundy. Mary of Burgundy was young and pretty, but most importantly, she was the sole heiress to the Dukedom of Burgundy, the wealthiest and most cultured court in Europe at the time. King Edward, however, ever distrusting of his unstable brother's motives, refused to accept the marriage, and George threw his toys out of the pram about it. He had already rebelled against Edward once before and been pardoned for it. Clarence left court and mutual hostility grew between the brothers when remarks said about the other were both gossiped about. Just a few months later, in May of 1477, Clarence's astronomer John Stacey, under the pressure of torture, confessed to having foreseen the death of the king. Stacey also implicated a chaplain from Oxford named Thomas Blake and George's retainer Thomas Burdett. All three were found guilty of treason, and only Blake survived being hanged by a last-minute reprieve. George was not himself implicated, and had this all been left alone, it would have been the end of the matter for Edward, despite their fraught relationship. But George did not leave it at that, and he had the Declaration of Innocence from Burdett read out to the Royal Council through John Goddard, an ex-Lancastrian. It was the trigger that made Edward call Clarence to court, accuse him of treason, and lock him away in the Tower of London. The king called for a bill of attainder on his brother, and not long after his conviction of treason, he was privately executed at the Tower on the 18th of February 1478. It's possible he was drowned in a barrel of Malmsey wine, apparently George's favourite, although there's not much evidence either way. This changed things for Margaret and her brother Edward. As their father's lands had been attainted, this meant his lands and properties now belonged to the crown, and his titles were stripped from both him and his heirs. As a result, they now had to go and live with their cousins in the royal household. But when Margaret was 10 years old, her uncle Edward died suddenly on the 9th of April 1483. And while the crown was meant to go to his young 12-year-old son, Margaret's cousin Edward V, things wouldn't quite work out like that. Edward V and his younger brother Richard of Shrewsbury were placed into the Tower of London by their other uncle, Richard Duke of Gloucester, to await young Edward's coronation. While there, however, Gloucester claimed to have seen evidence that Edward was in fact illegitimate and therefore unable to be king. Luckily, he stepped up to the plate and said he'd give the job a go. The boys would disappear by the end of the summer, and to this day discussion continues as to whether they were murdered or rescued. Whatever the case, by September 1483, Gloucester was king as Richard III, and Edward IV's sons had disappeared. This left Edward IV's daughters, but also Margaret and her brother Edward, as the next heirs to the throne. While their father's attainder meant Margaret and her brother couldn't inherit the titles he had held, it technically didn't actually prevent a claim to the throne. However, Richard declared this was in fact the case, and sent the two children to live at Sheriff Hutton Castle in Yorkshire from September of that year. They were well taken care of here, and there were even whispers as Richard and his wife, Anne Neville, failed to produce an heir that Edward might be considered for the throne. Although this is unlikely, while Richard was also happy to say the attainder barred Edward from the throne. Margaret seems to have remained at Sheriff Hutton, but her brother went to live in London with his new guardian, Thomas Grey, 1st Marquess of Dorset. However, when Anne died in 1485, the last holder of the title Earl of Salisbury as her father's last surviving heir, Richard invested the title back to his nephew Edward. This increased wealth and power for the young boy and his guardian. But by August 1485, it was all a moot point, as Richard III was killed at the Battle of Bosworth, and England's crown went to the victor, Henry VII. While Henry VII relied on claim by conquest to hold the crown, bolstering it by marrying Elizabeth of York, the eldest daughter of Edward IV, his claim could still be considered shaky when compared to Margaret's brother Edward. This heightened their importance, and young Edward Plantagenet, now aged about 10, was taken to the Tower of London. This wasn't the first time a young boy had disappeared into the Tower, and it wasn't long before people took advantage of the situation when rumours swept around of young Edward's death. 2 years later, in 1487, a young boy called Lambert Simnel appeared, with supporters who claimed he was, in fact, Edward Plantagenet. In order to quash this idea, Henry VII had Edward taken out of the Tower and paraded around the streets of London, but sadly this didn't seem to do much good. It wasn't until Lambert Simnel's supporters were arrested and or executed that the whole thing died down, Lambert Simnel as a young boy being allowed a job in Henry's kitchens. and Edward went back to the Tower. But in 1490 he was confirmed by the king in the title of Earl of Warwick, which really he was entitled to as it came from his mother and not his father. Margaret was now 14 years old enough at the time to be married, and in the light of her brother's dynastic importance, Henry thought it was a good idea to arrange one for Margaret. She was betrothed to the king's cousin, Sir Richard Pole, who was around 14 or 15 years older than her. But the match was mostly made because Richard Pole was a safe bet. Not only were he and the king related, as Richard's mother was a half-sister of Margaret Beaufort, Henry's mother, but he was also a loyal supporter of the king. But many people considered it also to be a way of keeping Margaret down dynastically, as it was a lower marriage than she could have once expected. Margaret was the daughter of a duke and niece of 2 kings, whereas Pole, although he was no commoner, was not considered the same rank as Margaret at the time of their marriage in November 1487. But Margaret and her husband appear to have had a happy marriage, and it's likely she was grateful to simply feel she was in a safe place after the many years of uncertainty. Being married to the king's loyal cousin, no matter his rank, would mean Margaret could relax a little. This was made better by Pole becoming one of Henry's most important courtiers over the years. He became constable of several castles, Sheriff of Merioneth, Chamberlain of North Wales and Chester, and a member of the council in the Welsh Marches. In 1493 he was appointed as Lord Chamberlain to Prince Arthur's household when it was established that year in Ludlow Castle, and in 1495 Pole also became Justice of North Wales and Constable of Carnarvon Castle, one of the most important fortresses on the North Welsh coast. As for Margaret, she started her married life at Bochmer House in Medmenham, a village in Buckinghamshire where Pole had made his main home. Whenever her husband had to carry out his duties in Wales, however, Margaret often stayed at Stourton Castle in Staffordshire to be nearby, further suggesting they at least had a respectful and caring relationship. She first fell pregnant a few years after their marriage, giving birth to their first child in 1492, a son named Henry after the king. There then seems to have been a few years with no children, but there could be 2 reasons for this. The first is simply that Pole appears to have had a lot of roles to fill, and he could have been too busy. The second is that there may have been other pregnancies that ended in miscarriage or stillbirth, and sadly, those children simply haven't been recorded. Her next surviving child came along in 1499, another boy, this time named Arthur, presumably after the king's son, Prince Arthur. In April 1499, Pole officiated at the proxy wedding of Prince Arthur to Catherine of Aragon, and he was created a Knight of the Garter in the same year. All seemed to be going well for Margaret and her family. However, it was all about to come crashing down within a few years. Firstly, another pretender to the throne appeared in the form of Perkin Warbeck, a charismatic and believable man from the Low Countries who claimed to be Richard of Shrewsbury. When Perkin was finally arrested after actually getting on well with Henry and going to his court, he was taken to the Tower of London in the autumn of 1499. Due to some persuasion on Warbeck's part, he convinced his jailers to allow him to share rooms with the Earl of Warwick. The 2 young men got on well, and Edward, although it's hard to know how willingly, got involved in a plot to escape with Perkin. To the anxiety-ridden Henry, wanting to escape could only mean the pair wanted to overthrow him, and after a trial on November the 21st, 1499, Edward was executed a week later for treason on the 28th of November. Margaret had now lost her brother, her only living relative from her immediate family. While by this point she hadn't seen him for several years due to them being separated as children, Margaret must have still felt the pain of this loss. Any inheritance her family may have once had was now hers by right, and she was now one of the last Plantagenets from a main family line. It was in the next few years Margaret would go on to have 3 more children. Her son Reginald in 1500, most likely born at Stoughton Castle, Geoffrey, born a year later in 1501, and her daughter Ursula, who was born around 1504. When Prince Arthur married Catherine of Aragon on the 14th of November 1501, Margaret became one of the new Princess of Wales's ladies-in-waiting in December of that year. The two women clicked immediately, and a lifelong friendship struck up between them. Sadly, Catherine's household was dissolved shortly after in April 1502, when the young prince died unexpectedly of an illness. A few years later, things went from bad to worse for Margaret, as her husband Richard died in 1504. No record remains of his cause of death or date, which indicates it was likely a swift and sudden illness, the most likely killer of adults in the 16th century. Margaret was now a 31-year-old widow with no income and 5 children to care for. Henry gave Margaret a loan of £40 with generous repayment terms to cover her husband's funeral, and a grant of £52 6 shillings and 8pence, but her meagre jointure would not have been enough to live on even with these extras. It's likely this was at least partially behind her reasons in giving her son Reginald to the church. It wasn't uncommon for a noble younger son to go into an ecclesiastical life, especially with 4 sons in a family, but this would also mean Margaret was able to relinquish all financial responsibility for him. It must have been a difficult decision for a mother to make, but one that made sense in the harsh reality of the time she lived in. Years later, Reginald was still bitter about the choice his mother made, throwing it back in her face during an argument that she provided for his siblings, but not himself. As for Margaret and her other 4 children, unable to continue living in her husband's properties, she had to go to Sion Abbey and become a guest of the nuns there. But in 1509, Margaret's fortunes were to change yet again. Henry VIII, now king, married Catherine of Aragon, and once more Margaret was placed in Catherine's household as a lady-in-waiting. Things improved further in 1512, when she was restored to the earldom of Salisbury in her own right, becoming sua jure Countess of Salisbury, and all the lands her brother had held at his death became hers. It was a silent recognition of the injustice of his death, and although she had to pay 5,000 marks for her restoration, it was on far more generous terms than any of her male peers had to pay for theirs. Margaret was also now the first woman in 16th century England to hold a peerage in her own right, and she was one of only 2 16th century women who ever would, the other one being Anne Boleyn. Margaret proved to be a capable businesswoman, and she managed her estate so well that by 1538 she would be among the top 5 wealthiest peers of her generation. She was also careful in who she employed to manage her estates, and many of them were women. In many areas such as litigation and arranging the marriages of her children, Margaret was equal to the men around her, but in places where she wasn't, she used her male children to stand in for her. Her eldest son, Henry, sat in the House of Lords in her place as women were not allowed into the chambers, and led her men in battle when it was required. Margaret's children did very well out of her restoration. Her second son, Arthur, went in 1514 with Margaret Tudor as part of her entourage, and by 1518 was a gentleman of Henry's privy chamber. Arthur became close friends with a patron of his, Edward Stafford, the 3rd Duke of Buckingham, but when Buckingham was convicted of treason in 1521, Arthur was expelled from court. However, by the following year, he was back again. Reginald studied abroad in Padua, and despite not being ordained as a priest, he became Dean of Exeter and Wimborne Minster, Dorset, and a Canon of York. In 1529, he would be part of those representing Henry VIII to convince the French theologians of the Sorbonne to accept his separation from Catherine of Aragon. Margaret's daughter Ursula also did well from her mother's rise at court. In 1515, she was suggested as a potential wife for the Duke of Milan, but on the 20th of October 1518, Ursula instead married Henry Stafford, 1st Baron Stafford, son of Edward Stafford. However, after his father's downfall, Henry and Ursula were left in a difficult financial situation. But this would improve a little when Margaret took on one of her granddaughters into her own household to ease the finances required for their children. And Ursula and Henry were fully restored in wealth and power when Mary I took the throne many years later. Margaret was also an extremely well-educated woman and was a patron of many humanist scholars. Erasmus's De Immensa Misericordia Dei, or The Great Mercy of God, was translated into English for her by Jean-Tien Hervé of Orléans, one of those she patronised. Her association with humanist scholars was likely also encouraged by her son Reginald, who would have introduced many of those she knew. At first, Margaret did well at court, but as Queen Catherine fell from Henry's favour, so did Margaret. In 1518, she had a dispute with the king over some land that she felt she had a claim to. Henry ruled against her and instead awarded the contested lands to the Dukedom of Somerset, which incidentally had been held by the Beaufort family and were now in possession of the crown. But in 1520, as a favourite of Catherine's, Margaret was placed in the household of the king's young daughter, Princess Mary. She was Mary's governess, and the two had a close bond that would remain for the rest of Margaret's life. However, when Arthur fell out of favour due to his friendship with Edward Stafford, so did Margaret. She was removed from Mary's household, but by 1525 she had been placed back as governess. In that same year, Henry became infatuated with Anne Boleyn, and he began to figure out how to set Catherine aside. Obviously, Catherine refused to comply with his demand, and so courtiers became split on those who supported Henry and those who supported Catherine. Margaret definitely fell into the second group and openly supported her queen and friend. In 1531, however, Catherine was banished from court. 2 years later, in January 1533, Henry had his marriage to Catherine declared void and married Anne Boleyn as his second wife. As a result, Mary, Catherine and Henry's daughter, was also declared illegitimate, and in December of that year would have her own household dissolved, and she would be sent to live with her baby half-sister Elizabeth at Hatfield House. This meant also that Margaret was no longer permitted to be part of Mary's household. Mary had a strong maternal bond with Margaret, who became a motherly presence for the daughter of her friend. When Henry demanded Mary's gold plate and jewels be handed over to him, Margaret bravely refused. She also asked if she would be able to serve Mary for nothing, that she would pay for everything and it would cost the crown nothing to allow her to continue to look after Mary. Henry refused. Even 2 years later, when the imperial ambassador, Eustace Chapuis, suggested it was a good idea, Henry called Margaret a fool with no experience. But worse was yet to come. Despite representing the king once for his marriage to Anne Boleyn, Margaret's son Reginald had come to believe the marriage was wrong, warning as such in 1531. In 1532, Chapuis made a suggestion to the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V that perhaps Reginald could marry Mary and combine their dynastic claims. This seemingly innocent suggestion was far more dangerous than it appeared, as it suggested Reginald and Mary might be able to take the English throne if Henry was removed from it. Reginald also wrote a pamphlet that rejected Henry's take on marrying a brother's widow and on the idea that a king could have supremacy over the church. He also spoke to the crowned heads of Europe who were opposed to Henry's stance, urging them to depose the English king. By 1536, Reginald had cut all ties with the English court, but Anne Boleyn was also executed that year. Margaret was briefly allowed to return to court, but not for long. In 1537, Reginald was made a cardinal, still having not been ordained, and ironically against his own advice. The Pope put him in charge of organising the Pilgrimage of Grace and finding those who would lead it. This was a rebellion that began in Yorkshire and spread around the north of England, and the intention was to march on London and replace several of Henry's reformist ministers with traditional Catholic ones. This movement wasn't supported by the crowned heads of Europe, and the English tried to assassinate Reginald to no avail. In 1539, the Pope then sent Reginald to Emperor Charles to organise an embargo against England. Back at home in England, Margaret's other son Geoffrey was also facing problems. In 1538, a plot to assassinate and remove Henry from the throne had apparently been discovered, and Geoffrey, who was still in contact with Reginald, was implicated. He was arrested in August by Thomas Cromwell, who ignored Geoffrey's appeal. Under interrogation, he said his older brother Henry had been aware of his contact, and the whole family came under suspicion. Henry and Margaret were also arrested and taken into the Tower of London in November. On the 12th of November, Margaret's interrogation began, but she gave firm and steadfast answers when asked questions, clearly proving her innocence. William Fitzwilliam, the Earl of Southampton, was one of her interrogators, and while he didn't like her, he grudgingly admitted he was impressed with the strength of character Margaret displayed, and how she didn't back down despite his attempts at intimidation. By January 1539, Geoffrey had been pardoned and released, but on the 9th of January, his brother Henry, Lord Montague, was found guilty of treason and executed. Henry's youngest son, also called Henry, was held in the Tower with his grandmother and was likely only very young, possibly around 15 years old or so. Margaret and young Henry were attainted as her father had been, their titles and lands stripped from them. Margaret's attainder was helped by Thomas Cromwell presenting evidence of a tunic supposedly found in a search of one of her properties. The tunic bore the 5 wounds of Christ embroidered on it, apparently a symbol of Margaret's support for her son Reginald marrying Mary and them both taking the throne of England. It's almost certain this tunic was a fabrication. However, Margaret and young Henry were taken care of in the Tower, and their financial needs were taken care of by the king himself. In 1540, Cromwell fell from favour and was executed. But in March 1541, Margaret was still a prisoner, but she was being attended by servants, and her tailor was paid a large sum for her clothing. So it appeared Henry VIII was not only still looking after her, but was happy to keep her around. By this point, Margaret was 67 years old. It's clear she also never wavered from her plea of innocence to any crime, as a poem was found inscribed into her cell wall. For traitors on the block should die. I am no traitor, no, not I. My faithfulness stands fast, and so towards the block I shall not go, nor make one step, as you shall see. Christ, in thy mercy, save thou me. Despite Henry seeming to be content with Margaret for the time being, everything suddenly changed on the 27th of May. Henry made the decision out of nowhere to execute Margaret for treason. It appears, considering 2 months earlier the king had paid for staff and clothes for her, that the decision was a spontaneous one rather than a planned one. This may have been connected once again to moves Reginald was making in contacting those who had been involved in the Pilgrimage of Grace and plans to rescue his mother. As in 1539, there had been a real fear Reginald was planning on invading England, so it would appear Henry made a knee-jerk decision based on his anxiety. On the morning of the 27th, Margaret was told by her jailers that she was to die within the hour. Considering there had been no trial and no sentence, Margaret was horrified and demanded to know what crime she was accused of. Without further ado, she was taken from her cell to where a low wooden block had been prepared outside. Instead of the usual scaffold, more hints at the suddenness of the execution. To make this even worse, the Tower's usual executioner had been sent north to deal with rebels, leaving an inexperienced young lad to do the job instead. Although one source says she seemed confused as to why she was there, Margaret managed to commend her soul to God, ask the small crowd present to pray for the king and his family, and ask that she should be remembered to Princess Mary. A later source suggested Margaret turned her head about in order to prevent the execution, but was written many years after the events and is unlikely to be true. What is true, however, is the horrific way in which poor Margaret died. As if being beheaded wasn't bad enough, the youth who did the act wasn't very good at his job. Margaret suffered at the hands of the young man who was a wretched and blundering youth who hacked her neck and shoulders to pieces in the most pitiful manner. Apparently, he missed her neck on the first blow, instead hacking into her shoulder. You can imagine the pain Margaret must have been in, and he took another swing to try and finish the job for her. Again, the axe missed, then swinging into the base of Margaret's skull. It took several hacking blows for her head to finally be severed from her body, and one can only imagine the excruciating pain poor Margaret must have been in for her last moments. It was no way for a noble lady to go out, and on top of this, her execution would be viewed as a severe miscarriage of justice then, just as it is now. When Reginald was told the news of his mother's death, he announced that he was now the proud son of a martyr, disappearing into his room for an hour alone to grieve. Margaret's body was laid to rest in the Tower's chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula, and in 1886 she would be beatified by the Pope. Margaret seems to have done her best to try and get along with everyone, not ruffle any feathers, and to stand up for her friends or their daughters when needed. But history was not on her side. Having been born the niece of a king and daughter to a duke, Margaret should have been set for a sparkling future as the wife of a high-ranking noble or prince, looking forward to a relatively peaceful life. Instead, her father's actions ensured she was lowered in rank and married to a man who wasn't her social equal, but they were at least happy and seemed to have cared for one another. Her husband's death meant financial straits for Margaret and her young family, forcing her to give up one of her sons to the church and setting off a domino effect in how Reginald saw England's courtly life. Even when she was on the up, making friends with Catherine of Aragon was to prove a bad move, although it allowed her to be a friend to Princess Mary when Henry decided to chase Anne Boleyn for wife number 2. Margaret was an easy target as one of the last main Plantagenets, and her dynastic claims meant she was considered dangerous by anxious men even when she had done nothing to provoke this. She was viewed as one person while being an entirely different person in reality, and her execution was a mockery of the dignified, kind person Margaret had been in life, ensuring she was unfortunately better remembered in history for how she died rather than how she lived. Elizabeth I is possibly the most famous English queen in history, despite having reigned over 400 years ago. But Elizabeth's life still raises questions, and one of the most prominent is why she never married. Let's look at her early life and find some possible answers to that question. Elizabeth's early life was surprisingly difficult for someone born a princess. Born on the 7th of September 1533 at Greenwich Palace, she was the daughter of King Henry VIII and his second wife, Anne Boleyn. This itself had caused controversy before Elizabeth was even born. Henry had put his first wife, Katherine of Aragon, to one side, and his daughter from that marriage, Princess Mary, was no longer heir to the throne. This separation would coincide with a break from the Catholic Church, but Henry's main reason for taking another wife was due to wanting a son as his royal heir. Therefore, when Elizabeth was born, she was the heir presumptive to the English throne, and she was treated with the opulence and honour expected of her station. Despite not being a boy, Henry publicly was delighted with his new daughter, although privately he was disappointed. The notices announcing the birth of the royal child had to have an S added onto the word prince, as it had been assumed and predicted a prince would be born, not a princess. At 3 months old, Elizabeth was given her own household at Hatfield House, but she still had regular visits from her mother Anne, who also ensured she was given the best and most expensive of everything, showering her daughter with as much love as she was able. However, Henry was already growing tired of Anne just a few months after, and after a few more miscarriages and stillbirths that came to nothing, he was flirting with one of his Queen Consort's ladies-in-waiting, Jane Seymour. Anne had made it very obvious she was not going to leave her position any more quietly than Katherine of Aragon had, and Henry wanted rid of her. Charges were trumped up against her that she had committed adultery with not only members of her household and other nobles, but also with her own brother. Historians today agree almost unanimously that these charges were very likely completely made up in order to remove Anne. But unfortunately, she was found guilty. Anne was beheaded on the 19th of May 1536 when Elizabeth was just a few months shy of being 3 years old. Despite not actively having had anything to do with her parents' relationship, it would have a dramatic effect on Elizabeth's life. Like her half-sister Mary, she was now declared illegitimate and removed from the royal succession, as her father married Jane Seymour just a few days after Anne's death. It's uncertain when exactly Elizabeth was told about what had happened. She was a very clever child, and she asked her governess one day why, instead of calling her Lady Princess as everyone had before, they were now addressing her as Lady Elizabeth. It must have been an awkward and emotional conversation. And although Henry was emotionally distant, he ensured Elizabeth received a Renaissance education, and she was quick to pick up several languages and could converse on a seemingly endless number of intellectual subjects. Her governess, appointed in 1537, Catherine "Cat" Ashley, would not only become the princess's friend until her death, but taught her many of the foreign languages she came to know. Over the years, Elizabeth would have several renowned tutors, from William Grindal, who taught her Latin, French and Greek, and Roger Ascham, who would also teach Elizabeth philosophy, classics and elements of the Protestant faith. Elizabeth was also skilled with several instruments and loved walking outdoors, hunting and dancing. Her father would then marry Anne of Cleves in a short-lived marriage, but she was a kind stepmother to all 3 children. Then would come Henry's disastrous marriage to the tragic and young Catherine Howard, who would end up meeting the same fate as Anne Boleyn in February 1542. At just 8 years old, Elizabeth had got on well with her youthful and kind third stepmother, and Catherine Howard's death hit her hard, probably not least because of the echoes of what had happened to her own mother. She apparently said, "I shall never marry." At this point, it's not surprising such a young girl had this view. In her mind, marriage was inextricably tied with death, whether that was intentionally through a tyrant king or unintentionally through the dangers of childbirth. Henry's final wife, Catherine Parr, would also do her utmost to repair the relationship between the king and his daughters. He had barely looked at Elizabeth as she reminded him too much of Anne Boleyn, but Parr was taken with the sweet and intelligent child the princess had become, and she helped soften Henry towards her. It was also Catherine Parr who helped oversee the education of Elizabeth, and her influence would only have encouraged the punishing educational schedule the princess was put under, but Elizabeth thrived in it. She also got on well with her new stepmother, and made her a gift of a translation of a poem by Margaret of Navarre, Miroir de l'âme pécheresse, or Mirror of the Sinful Soul, at New Year's in 1544 when Elizabeth was just 11. After Henry's death in January 1547, Elizabeth went to stay with her former stepmother Catherine, bored of the newly elaborate rituals at court. It was something that would stain her reputation and remain as a question mark over her entire life, and weirdly also brings us to suitor number 1, Thomas Seymour. Catherine had, against the wishes of the Regency Council, married Thomas Seymour, Baron Seymour of Sudeley, just 4 months after the king's death. Unknown to Catherine, Thomas had actually already pressed his suit to the extremely young Elizabeth just shortly before proposing to Catherine. Elizabeth had turned him down, but at the age of 14, the young princess was an impressionable and naive teenager, and it seems Seymour had designs on her regardless. While Elizabeth stayed with Catherine at the old manor in Chelsea, Thomas would often come into the princess's bedroom wearing only his nightgown and slippers, and would only stay in the room if she was still in bed. It was behaviour that horrified Cat Ashley, but Catherine, happy with her first ever pregnancy, brushed it off as innocent fun since she still saw Elizabeth as merely a child and perhaps wanted to put her head in the sand a bit about her husband. Thomas would openly romp with Elizabeth in front of the household servants, tickling her and slapping her on the buttocks. At times, Catherine even joined in, showing how suitably gaslit she was by her attractive but manipulative husband. We cannot apply modern thinking to a historical situation that we have patchy details for, but it still feels very uncomfortable. While Elizabeth appears to have had something of a crush on Seymour to start with, she also at times appeared uncomfortable, rising early with plenty of maids in her room to ensure she was up and dressed before he arrived. Eventually, Catherine came across Elizabeth and Thomas in each other's arms, and she connected the dots. It would appear Catherine had attempted to join in with her husband's actions in order to perhaps curtail him, or even to make them appear more innocent as she was joining in. Whatever the case, in May 1548, Elizabeth was sent away to Sir Anthony Denny's household at Cheshunt. She would maintain contact with Catherine Parr until her former stepmother's death through letters. Elizabeth wrote a remorseful letter to Catherine for what had happened, although whatever did happen could not be considered the fault of a 14-year-old in any era. When Catherine died on the 5th of September that year, Thomas had a few months of genuine grief before he decided to have another go at marrying the princess. He once again sent an offer of marriage to Elizabeth, and she turned him down flat. Some historians have suggested Cat Ashley liked Seymour and encouraged Elizabeth to go for it, but that seems highly unlikely given her shock at his earlier behaviour. The Princess Elizabeth was shaken up by the events at Chelsea, and this was compounded by events in January 1549. Thomas Seymour had attempted to enter the young King Edward's apartments and kidnap him, and the sordid details of his behaviour with Elizabeth came out. Then living at Hatfield once again, Elizabeth was interrogated by Sir Robert Tyrwhitt, who was convinced of her guilt. Elizabeth was cool and logical with Tyrwhitt, admitting nothing, especially as there was no evidence of her having conspired with Thomas Seymour, and eventually she and her household were free from suspicion. Seymour was found guilty of treason and beheaded on the 20th of March, but the whole affair had left a bad taste in Elizabeth's mouth about men, and when connected to her fear of marriage, was likely a large factor in her later decision to remain unmarried. On the 17th of November 1558, Elizabeth went from being third in line to becoming Elizabeth I, Queen of England. At this point, regardless of how she may have personally felt about marriage, she would have been expected to get herself a husband, if only to produce heirs for England's throne. But it was a complex matter, as it had been for her sister, Mary. Any husband of the Queen's could possibly make a fuss about not actually ruling the country themselves, or they could find England swallowed up into another empire in the making, taking away its independence. Ideally, the future husband also had to be Protestant, although this itself was complex and not set in stone. While Elizabeth certainly leaned towards Protestantism, she certainly wasn't militant about it the way her brother Edward had been, and she liked a lot of Catholic trappings in ceremonies. She made it clear from the start with her famous quote that she had no desire to make windows into men's souls, that she was happy to allow both faiths to exist if everyone behaved themselves. This was different from Mary, who had been Catholic and went for a Catholic husband, who funnily enough was Elizabeth's first suitor during her reign. Enter suitor number 2, brother-in-law to potential fiancé, Philip II of Spain. Philip's marriage to Mary had resulted in no children, and it was little surprise considering in their marriage of less than 5 years, they had only spent about 6 months together. But why look across Europe for another wife when you can just look across the palace room? From a political point of view, it made sense to maintain the connection with England for Spain because it kept a European balance of power. But in reality, he had already been spotted by some courtiers apparently flirting with Elizabeth even before Mary's death. But for Elizabeth, she had never flirted back, and she still didn't entertain any desire to marry her former brother-in-law. Aside from the entire argument her father had created over marrying your dead sibling's spouse with his brother Arthur and Catherine of Aragon, which was a load of nonsense in itself, there was a whole host of other reasons Elizabeth didn't want to accept the proposal. The first was that she had seen firsthand how unpopular the marriage had been with the English people. This was partly because they were worried about England being merged into the Habsburg Empire one day, and partly because, well, the population at that time tended to be somewhat xenophobic and didn't want a foreign king from a Catholic country. And the fact Philip was Catholic was itself a sticking point. Even if Elizabeth ignored this fact, there might always be pressure that she should convert, and Elizabeth was also well aware of the connection her people made between Mary and Philip and the unpopular mass burnings at the stake for supposed Protestant heretics in years gone by. Another reason was that Elizabeth needed someone who would support her in running her kingdom. Philip was very wrapped up in Spain and his other lands, to the point he had hardly been by Mary's side during her reign. It would also cause a conflict if England went to war with another kingdom that wasn't at war with Spain, something that had been a problem for Mary as well when Philip had insisted English soldiers were needed in a Spanish war. All in all, Elizabeth didn't want to marry Philip, but she also didn't want to cause him offence. So she did the only sensible thing possible and didn't give him an answer. Eventually, Philip would grow tired of waiting for her and ended up marrying Elizabeth of Valois instead in 1559, a year later. However, it didn't actually sour the relationship between Elizabeth and Philip at first. He defended Elizabeth when the Pope would threaten her with excommunication, and a peace was at first maintained between the two kingdoms. It was only years later, after Elizabeth had sided with the Dutch Protestants rebelling from the Habsburg Empire, and when she had encouraged English privateers to attack Spanish ships, especially those coming from the New World, that this put an end to that peace. But before that, Elizabeth still had plenty of other potential husbands to come, and one of the most famous would be her favourite, suitor number 3, Robert Dudley, 1st Earl of Leicester. Robert Dudley was an older brother of Guildford Dudley, the husband of Lady Jane Grey. Robert himself had been put in the Tower for his part in the whole affair, and Guildford, along with their father John Dudley, 1st Duke of Northumberland, had been executed. Robert had also nearly been beheaded, but narrowly escaped due to his mother and brother-in-law Henry Sidney cozying up to the Spanish courtiers that came with Philip II. Robert was also already married to Amy Robsart, having wed in 1550, a relationship that appears to have begun genuinely as a love match. However, very early on, Elizabeth made it clear that while she wanted to have Robert around as her favourite, she wasn't going to extend the same hospitality to Amy. When Elizabeth became queen, she also made Robert Master of the Horse. This was a role of great responsibility, and he was a good fit as he was an excellent horseman and had a great interest in the transport and breeding of the Queen's stable. However, it was also a role which allowed him to touch the royal person, helping Elizabeth on and off her horse. By April 1559, he had also been made a Knight of the Garter, and they would often go riding together, alone. He was also Elizabeth's type. He was lean and muscular, liked being outdoors and riding, and showed off his body in fashionable clothing. Robert was very tall at 6 foot, good looking, and had dark hair with a reddish hue to it. Just like the Queen, he had a skill for languages, loved music and dancing, and loved learning in general. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Elizabeth was in love with him. She spent most evenings with him, the pair laughing and talking together, playing music to each other. While it's highly likely Elizabeth simply saw a way to have male companionship without the mess of actually marrying him, it didn't stop people noticing and thinking the worst. Obviously, the rumour mill started, and it had plenty to feed on. Other courtiers grumbled at how much free time he got with the Queen, and also at how casual he was with her. Some worried that his family ambitions would return. Others still murmured that the Queen had taken him as a lover and was even pregnant with his child. When news got around that Amy was ill with a malady in her breast, things intensified. There were whispers that once the poor woman was dead, Elizabeth and Robert would marry. It must have been heartbreaking for Amy to hear these rumours, and she spent most of her time away from court. Due to her family's ancestral home being in a state of disrepair, she lived mostly with friends in different parts of the country, and by September of 1560, Amy was living at Cumnor Place near Oxford. On the 8th of September, a Sunday, Amy sent her household staff away to a fair being held at Abingdon nearby. She seemed to be in an agitated state of mind, not quite herself, and remained at the house all alone. When everyone returned, she was found dead at the foot of a flight of stairs, apparently having broken her neck. Robert was at Windsor with Elizabeth when he found out the news on the 9th of September, and he immediately called for an inquest. The first worry was that it might have been suicide, although no one believed Amy, as religious as everyone else of her time, would have committed what was considered a mortal sin. The inquest found that it was death by misadventure, or rather that Amy had fallen down the stairs accidentally, causing 2 head injuries and breaking her neck, which caused her death. Robert paid for an elaborate funeral for her and didn't return to court for several months while he was in mourning. However, it wasn't long before malicious talk started around Robert and Amy's death, some of it supposedly started by Elizabeth's chief advisor, William Cecil, and the English ambassador to France, Nicholas Throckmorton. It's almost certain neither really believed Robert had committed murder, but it was a useful way to keep him from ever becoming king consort. Some people now whispered that Amy's death had been planned by Robert and Elizabeth, that they had poisoned her for months beforehand, or even that Dudley had got his gentleman retainer Sir Richard Verney to do the deed. Today, the most likely explanation is that Amy's malady in her breast was probably breast cancer, and this could possibly have weakened her spine with metastatic cancerous deposits, leading to even a short fall, easily snapping the poor woman's neck. And while at the time Elizabeth tried to ignore the whispers and never suspected the man she loved of murder, she recognised that if she married Dudley, her international reputation would be in tatters forever. Even at home, there were rumours of the nobility rising up if Robert became her consort. They would remain friends throughout their lives, but nothing more. And besides that, Elizabeth already had other foreign suitors to contend with, although she was getting good at the game of making everyone guess what she was going to do. This would be displayed perfectly with suitor number 4, Charles II, Archduke of Austria. Charles was a member of the Habsburgs, but from the Austrian line. At the time, they weren't getting on well with the Spanish side of their family, and so had Elizabeth married him, it would have created some conflict for England. But there were some good factors in Charles's stead. He didn't actually have a principality of his own in 1559 when the offers of marriage began, and so his ambassadors argued he would be able to therefore move permanently to England and aid Elizabeth in running her state administration and parliament. Marrying Charles would also link England to the mighty Habsburg Empire, securing it against Spanish threats. The only teeny tiny, mostly insignificant thing they wanted in return was Elizabeth's conversion to the Catholic faith and giving up her independence. She probably couldn't think of anything worse. Baron Caspar Breuner, ambassador for the Holy Roman Emperor Ferdinand I, reported back that although Elizabeth didn't seem keen on the marriage, she was also being extraordinarily kind to Breuner himself. She kept him close, inviting him aboard her barge and to dinners, chatting merrily and asking questions about Charles. The Queen was well aware that the confusion would mean she could keep stringing everyone along while still keeping them happy to stay. And alongside Charles was another prospective husband, one that had actually been suggested before Elizabeth even became queen. Suitor number 5, Eric XIV of Sweden. Eric had made his suit very plain, even rudely so, by demanding an answer to his proposal before she was even crowned. Ever graceful in response, Elizabeth simply replied that he should offer marriage once she was actually queen. He did so, sending her a gift of expensive tapestries and cloth. On top of this, despite the pair never actually having seen one another, Eric sent passionate love letters to Elizabeth, which was a great source of entertainment for her. After all, who doesn't like having their praises sung? An alliance with the Swedish king seemed perfect on the surface. He was Protestant, and England and Sweden had maintained friendly relations for many years. A trade alliance between the two countries would also be very useful. However, Elizabeth, for all her clever traits, was still a woman who had been brainwashed by her heartless father, and she was nervous of portraits after knowing her father's irritation at Anne of Cleves' images. She didn't trust the pictures she was sent, but when she was given Eric's portrait, she publicly complimented it. The Swedish king had been pretty pleased with it as well. It's often said that this was the reason Elizabeth then turned him down, but in fact that came after he suggested coming in person to visit her. Elizabeth had already noted that a marriage between them would mean Eric had to come and live in England, something which realistically would never happen. It was obvious her subtle hints at "no thank you" hadn't worked, and so she sent Eric a mildly passive-aggressive letter thanking him for the proposal, but saying she had no romantic feelings for him. And so the answer to the proposal was a clear no in February 1559. It turned out to be a wise choice, as the Swedish king was mentally unstable, and years later, after marrying his mistress, Karin Månsdottir, Eric then murdered several courtiers he suspected of conspiring against him. As for Charles II, Elizabeth initially turned him down in the same year, but her warmth towards the ambassador gave the Habsburgs hope, and they pushed once again with an offer of marriage in 1564. But again, Elizabeth gave maddening answers when Charles's emissaries pushed her for one. She replied that she couldn't commit to marrying while she hadn't seen someone face to face, but equally she didn't want Charles to visit England either, as otherwise she might feel pressured to say yes to marrying him. The new ambassador for Charles, Alvaro de la Quadra, was told by Elizabeth that it was unseemly for a queen and maiden to invite someone to be her husband, and therefore the Archduke should do as he saw fit without involving her. But equally, she continued to ask questions about Charles, such as what languages he spoke and what interests he had. The negotiations dragged on for another 4 years, although at many times Elizabeth gave hope by seeming to once again consider the match seriously, before throwing something in the way which meant she couldn't marry Charles. His father also insisted that if they married and Elizabeth died, he wanted Charles to succeed her if they had no children. By 1568, the Queen was now 35 and her chances of having a child were looking slim, especially as she continued to maintain that she wished to be celibate with no husband. Eventually, the negotiations would come to a standstill as Elizabeth decided the religious question between them was just too difficult to overcome. A few years later, in 1571, Charles instead married Maria Anna of Bavaria for his first wife, who in true Habsburg style also happened to be his niece. Now of an age where most women would be winding down child-rearing and were considered middle-aged, Elizabeth had less offers for her hand, but was still considered a glittering prize. She was, after all, a queen over a strong, mostly Protestant, financially stable kingdom, and having an heir wasn't impossible either. Anyone who did marry her, even without an heir, might be able to take her throne afterwards and remarry. In the 1570s, Elizabeth began to consider a French match. Years before, wanting to prevent the alliance between England and Austria, Catherine de' Medici had sent a short-lived offer of marriage from her son, Charles IX of France. At the time, the French king was only 14 years old to Elizabeth's 31 years, and the idea of marrying him gave the English queen obvious ick. However, in later years, she would consider a marriage to Henry, Duke of Anjou, who would later become Henry III of France in 1570. However, due to the fact he was Catholic and 18 years her junior, it's likely Elizabeth never really considered this proposal with any seriousness. It was meant purely to stir up concern from Spain. However, Elizabeth would end up taking an offer from Henry's younger brother slightly more seriously. Enter suitor number 6, Francis, Duke of Anjou, in 1572. At the time, Francis was not what we might delicately call Elizabeth's type. The poor young man had caught smallpox while still a child, as Elizabeth herself had as a young woman, but unlike Elizabeth, it had left Francis with pitting and scars on his face. He also apparently had a deformed spine, and reports of his looks were not favourable. But his mother Catherine declared that his beard, just coming in at 17 years old, would cover the worst of the scarring, and an alliance between France and England would have been a powerful buffer against Spain for both of them. On top of this, Francis was considered to otherwise be healthy and strong, and his conviction to Catholicism was far flimsier than his brother's. Elizabeth was by now nearly 40. The large age gap between herself and Francis was what worried her the most, although she also wondered if she might be able to use the matter of his disfiguring smallpox marks to have Calais thrown into a marriage alliance. But the small matter of Charles IX deciding to kill off his Huguenot subjects in August 1572 in the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre put a halt to proceedings, with Elizabeth quite understandably saying she would never consider a French match while their Protestant subjects were being targeted. It wasn't until July 1573 that Charles announced his subjects should be free to follow religion as they saw fit, and negotiations resumed. Finally, in March 1574, it was agreed that Francis would come to visit Elizabeth in England, something that had not been extended to any other suitor. While everyone was fully aware that this marriage would not be as easy as one in her youth might have been due to the age gap, and the fact it was highly likely no children would come of it, Elizabeth's advisors still hoped this might be the one. However, the meeting didn't happen. Francis was implicated in an intrigue against his brother Henry, who had become king in May 1574 and had been placed under house arrest. Francis escaped and joined forces with Henry I, Prince of Condé, and Henry, King of Navarre, and their combined strength was enough to convince his brother Henry III to sign the Edict de Bouillé on the 6th of May 1576. Not only did this edict allow Huguenots the right of public worship for their religion, but it also gave secret treaties to those who had forced Henry's hand. Francis gained the Duchy of Anjou along with other lands, becoming the Duke of Anjou. As his brother Henry also remained childless, Francis was now also next in line for the French throne. His new position went to his head a little, and he began to place himself as a protector of French Protestants, positioning himself as a potential leader for the Dutch people as well. Elizabeth did not want Francis meddling in Dutch affairs, and she realised one way to keep him from that would be to possibly reopen the negotiations for marriage. Equally, it was an attractive prospect for Francis, politically at least. The English Queen may now have been wearing wigs and thick makeup, but she was still a powerful ruler with a financially strong country. At the French court, Francis was considered a nuisance, and he still yearned for a crown of his own. It seemed a good solution, and he made the first move in around 1578 by sending a letter declaring his devotion to Elizabeth. The Queen would be moved to chase what would be her final courtship for other reasons as well. Robert Dudley was still kept constantly close to Elizabeth's side as her friend and advisor, but that hadn't stopped him from pursuing romantic affairs, and he had at least one illegitimate son by 1574. But sometime around 1573 he had taken up with another lover, Lettice Knowles. She was a cousin once removed of Elizabeth herself, and at the time was married to Walter Devereux, 1st Earl of Essex. They had previously flirted many years before in the summer of 1565, and the Queen's jealousy had been made vehemently known then. Essex went to Ireland in July 1576 and died of dysentery in September. Once again, the ugly head of poisoning and murder accusations reared up, but an inquest found nothing suspicious. On the 21st of September 1578, Lettice and Robert were secretly married, and it would be another 9 months before it was publicly made known to Elizabeth. She was broken-hearted at what she saw as a betrayal, and was angry that her permission for the marriage had not been sought out. Reportedly, she took this out on Lettice when she turned up at court one day, boxing the poor woman's ears. Eventually, she would forgive Robert and allow him to return to court, but she never extended the same courtesy to Lettice. But it was at least a line drawn under their relationship, and Elizabeth had to do away with the fantasy she would ever be able to marry the man she loved. But this allowed her to really consider marrying Francis instead, and negotiations got underway once again. By November 1579, Francis had sent one of his favoured courtiers to England in order to prepare Elizabeth for what he called his frenzied wooing, sending 12,000 crowns worth of jewels as well. She in exchange sent him a portrait miniature of herself, as well as a pair of fine gloves. Elizabeth also kept with her at all times a tiny gem-encrusted book Francis had sent for her. It's not strange that she might have changed her mind on marriage at this point. With the vigour of youth, she had been steadfast in her belief to remain a virgin queen, but as she grew older, it's likely Elizabeth grew lonely for male companionship. She no longer had this with her beloved Earl of Leicester, and the Duke of Anjou's pockmarked face and difference in age suddenly didn't seem as important anymore. But still she was anxious that Francis only wanted her for her crown, and determined they needed to meet in person. But although some of Elizabeth's council were delighted she was finally considering marriage and thought Francis was a good choice, many courtiers were still against the match due to the Duke being French and Catholic. Nevertheless, on the 17th of August 1579, Francis finally arrived at Greenwich to secretly visit the Queen, eager to meet his new potential bride. At sunset, Elizabeth snuck out of the palace with one of her ladies to dine with Francis, and was pleasantly surprised by what she saw. Due to the many rumours and reports of his looks, she had expected a disfigured, misshapen, short man covered in scars on his face, and instead she found an attractive young man with dark hair and sparkling eyes, witty and far more handsome than she had been led to believe. She declared, "I have never in my life seen a creature more agreeable to me." Francis gave her a frog-shaped earring which Elizabeth would wear throughout their courtship, and she nicknamed him her Little Frog, although it's not clear if this was due to the earring or the unflattering slang nickname sometimes given by the English to French people. Whatever the truth, there was an unmistakable attraction between the odd pair, and Protestants in the country were outraged. Whereas before Francis would probably have willingly changed religion to marry Elizabeth, as the heir to the French throne, he now had to remain a Catholic or risk losing it. He had to leave late in August, and on his departure, Elizabeth penned a short poem titled On Monsieur's Departure, lamenting Francis needing to leave her side. He left his ambassador behind to finalise the marriage. However, Elizabeth's subjects reacted strongly against the match, writing pamphlets condemning the marriage and the Duke, and many of Elizabeth's advisors warned about religious riots breaking out on English soil. The Queen must have sadly realised her marriage to Francis could never really happen, but she had to maintain the illusion of it to keep friendly relations with France. When French emissaries were sent in 1581 to draw up the terms for the marriage, Elizabeth surprised them by stating she might not wish to marry Francis at all, but she still wished to have an alliance of friendship with him. Francis himself was therefore forced in November, running out of resources in the Netherlands, to visit Elizabeth himself once more. The pair once again slipped into behaving as lovers, and the young Duke was even overheard to have said he longed day and night to be allowed into Elizabeth's bed to show her what a fine companion he could be. The Queen even publicly stated in front of witnesses the Duke of Anjou would be her husband, kissing him on the lips and exchanging rings with him as a gesture of her pledge. In front of witnesses, it was as good as a formal betrothal. But just 2 days later, she told Francis that for the sake of her subjects, even though privately she felt differently, she could not marry him. Francis initially accepted this, and in exchange, Elizabeth offered him a loan of £60,000 to lead a Dutch campaign against the Spanish in December. However, at the end of the month, he was still at the English court, determined somehow he would still marry Elizabeth, and he burst into tears when she said he must from that point on think of her only as a sister. Finally, by February 1582, Francis had left, and by then Elizabeth was taken with another of her famous favourites, Sir Walter Raleigh. The Duke of Anjou would be the last of Elizabeth's serious suitors, and from that point on she would insist she was married to her kingdom and her subjects. She had, in the years she remained unmarried, created a cult of personality around herself based on the iconography of the Virgin Queen. This would now be the persona Elizabeth leaned heavily into for the rest of her life, recognizing she really would never marry. She would continue to have favourites, but these were never more than flattery and compliments to a renowned but aging queen, and Elizabeth enjoyed them, but was well aware of what they were. Only 2 men ever came really close to claiming her heart, both at different times of her life. Robert Dudley was her childhood friend and sweetheart, and her love for him was never really broken. After she died, a letter from him was found in her belongings, marked with words in her hand, his last letter. The unfortunate events of his family and the death of his first wife ensured Elizabeth could not marry him, as she, unlike her father, chose her country and subjects over her own desires. And Francis, Duke of Anjou, was an unlikely contender in the contest to marry the English Queen, but it seems the two connected regardless of their difference in age and religion. He seems to have been genuinely heartbroken at her refusal in the end to marry him, and Elizabeth seems to have agonized over the decision in a way that shows she also, at least at some point, really did consider marrying her little frog. It's not difficult to imagine why Elizabeth took the route she did into celibacy and remaining single. As a child, she must have been traumatized by the knowledge of how her mother Anne and her stepmother Catherine Howard both died. The connection of marriage to death coloured her youthful thinking on the subject, and the dangers of the heart were brought sharply home with the tangled events of Thomas Seymour. When she came to the throne of England as a young woman, her intelligence and logic won out over her heart, and Elizabeth calmly rejected offers from Europe, cleverly stringing them along for years. It was only in her later years, recognizing the last possible attempt she might become a wife, Elizabeth wavered in her decision to remain unmarried. But remaining the Virgin Queen would ensure the safety of England for decades to come, the unity of Scotland and England by passing her throne to James VI of Scotland, and cementing her legacy as a legend for generations to come. Katherine Willoughby, who would end up as Catherine Brandon and Catherine Bertie, would become Duchess of Suffolk, adoptive parent to a Queen's child, and an exile for her Protestant faith. She was a noblewoman who never held back in her opinions, and while this at times made her unpopular, Catherine was never far from the drama of her time. Catherine was born at Parham Old Hall, Suffolk, on the 22nd of March 1519, the daughter of William Willoughby, 11th Baron Willoughby de Eresby. He was a substantial landholder in Lincolnshire, Norfolk and Suffolk, and the lack of any higher noble in those parts meant William was seen as a significant person in matters of administration for all three areas. His status was raised even further when in 1516 he married Maria de Salinas, a Castilian noblewoman who came over to England with Catherine of Aragon, and was a close friend of the Queen as well as a lady-in-waiting to her. It appears Maria was fond of England, as she was known by Spanish ambassadors to have apparently influenced Queen Catherine to favour her new English subjects. Henry VIII was also delighted at another Spanish-Anglo alliance between some of his subjects, and one of his ships, the Mary Willoughby, may have been named after her in recognition of this. In turn, Catherine herself was likely named for the English queen who was the friend of her mother, along with many other girls of her generation. Catherine was her father's only surviving child, and so when he died in 1526, there was a contest for his inheritance, as Catherine was not a boy. It was contested by Sir Christopher Willoughby, William's brother, who refused to give up control over several properties in Lincolnshire. Maria managed to muster support at court, and Christopher received a reprimand from Cardinal Wolsey, who had in turn been sent a letter by Charles Brandon, Duke of Suffolk, about the situation. However, Charles's intervention was not without benefit to himself. On her father's death, Catherine became a ward of the king despite her mother still being alive. This often happened to children of the nobility on the death of a father, partly because mothers didn't have any rights, and partly to take the financial strain off the mother. Charles Brandon was busy collecting up land in East Anglia, and funnily enough, Catherine's inheritance would help with that. He took out loans to purchase her wardship from Henry in early 1528 or 1529, and she joined Charles's household. Charles was married at the time to his third wife, Mary Tudor, sister of the king. It was a love match that at the time had been scorned, as they had married in secret against Henry's wishes, but by 1529 both had long since been forgiven by the king. It was rumoured Catherine was to be betrothed to Henry Brandon, Earl of Lincoln, the young son of Charles and Mary. But this would change after just a few years. On the 25th of June 1533, Mary died, and Catherine was a chief mourner at her funeral. Rumours had long abounded, probably coming from Anne Boleyn, who disliked Mary Tudor, that Charles was far more interested in the young teenage girl in his household than he should have been, even while Mary was still alive. Added to this was the fact that although everyone expected Catherine to be betrothed to Henry, it never happened, and it's possible he was sickly as he died in 1534. Charles instead married Catherine himself in September 1533. He was 49 years old and Catherine was just 14. It wasn't completely unusual for the time period, but age gaps were starting to become less prevalent, and Eustace Chapuis, the Spanish ambassador, found it interesting enough to comment on the marriage for that reason. Another reason for the sudden marriage may have been that Charles was in need of cash, and he couldn't afford to wait for his son to come of age. Marrying Catherine also made it easier to take those finances directly, rather than going through young Henry. Despite the years between them, it would be a successful marriage. Now as her husband, Charles was able to force Christopher Willoughby to give up more lands that actually belonged to Catherine, adding to his own impressive portfolio. This would allow him to become the highest magnate in Lincolnshire, and he would later play a significant part in quelling the Pilgrimage of Grace in 1536 as a result. As for Catherine, she now became a duchess and gained a husband with clout at court. Furthermore, she also now became connected to the royal family, as the children of Mary Tudor were considered heirs to the throne, and Catherine became stepmother to Henry, who she might have otherwise married, Eleanor and Frances, who went on to be the mother of Lady Jane Grey, as well as Anne and Mary, daughters to Charles through his second wife, Anne Brown. The couple also raised an imposing residence for what would become their main home after 1537, Grimsthorpe Castle in Lincolnshire. It wasn't long before children came along. Henry, born almost a year after their marriage on the 18th of September 1534, and Charles, named for his father, who came along a year after in late 1537. The family stayed on at Grimsthorpe now, as in the wake of quelling the Pilgrimage of Grace in Lincolnshire, Henry ordered Charles to remain in the north to make the royal presence felt there. Charles and Catherine also seemed to get on well on a personal level. Mary Tudor had been a strongly spoken woman who wasn't afraid of standing up to her brother, and Catherine was also witty and opinionated. So it seems Charles had a thing for strong, outspoken women. Catherine also had a love of learning, which was encouraged by her husband. She had also been given a good education by her mother when younger, as evidenced by the writings and translations Catherine left us. They continued to be a close part of the royal entourage, however. When Anne of Cleves arrived in England in 1539, the Duke and Duchess of Suffolk were part of the official welcoming party, and they would help arrange a royal progress for the King and Catherine Howard in 1541. This progress would later become known for the secret meetings between the Queen and Thomas Culpeper, although apparently their home at Grimsthorpe was one of the few places nothing happened. Now in her early 20s, Catherine became an advocate for Protestantism. However, despite Henry VIII's break from Rome, many of her beliefs were still considered heresy, and so she remained quiet in public about these. Catherine also strongly disliked Bishop Gardiner, a devout Catholic, and although they had once begun as friends, by all accounts the feeling was mutual by this point. At a dinner party she and Charles once held, the guests had to play a game in which they sat with the person they liked the best. As Catherine could not sit with her husband, the host, she chose instead to sit with Bishop Gardiner as the person she liked the least. She also named her pet spaniel Gardiner, so she could have fun shouting, "Gardiner, heel!" and "Gardiner, roll over!" In 1543, Catherine also became close friends with the king's final wife, Catherine Parr, and this only strengthened her leanings towards Protestantism, as Parr was also an advocate for the Reformation. However, this association would cause the Duchess problems just a few years later. On the 22nd of August 1545, Charles died. Catherine purchased the wardship of her two sons, as well as the right to choose who they would marry when old enough. This left Catherine a young widow in her mid-20s, and while she was also able to maintain her autonomy as she was still wealthy, it also made her more vulnerable to possible court intrigues. She was almost swept up in the attempt to remove Catherine Parr from the king's side when Catholic advocates tried to rid themselves of Protestant leaders in Henry's later years. And it was even suggested Henry was considering Catherine herself for wife number 7, something which she no doubt was glad never came true. But once Henry died in 1547 and his son took the throne as Edward VI on the 28th of January 1547, Katherine found her situation much easier. She was able to openly help her friend, the Dowager Queen, with funding one of her books, The Lamentation of a Sinner, and as Edward made it clear his reign would be a Protestant one, used her near-endless purse to pay for other patronage. More than a dozen books either carried her coat of arms or were dedicated to Katherine, and she became a patron of John Day, the country's leading religious publisher at that time. The Duchess was shown as a shining example of why women should be allowed to read the Bible, and she even arranged for Hugh Latimer to conduct sermons at Grimsthorpe. Katherine also had a hand in helping to establish stranger churches, a name given to the churches of European Protestants in England for Protestants fleeing persecution in Europe. But tragedy wasn't far away, and in late August 1548, her friend Catherine Parr gave birth to a daughter before dying on the 5th of September, having never left her childbed. This was a sad enough event, but when Parr's fourth husband, Thomas Seymour, was arrested for treason and executed in March 1549, the Duchess was given the responsibility of being a guardian for Catherine Parr's daughter, Mary. Mary was only a baby of 7 months old, but being the daughter of a former queen, she was expected to be kept in a style befitting her station. Expense accounts for Catherine's household show Mary was dressed in the finest fabrics, slept in a well-stocked nursery of toys and fine furniture, and was given the best food. It wasn't long before the Duchess, who had no husband to add extra income and her own 2 sons to support, began to resent the extra money she needed to spend on a child she hadn't expected to look after. She wrote to William Cecil complaining about the situation, asking for funds to help support the child. The letter was eventually taken notice of, as Parliament passed an act in January 1550 to allow little Mary to be rid of her father's attainder and to gain some of his lands, although she still wasn't permitted to hold any of Seymour's titles. However, no claim was ever made on the lands, and any record of Mary or her place in Catherine's household disappears around this point. It's highly likely the child died sometime before her 2nd birthday and was probably buried close to Grimsthorpe. In 1551, Catherine's sons, now both in their teens and students at Cambridge, became ill with the sweating sickness passing through England in that year. In an attempt to flee the disease, the 2 boys had gone to Buckton in Cambridgeshire and were staying at the Bishop of Lincoln's palace. On the 14th of July 1551, Henry, 2nd Duke of Suffolk after his father's death, passed in his bed, resulting in his brother Charles, sick in the bed opposite him, becoming the Duke of Suffolk for a very short while, before dying an hour later as well. It was a bitter loss for Catherine, and she fell into deep mourning. 4 months later, she wrote a poignant letter to William Cecil, in which she said, "Truly I take this, God's last and to the first sight most sharp and bitter punishment, not for the least of his benefits, inasmuch as I have never been so well taught by any other before to know his power, his love and mercy, my own wickedness, and that wretched state that without him I should endure here." In other words, Catherine managed to find some comfort in her faith, although sadly she considered the death of her sons to be a punishment for her shortcomings. It would have an immense effect on her faith and her choices in the years to come. The Duchy of Suffolk now reverted to the crown and would later be passed to the heirs of Mary Tudor, but Catherine still held the inheritance to the barony of Willoughby of Eresby. Just a few years before, Richard Bertie had joined Catherine's household as her gentleman usher, someone who dealt with business on her behalf as well as helping to maintain her large properties. He was a well-educated man who had a skill with several languages, and he had a sharp wit to match Catherine's to boot. They were also close in age, as Richard was just 3 years older than she was. It wasn't long before a friendship blossomed between them that turned into love, and they were secretly married sometime in 1552. It was unusual for a noblewoman to marry lower socially, but it was obviously a love match. Their marriage was a happy one, and Catherine even attempted to have Richard made Baron Willoughby de Eresby, but his non-noble birth made it difficult. A fictional heritage was made for him to strengthen his case, in which it was argued his ancestors had come over from Bertieland in Prussia with the Saxons. But with the ascension of Mary I to the English throne in July 1553 after Edward VI's death, their lives were about to get more difficult. At first, they kept a low profile, and Catherine gave birth to a daughter named Susan in 1554. But by June of that year, Bishop Gardiner saw his opportunity and suddenly claimed that Catherine's first husband Charles owed the crown £4,000, an enormous sum of money, and he wanted her to repay it. Richard was invited to meet with Gardiner to discuss the repayment, but it quickly became an interrogation of their religious beliefs. Many Protestants had decided to hide their faith privately or make concessions to allow them to exist under Mary's regime, but the former Duchess and her husband did not. Upon returning home, Richard and Catherine began to make plans to flee England. In February 1555, Richard, Catherine, their baby daughter, and a small retinue went abroad. Catherine was also pregnant just a few months later with a second child with Richard, a son born in October 1555, which they named Peregrine after their peregrinations in exile. They would travel across Europe through Wesel, Strasbourg, and Frankfurt, ending in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania in Zamagosia as guests of the Polish king, rapidly running out of money as they went. Richard's fluency with Latin and French also aided them out of many predicaments, according to his later account of their trials and tribulations in the 1570 publication of Fox's Book of Martyrs. They were apparently made administrators in the Lithuanian region, and it's unclear whether they planned to stay there forever or return home at some point. But with Mary's death on the 17th of November 1558 and her Protestant-leaning sister Elizabeth taking the throne of England, Catherine and Richard finally felt safe enough to return home. Their travels were made into a popular ballad by Thomas Deloney, the most rare and excellent history of the Duchess of Suffolk's calamity, and as a play by Thomas Drew, The Life of the Duchess of Suffolk, which was published in 1624. The fact it was still interesting 60 years later shows how big of an impact their story had. They had returned to England by the summer of 1559, and Catherine's lands were restored to her once again. Richard would go on to become an MP for Lincolnshire, although he would never become Baron Willoughby de Eresby, but the title would later pass to their son, Peregrine. Catherine also once again picked up her extensive patronage where she had left off, and the puritanical nature of Catherine and Richard's Protestantism was at odds with Queen Elizabeth's more moderate form of it. This led to tension between Catherine and Elizabeth, and the former Duchess often sent letters to her equally moderate friend William Cecil, urging him to do more to promote Protestantism. Catherine also held property in the autonomous parish of the Minories in London, an extra-parochial parish which meant it was considered to be outside of any ecclesiastical parish. As such, it became a centre for Puritan preachers, many which received patronage from Catherine. She also hired Miles Coverdale, a Protestant preacher who had produced the first complete printed translation of the Bible into English in 1535, to tutor her children. Many of those Catherine extended patronage to were outspoken about the Elizabethan version of the Protestant Church, and some even ended up in prison for the things they said. However, Catherine was still respected enough to be considered a safe pair of hands and to enact change for her family. In August 1567, Catherine's step-granddaughter, Lady Mary Grey, was sent to live with Catherine under house arrest for marrying without Elizabeth's permission. The former Duchess was shocked at how little Mary brought with her, but Lady Mary lived happily with her for 2 years, becoming close to Peregrine and Susan. In 1570, Catherine's daughter Susan married Reginald Grey of Rest, and Catherine convinced the Queen to restore the title of Earl of Kent, held by his grandfather, to Reginald, also allowing her daughter to become Countess of Kent until his death just a year later. In her later years, Catherine seems to have suffered on and off with illness, and a 1580 book by Theodore Beza contains a dedication to her that mentions her ongoing struggle with ill health. She died on the 19th of September that year, and while it's uncertain where Catherine died, it may have been at Grimsthorpe as she was buried in Lincolnshire at Spilsby. Catherine was a perfect example of the Renaissance Tudor noblewoman. Born at a rare moment in history where women were able to gain more education than they had ever had before, and when religion was at a pivotal moment in England, she would embrace both. She would use her education to form opinions and wit that won over many, as well as earning her enemies, and her faith would remain the pillar to which Catherine clung throughout her life. The death of her first husband, her 2 young sons, and her exile into Europe were trials she had to live through that didn't diminish the flame of her spirit, although it seems Catherine took on a puritanical edge that would both push her away from the Queen's favour and make her admired by Protestants who wished to push what they saw as the true faith. She also married for love, something not usually open to noblewomen, and she also maintained control over her own estate to pass on to her children. Catherine would go down in history as one of the most interesting people who was part of 3 royal courts, as well as being part of many of the events that shaped them. She was also one of the most outspoken, steering her family through the tumultuous Tudor period with an unfailing resolve. The death of Amy Robsart is still shrouded in mystery, even though it happened over 460 years ago. Despite not being a noblewoman, someone important politically, or even a famous figure in her day, Amy Robsart's death would not only be a tragedy, but would have implications politically for the marriage of Queen Elizabeth I and the reputation of the Queen's favourite, Robert Dudley. Amy was born into a gentry family in Norfolk to her parents Sir John Robsart of Siderstone and his wife Elizabeth Scott. She was born on the 7th of June 1532, an event marked by her father in his prayer book of his beloved daughter coming into the world. Amy was also Sir John's only legitimate child, although she also had an illegitimate half-brother, Arthur, and 4 half-siblings from her mother's previous marriage, John, Philip, Anne, and Frances Appleyard. Her father's property was in a state of disrepair, so the children were most likely raised at their mother's house of Stanfield Hall. Although her family were only gentlemen farmers, they were still financially well off, and Amy received a good education. This included a firm grounding in Protestantism as she was born during the upheaval of the English Reformation. Little else is known about Amy's life as a child, but the lack of information would otherwise suggest a settled and pleasant upbringing, and hopefully a happy one. In her late teens, she was betrothed to Robert Dudley, who she had likely met in 1549. In that same year, he took part in crushing Kett's rebellion alongside his father John Dudley, at the time the Earl of Warwick. The rebellion was a revolt that took place in Norfolk and had risen up in response to land enclosures, and as Amy's father held a substantial amount of land, he was also involved. Many of the officers lodged overnight in Robsart's home, and two of these were Robert and Ambrose Dudley, 17 and 18 years old respectively. It was obvious it was a love match, as there was little in the way of economic gain for Dudley's family, even if Amy was a sole heiress to her father's fortune. Bolstering this was a comment William Cecil made years later, saying theirs had been a carnal marriage. However, Robert was a younger son, and John Dudley would gain influence in Norfolk, something which suited him as one of the most powerful men in the kingdom. Since the young King Edward VI had come to the throne in 1547, Dudley had gained influence over the youthful monarch and built up his own reputation for power. Gaining influence over more areas only strengthened this hold. On the 20th of May 1550, the elder Dudley and Robsart agreed on a marriage contract between their children, and on the 4th of June, the young smitten couple were married at Sheen Palace. Amy was just 3 days shy of being 18 years old. Despite being quite content with the marriage, Amy's father-in-law was nowhere to be seen at the celebrations, as he was either sick or was worried about being poisoned. It was a foreshadowing of the kind of life Amy was getting into with the Dudleys. Amy's father also ensured her inheritance would be protected by stating she would only gain it when both parents had died, rather than just her father, as was the norm. Amy and Robert relied heavily on gifts from Dudley, who gave his son £50 a year from rents, as well as granting him 2 manors near Holt and Great Yarmouth. He also paid an amount of £200 to Amy's father, an unusual measure as it was normally the bride's family paying a dowry, but Sir John also paid young Robert £20 a year in turn. Robert himself went on to become an MP for Norfolk, as well as taking on several local offices alongside his new father-in-law, while his court career also started to take off. As a result, Robert would continue to hold a good opinion in Norfolk well into the reign of Elizabeth I. And it was easier for Robert's courtly life to continue, as Amy and he seemed to have spent less time in Norfolk and more time in London. In 1551, John Dudley became the Duke of Northumberland, and he gained the residence of Ely Place, where the young couple set up a household and settled. But despite Robert's life at court, Amy was not likely to appear there very much. The court of Edward VI was a very male-dominated space, and as a result, few women were part of it. In December 1552, young Dudley was also made Keeper of Somerset House, a property that had been granted to Princess Elizabeth, and he and Amy at last had their own residence in London, albeit one that was still being built and worked on. However, their cosy life was about to have some bumps in it. On the 6th of July 1553, Edward died after a long sickness. Just a few weeks before, Amy was likely present at the wedding of her brother-in-law Guildford and his new bride, Lady Jane Grey. Jane was an important noblewoman, as she was an heir to the throne of England, and after Edward changed his will to disregard both of his sisters and any Catholic heirs, Jane became a reluctant queen upon his death. Edward was anxious his sister Mary would reverse his Protestant reforms, which did later happen, and he thought he could prevent this by placing his deeply Protestant cousin in his place instead. Most of this was orchestrated by her ambitious father-in-law Dudley, who was eager to position himself firmly behind the crown and probably thought he would rule through his son and daughter-in-law. As it turned out, Jane very quickly adapted to the idea of being queen, and it became clear she was in fact not going to allow anyone to interfere with her rule. An early proposition that Guildford should be crowned alongside her was shot down, but storm clouds gathered outside the Tower of London, where Jane prepared for her coronation, as Princess Mary surrounded herself with her forces in East Anglia. She was, as the eldest daughter of Henry VIII, now seen by most of the country, even those who were not Catholic, as the rightful heir to England's crown. Robert was sent by his father almost immediately after Edward's death to arrest Mary. Amy stayed behind either at the small court forming at the Tower or at her home, and while it's uncertain what she personally thought of events, most there were feeling nervous. It had been hoped Mary would quietly stand down, but that shows how many underestimated how much she was the daughter of Catherine of Aragon. Mary instead sent a letter demanding Jane be removed from the throne and she herself be recognised as Queen of England. The Duke of Northumberland sent a larger army to East Anglia in response. But by the 19th of July, growing ever more anxious to keep their heads on their shoulders in the face of growing public opposition to Jane's reign, most of the courtiers defaulted and joined Mary's side. Jane, forever to be coined the 9-Day Queen, was now kept in the Tower as a prisoner, alongside her husband Guildford and his mother, Amy and Jane's mother-in-law, Jane Guildford. Amy would have witnessed the joyous celebrations amongst ordinary people in London at the news that Mary was now Queen Mary. Bonfires, parties, drinking, and 2 days and nights of bell ringing from the capital's churches. However, she would have felt very different, both for the fact that England now had a Catholic monarch, and that Amy wouldn't have known what had happened to her husband, whether Robert was alive, dead, or arrested. A few days after the 19th, John Dudley and some of his sons were brought to London, but Robert wouldn't arrive until the 26th. He had captured the town of King's Lynn on the 19th, declaring for Queen Jane, but was arrested the following day and taken to Mary's stronghold of Framlingham Castle. However, there was some hope, as the Duchess of Northumberland had already been released, and it's possible Amy went to stay with her or with one of her sisters-in-law, Mary Sidney, no longer able to stay in her grand home of Somerset House. It must have been a nerve-wracking event, made worse when John Dudley was executed on the 22nd of August for being the mastermind of the events. But sometime in early September, Amy, along with the wives of Robert's fellow prisoners, was given permission to visit her husband in the Tower for extended amounts of time. This was partially to allow the wives to see their husbands were being treated well, and in a time where procreation was the mainstay of marriage, also to allow them to become pregnant. However, the situation grew worse when a protest grew against Mary marrying a Spanish husband, Philip of Spain, and by February 1554, both Guildford and Jane Grey were beheaded. In January, Robert had been condemned of treason, but was not yet attainted. But help was to come from an unlikely place, Mary's new spouse, Philip. He was eager to make friends in England, and the Dudleys needed friends in very high places. Taking the charm offensive, Jane Dudley and her sons that had already been released made themselves agreeable to Philip's Spanish courtiers. In June, Amy had further heartache as John Robsart died, leaving his widow the family inheritance. Shortly after, in July, Robert was finally released from the Tower, but it came with the caveat that he was finally attainted. This left Amy and Robert in a much worse situation than his siblings, who had all married into wealthy families. John Appleyard, one of Amy's half-brothers, supported the couple as best he could. However, when Robert's mother died in January 1555, a few months later, despite his attainder, Mary allowed Robert and Amy to keep properties left to them in the Duchess's will. But at least at court things were looking up for them. Although the Dudley brothers were still not allowed to appear at court when Philip wasn't there, in December 1554 or early January 1555, they took part in a tournament that was meant to celebrate the friendship between England and Spain. By 1557, Amy and Robert were allowed to regain some of their former properties, and in March, Robert was amongst the courtiers stationed at Calais chosen to tell Mary of her husband's return. And in June of that year, as much as it was a sad occasion, the death of Amy's mother Elizabeth allowed her to finally claim her inheritance and start paying off some of the debts she and Robert had racked up. Just a few months later in August, Robert was part of those who had to fight the French in a war of Philip's making at the Battle of St. Quentin, and Amy was left in charge of managing their estates and farms. It appears to have been a very happy marriage, although a childless one. Even in the 16th century, this wasn't an entirely unusual situation, but it is possible Amy suffered miscarriages that there is no longer any evidence for. Although in law, Robert was technically in charge of everything and controlled his wife's possessions, Amy was allowed a lot of autonomy in what happened to her lands, and she had a healthy income of her own as well. And by early 1558, Robert and his siblings finally had their attainders removed, although they were still not allowed to lay claim to any of their father's properties. Little changed for Amy and Robert until the 17th of November 1558, when Mary died childless, leaving her younger sister Elizabeth to become Queen of England. Robert and Elizabeth had been friends since childhood, and at one point had both been tutored by Roger Ascham together. They shared a talent for languages and both enjoyed riding, music and dancing, and apparently Robert was also the schoolmate to whom Elizabeth uttered, "I shall never marry," after Catherine Howard's death. The day after, on the 18th, Robert was already at Hatfield to witness the Great Seal being passed over, and later that same day he was given the position of Master of the Horse. Not only was Robert very suited to the position due to his love of riding and knowledge of keeping a stable, but he was now also the only servant outside Elizabeth's private quarters allowed to touch the royal body. Others easily noticed the affection Elizabeth showed towards Robert. She preferred his company over all others, kept him close to her at all times, and they often went riding together alone, with the entourage quite a way behind. Elizabeth's coronation was to take place on the 15th of January 1559, and Robert was again given a position of trust, as he was the one who had to arrange the festivities. Amy, however, was noticeably absent from her husband's side. This may have been because Elizabeth actively discouraged it, or, as we will see, Amy may already have been ill. Lady Dudley spent Christmas in Lincolnshire, but mostly lived in Hertfordshire, staying either with friends or relatives, as her ancestral home at Siderstone was still uninhabitable. During the Easter recess of Parliament in early April, Robert returned to Throcking to see his wife, and nothing seems to have been amiss. Although many rumours were about to take off around their relationship, their marriage seems to have been as happy as ever, although no doubt Amy wasn't pleased with the way in which the new queen was monopolising her husband. As for Robert, it is often assumed that if Elizabeth really loved him, then he loved her, but we don't actually have any proof of that. It's a romantic idea, but it's just as possible Robert was a pragmatist regarding his relationship with Elizabeth. There's no doubt they had an emotional connection, but any man shown favour by a queen would have been stupid to not behave as though she was the most amazing thing that had ever looked their way, especially if they knew the queen was a sucker for compliments. Robert would have seen immediately that here was a way for him to gain power and wealth by exploiting his relationship with Elizabeth and playing on the feelings he knew she held for him. We have no proof of this either, but it's an idea worth considering as we look at the events that came after this point. Robert returned to court in late April, and the Spanish ambassador, Count de Feria, wryly noted, "Lord Robert has come so much into favour that he does whatever he likes with affairs." And it is even said that Her Majesty visits him in his chamber day and night. People talk of this so freely that they go so far as to say that his wife has a malady in one of her breasts, and the Queen is only waiting for her to die to marry Lord Robert. To make this more specific, the literal translation from the Spanish actually says Amy is very ill in one breast. Again, even if this was true, it can be taken one of two ways. Robert was possibly in love with both Amy and Elizabeth and would want to marry the Queen for romantic ideals. Or he loved his wife but wouldn't have turned down Elizabeth's offer of marriage had it come after Amy's death. Perhaps he wasn't thinking about it at all, despite the rumours. Gossip at court flew like wildfire that Robert and Elizabeth were, at the very least, sleeping together. However, the chances of this were slim. Other than the few short horseback rides together in which courtiers would still have followed at a safe distance, Elizabeth was never left alone long enough to actually do the deed. Her life was one of constant movement and duties, and she was surrounded by a regal retinue at all times. Elizabeth had granted Robert a large house at Kew early in her reign, and although there's no proof Amy used this residence, she may have done when she travelled to London in May. This was due to Robert now being made a Knight of the Garter, and Ferrier reported that her health had apparently improved, although Amy was still careful about what food she ate. With the certainty of Amy probably being severely ill, it puts her absence at court in a very different light. Few people would feel like attending social events when extremely ill, and it may have even been that doctors advised her to stay away from the excitement of court. The closest we have to any evidence is a single contemporary source, a journal written by an unknown author who states that someone named only as P, possibly William Paget, stated that the Queen commanded Robert Dudley not to spend much time with his wife even on his few rare visits, and that he had to say he had done nothing with Amy. William Paget was indeed a good friend of Robert Dudley's, but it is worth noting that the anonymous author of the Chronicle also suspected Dudley of murdering his wife and held a grudge against both men. Therefore, this journal is a game of Chinese whispers written by someone with an obvious bias. This makes it an unreliable piece of evidence, especially in the view that no one else commented on Dudley's apparent orders regarding his wife. And even if it was true, it still doesn't necessarily mean Elizabeth held ill feelings towards Amy, but rather that it pained her to remember the man she loved was already married. Amy was now the wife of one of England's most powerful men, and instead of hiding away, she showed off her new status. She hired 12 horses for her trip to London for the costly sum of 60 shillings, and spent lavishly on gifts and sundries in the month she was at the capital. However, Amy still didn't actually appear at court. She stayed at her mother's home of Camberwell in what is now Southwark, and at a mansion at Christchurch that both Amy and Robert used. It possibly was the last time Amy and Robert could have seen one another before her death. Lord Dudley, however, was being the host with the most for foreign princes and ambassadors at state dinners on Elizabeth's behalf. The Queen was being courted by a slew of suitors, but the top two vying for her hand were King Eric XIV of Sweden and the Austrian Archduke Charles, son of the Emperor. The Habsburg advisors especially grew irritated with Elizabeth as she attempted to duck and dive under their requests about marriage, especially when it was noted that she never wanted Robert to leave her side. They formed an idea that she was playing them along and really had plans to marry her favourite once it was possible. This worsened in November 1559 when the imperial ambassador, Caspar von Breuner, wrote that many suspected Robert would poison Amy to speed up his chances with Elizabeth. Seeing as Amy was apparently already extremely ill and Robert would have been the main suspect, this seems very unlikely. Breuner was angry with Robert's presence as he had come to England assuming that Elizabeth would easily choose to marry Charles, which in turn would elevate Breuner's career. He even hired a spy to investigate Elizabeth, and the closest thing that cropped up in relation to Elizabeth's supposed relationship with Robert was when she once wondered aloud how anyone could be upset with her, as she was surrounded constantly by her ladies-in-waiting and they could see there was nothing dishonourable between her and her master of the horse. Many at court now shared Breuner's hatred of the favourite, their own ambitions pushed to one side while Robert took Elizabeth's side, and the Duke of Norfolk and the Earl of Arundel made no secret of it. They were overheard saying that Robert would not die in his bed, and that they would not stand for him being king. The rumours and anxiety for Dudley grew so great that he took to wearing a light coat of mail underneath his clothes. Then came whispers that the Queen was pregnant with Robert's child, gossip that would continue throughout her lifetime. All of this is interesting when compared to the dispatches sent home by the French ambassador, who had no offers to give for Elizabeth's hand, and they make no mention of the scandalous behaviour apparently happening between the Queen and Robert. In truth, Robert being at court was a necessity, not only for him and Amy personally, but for his wider family. The Dudleys were prominent, but most were close to financial ruin after their father's coup and helping to finance Philip of Spain's wars in France with their armies. Robert was the favoured boy of Elizabeth, and so he was the one to help regain the family fortune. He himself was not wealthy enough to have time off at home relaxing in the orchard, and so he had no choice but to be at court and work. Added to this was the fact that Robert had actually supported two of the offers of marriage for Elizabeth. He first supported Philip's offer after Mary's death, grateful to the Spanish king for his help in rehabilitating his family at court, and secondly for the offer from Archduke Charles when Elizabeth seemed interested. Robert only dropped this when Elizabeth cooled off the idea. As for Amy, since September 1559 she had lived at Compton Verney in Warwickshire. This was the home of Sir Richard Verney, a member of the gentry who had served John Dudley and now wished to continue to aid his son. This also suggests Amy and Robert were still on good terms, as surely she would have retreated to a place without any ties to her husband if they were not. Added to this is the fact that Robert continually sent Amy gifts of clothes, food and money, and messengers were sent back and forth regularly with letters from both. It's often suggested that Amy lived an isolated, lonely life away from Robert due to the lack of any of these letters, but in fact, hardly any of the Dudley family correspondence to anyone at all survives. It is incredibly rare to have letters from nearly 5 centuries ago survive in entirety. By December, Amy had moved to Cumnor Place in Cumnor, a village close to Oxford and Abingdon. Yet again, the man who rented this property, Sir Anthony Forster, was deeply entwined in the affairs of the Dudley family and had served them for many years. While we have no way of knowing for certain, Amy's movements suggest Robert was actively ensuring his ill wife had somewhere comfortable to stay, where he knew those around her would take good care of her. Anthony lived at Cumnor as well, along with Mrs. Odingsells and Mrs. Owens, 2 elderly ladies related to the owner of the mansion, and Amy came with a household of around 10 servants for her own comfort. Cumnor Place had monastic origins, and it was still a luxurious and well-appointed house with gardens, ponds and a deer park, and Amy's large private chambers were the best in the property. We don't know if Amy used the chapel at Cumnor Place, but her maid, Mrs. Pictou, later stated that her mistress was extremely devout and prayed daily on her knees. There was never any doubt given that Amy felt otherwise about religion, and it's highly likely she also visited the nearby parish church, where she would have also met other local noble or gentlewomen and their husbands. On the 24th of August, she sent one of only 2 of her letters that still exist, one Amy sent to her tailor in London. Being one of the few pieces of evidence left in her hand, the letter has been scrutinised beyond measure. In it, she describes a large selection of finery she requires, suggesting she was a fashionably dressed woman, as befitting her status. The upbeat tone of her letter has often been pointed to as proof Amy was not in a depressed state of mind, and that her eagerness to receive the goods, she asks the tailor to do the work as fast as possible, is further proof against the later suggestion for her death of suicide. And sadly, Amy's death was not far away. On the 8th of September, she was found dead at the foot of a flight of stairs at Cumnor Place, while her servants were out for the day. The following day, the 9th, Robert Dudley wrote a letter to his steward Sir Thomas Blount. The tone of the letter is one of a bewildered husband who has just been given the very unwelcome news of his wife's death. And in it, Robert immediately instructs Thomas to carry out an investigation into Amy's death. He also sent word to John Appleyard and Arthur Robsart, Amy's half-brothers, to make their way immediately to Cumnor Place. In the letter, Dudley also mentions how he knows this evil should light upon me. For some, this is a sign of a guilty conscience. For others, again, a realistic view of how people would take the news, considering the rumours that had gone about for the last few years. When Thomas arrived at Cumnor Place, the coroner had already started the inquest, and he reported everything back faithfully to Robert. While some already suspected Robert of ill-doing, as he thought they would, there were an equal number of people who didn't believe it at all. But a strange piece of evidence came to light. Amy had sent her servants and household away when the fall happened. On the morning of the 8th, a fair was happening at nearby Abingdon, and Amy had apparently ordered her entire household of servants to go to the fair, and had furthermore pressed Mrs. Odingsells and Mrs. Owens to go as well. When the elderly ladies refused, Amy had grown angry with them, demanding they do as she asked, especially as she was the highest-ranking member of the household. As a result, her own household was gone that morning, but nobody else. This single fact is a sticking point. Did Amy want everyone to leave the house so she could commit suicide? It was something suggested at the time and since, and was at least part of the reason Robert wanted an investigation. However, her maid's testimony to her religious devotion and the merry tone of her last letter hoping for her clothing to soon arrive would seem to suggest that Amy was not about to end things by her own hand. So why else was she so adamant that everyone should leave? It was possible she simply thought it would be a lovely day out for her tireless staff, and Amy had also hoped, being ill and obviously not much of a party girl, that she might have a day to herself. When the two older ladies refused to go, Amy may have been irritated by the answer and snapped. However, Thomas Blount certainly thought Amy had done away with her own life, as he had apparently also heard tales that she was a strange woman of mind. Even Mrs. Pictou, her maid, keen to absolve her mistress of this sinful thought, stated that she had overheard Lady Dudley praying to God to deliver her from desperation. But despite what Blount may have thought, he still pressed on with his investigation. He also reported that the men chosen for the jurors of the inquest were not only honourable local gentlemen, but some of them were no friends of Anthony Forster, and were therefore more likely to be honest in their findings. As it was, it took the jury only a week to reach their conclusion. They could find no sign of foul play, and they had decided Amy's death had been a tragic accident, caused by breaking her neck on the stairs. This was consistent with her injuries, as her neck was indeed broken, but there were still some things that didn't tuck away so neatly. One was other injuries Amy sustained, namely 2 bumps on her head, which the jurors called dints. One of these head injuries was about half an inch deep, whereas the other was supposedly 2 inches deep. It's possible the injury wasn't actually 2 inches deep, as the way this would be measured is with a stick that was pushed down until it hit resistance. If the injury was a fracture, the stick they were measuring with could have simply gone further into the skull. The inquest found that these injuries had been caused by falling down the stairs. So it seemed it had merely been an accident, and Elizabeth ordered a period of mourning for her court to last 1 month. Amy's body was taken to Oxford before being buried in grand style at St Mary's Church in the city on the 22nd of September 1560, an elaborate event which cost Robert around £2,000. He himself would continue to wear mourning for another 6 months and fell into deep grief at the loss of his wife, further proof of his true feelings for Amy. However, despite the inquest, there were many who still suspected murder, and Robert Dudley was the number 1 suspect. Many historians in the centuries since also suspected the same, mostly based on 2 dubious sources. The first is the same journal written a year or so later that was mentioned earlier that claims the stairs were only 8 steps long. The anonymous author of this chronicle already showed themselves to be no friend of Robert's, and even admit their evidence comes from gossip they heard in London. The second is Leicester's Commonwealth, a satirical libel written around 1584 by disgruntled Catholics, that was the first accusation in print that Amy had been murdered. It suggested Amy had managed to fall down the stairs without her headdress falling off her head, something for which there is no evidence anywhere and would likely have been included in the inquest if it was true. However, it's highly unlikely Amy was murdered by Robert or by someone he could have instructed to do the deed. The first is that all the seemingly suspicious parts of her death, such as the head injuries and dying from merely falling down some stairs, are actually consistent with modern forensic reports on deaths caused in this way. It's not uncommon for someone to sustain severe head injuries while also gaining no injuries on the rest of the body. On top of this, modern medical knowledge also concludes that if Amy really was ill, she most likely had breast cancer, and going by the timeline of when Amy was reported to be ill, had it for over a year at least. This cancer would have spread throughout her body, causing metastatic cancerous deposits in the spine which would have weakened it. Therefore, a fall down a flight of stairs suddenly became far more dangerous than usual, and Amy's frail bones would have snapped easily when her weight pushed upon them. Equally, even if she wasn't ill, it's still medically possible that she died simply falling down a short flight of stairs. On top of this, killing his wife would have been, for Robert, political suicide. Everyone already whispered that he and Elizabeth were planning to do away with Amy, actually doing what everyone gossiped about would have been the most stupid decision Robert could have made. Not only that, but aside from the fact we have no proof he wanted to marry Elizabeth, he could easily have waited for Amy's illness to lead to her death instead. So what does this mean? Was Amy murdered by someone else? Or who would want to implicate Robert in Amy's death? Her half-brother John Appleyard did not let go of the idea his sibling had been killed. Whether Amy really was murdered or not, it's not surprising John felt this way. Amy and her half-siblings appear to have been close throughout their lives, and it must have felt very unsatisfying to have to accept her early death as simply an accident. However, he also never suspected Robert, but did think another investigation might turn up the real culprits. In 1567, he was approached by men he thought came from Thomas Howard, the Duke of Norfolk, and Thomas Radcliffe, the Duke of Sussex, to say his brother-in-law Robert had indeed committed the murder of his wife, in exchange for the enormous sum of £1,000. Allegations were raised about all four men, and John found himself in Fleet Prison, asked by the Privy Council where his sudden stirring up of Amy's death had come from. John did not offer up any answers, but instead asked for the coroner's report. He read it in his cell, and this apparently contented him enough that he withdrew his accusations that someone had killed his half-sister, and the matter was dropped. Norfolk and Sussex had never hid their dislike for Robert, and they had obviously seen an opportunity to remove him by using Amy's death. But they weren't the first to do this. With knowledge of her death, but before it was publicly announced, William Cecil had suggested to the Spanish ambassador that Amy was giving out that she was ill, but she was not ill at all. Basically, planting the idea she was being poisoned. It's highly unlikely Cecil really believed this, but he was threatened by Robert's position in regards to the Queen. William thought that if Robert became king consort, he would be pushed aside, and Elizabeth would from then on only listen to the advice of her favourite-turned-husband. And to really complicate things, we don't even actually know who they are in Cecil's letter. It's only assumed to be Elizabeth and Robert. This in itself is also strange, as William would probably not have risked putting blame for a supposed murder on the Queen, even if he might have done it to Dudley. Interestingly though, William Cecil himself has been suggested in recent years as a suspect, if Amy was murdered. He certainly had motive, as a suspicious death of Amy would immediately place the blame on Robert, and it was Cecil himself whispering in the Spanish ambassador's ear when he knew of her passing. The evidence seems to point to Amy being physically ill, but what if the suggestion of her strange mind actually was a mental illness? Amy could have merely believed she was sick, and this would also suggest her changes in mood between the merry letter to her tailor and the depression reported by her maid. This could even be a reason she was rarely seen at court, and Cecil could have, as a friend of Robert, known the truth about this. He could easily have played on the belief that everyone else would think she had been ill, while knowing she wasn't really going to pop off anytime soon. And Robert's shock could at least partially have been because he also knew Amy wasn't physically sick. Equally, knowing Amy was going to die anyway could also have helped Cecil morally justify her death to himself if she did have cancer. But did Cecil have opportunity? As the creator of the Elizabethan Secret Service, William was literally the best person possible to create a murder and throw the scent onto someone else. He had spies and agents at his disposal, and he could easily have manipulated the jury's conclusion for the inquest. There is at least one other instance of Cecil doing exactly this, in which a cook in his household was killed by his son-in-law, the Earl of Warwick. Oddly enough, the inquest found the cook had died, very unusually, by running into Warwick's outstretched sword that definitely wasn't doing anything violent at the time. William Cecil arranging Amy's murder is an interesting theory, but just like all the rest, there is no evidence for it really beyond conjecture. To take this further, Robert's insistence at accepting the verdict of an accident could partially be because he feared Amy had in fact committed suicide. This was, oddly enough, a crime for the deceased. This would mean they were not allowed a Christian burial, and would instead be buried alongside a road in an anonymous grave. Their estate would be forfeited to the crown, and worst of all, they believed the deceased's soul would burn in hell for all eternity. But this is not to say suicide did not happen in the 16th century, but rather that it was covered up most of the time as an accidental or natural death. So of course, Amy committing suicide is still an option, even if we would never be able to prove it either way. She could also have been depressed simply because she was separated from Robert for such long periods of time, and she really does seem to have loved him. And on top of this, there were the rumours of his affair with Elizabeth. Sir Nicholas Throckmorton, the English ambassador in France, also fanned the flames of gossip. He was himself one of the courtiers opposed to Elizabeth marrying Robert, and spreading rumours of Dudley as a murderer would do the trick in preventing it. However, this was all politics, as both Throckmorton and Cecil wrote to each other commending Robert and saying that they personally had a high opinion of him. Even if someone didn't have personal issues with Robert, it would still be difficult to accept Elizabeth marrying him from a political standpoint. Marrying one of her own subjects wasn't out of the question. Monarchs before her, including her own father, had done just that. But she was in a precarious position due to the shifting religious culture in Europe and the fact she was a woman. Marrying a foreign prince who could bolster England's position against the Habsburg Empire, or at least a fellow Protestant with a foreign army behind him, would have been far more beneficial for England. And after all, there were plenty of offers for Elizabeth to choose from. And when Robert returned to court in October, many seemed to assume he would pursue marriage with Elizabeth, but those may have been the same gossip mongers who had suggested he was poisoning Amy. And it appears Elizabeth was happy to consider the prospect, and her affections towards him were the same as ever. When once given some unsolicited advice against marrying him, the Queen replied that the inquest had shown there was nothing untoward, and that it was the end of the matter. However, this simply wasn't reality, and before long, Elizabeth realised that the scandal of Amy's death cast a long shadow over the Queen's reputation, even abroad. While Robert would remain a possible candidate, at least in Elizabeth's mind, for another decade, there was pressure from many of her courtiers that they would rise up if she chose to marry him. Whatever the truth, the fact was that marrying Dudley would have been a dividing event, not only in her court but in her country. Many still remembered the sins of Dudley's father, and many now wondered if he had killed his wife to further his ambitions. If Elizabeth chose to make him her husband, not only was she opening up the possibility of thought that she had aided him, but she was also disregarding any fears over him having power as her consort. Most of all, those around the Queen, Cecil especially, worried that any hint of associating herself with Robert would give Catholics a firm reason to attack and attempt to kill the Queen. In 1564, in true stubborn fashion, Elizabeth raised Robert to the peerage by making him Earl of Leicester, and many thought this was another sign she would marry him. But in 1578, Dudley would finally remarry, but to Lettice Knowles, a cousin of the Queen, and without Elizabeth's permission. She would eventually forgive Robert, but Lettice was never welcome at court, and Robert's marriage to someone else broke Elizabeth's heart. But Amy Dudley's death never really felt resolved. Although the verdict of the coroner's inquest had stated it was an accident, doubts remained over whether it had been a suicide, and more prominently, whether it really had been murder. It seems far less likely it was murder, and more probable that it was indeed a tragic accident, or even a sad case of Amy taking her own life. Both those who saw Robert as an enemy, or those who saw him as unsuitable for Elizabeth's husband, used the death of Amy Robsart for political ends, hinting at suspicions that never really existed. And if poor Amy really was killed by someone else, it most likely wasn't Robert, who would have been particularly stupid to actually commit a crime he was already rumoured to be thinking of doing. Instead, it could have been William Cecil, who had motive and opportunity, but there is only circumstantial evidence for this. But there are also sound theories from our own modern period which equally suggest that if Amy was ill, it was probably serious enough to have made a fall down some stairs even more dangerous, especially when it would have still been possible for death to occur falling downstairs in a healthy individual. What is certain is that Amy and Robert appear to have truly loved each other, something which often gets lost in the romantic Victorian idea of the fated love triangle with the Virgin Queen. Robert used his friendship with Elizabeth to better his family, but his life at court meant Amy was left without a husband for much of the time once Elizabeth's reign began. Their letters to one another and Robert's constant gifts home show that Amy was always at the forefront of his mind, and we don't really have any proof of his feelings towards Elizabeth other than flowery letters of praise that would have been expected of a favoured courtier anyway. And for the Queen herself, the death of Amy would cast a long shadow over her reputation, both at home and abroad, and any dreams she may have held of one day marrying Robert were quashed by unanswered questions over the young woman's passing. The story of Amy Robsart's mysterious death would take on a life of its own, no pun intended, passing into 16th century memory, only to be repeated over the following centuries, each new version adding more fantastical or traumatic detail, most of which never existed. The hard truth is that we shall probably never be certain of any answer we could give to Amy's passing, but if we look more closely, we can also see how much of the story we think we know is just layers of propaganda from different sides. And perhaps beneath it all, we can get just a hint of the young woman behind the mystery. Jane Boleyn has become one of history's villains, a woman whose name is connected with promiscuity, debauchery, and adultery. But is this an accurate picture of Jane? Was she really a heartless woman who helped execute her husband and who helped a queen cheat on her king? Or is the truth, as always, more complicated than that? Jane Parker, as she was named when she was born, came into the world sometime around 1505, probably born in her father's manor at Great Hallingbury in Essex. She was born into a noble family who were wealthy and well respected, if not the main players at court. Henry Parker, 10th Baron Morley, and his wife Alice St. John, who was the great-granddaughter of Margaret Beauchamp of Bletsoe, who was also the great-grandmother of Henry VIII through his father. This made Jane, like so many others in the English nobility, a distant relative of the king. Jane also had a brother, also called Henry, and a sister, Margaret. On top of this, both Henry Parker and Alice were very good friends with Lady Margaret Beaufort, the indomitable grandmother of the king. Margaret Beaufort also gifted the three children with almonds, treacle and candies, according to her expense books from 1508, and one of the two girls were given 4 puppets to play with. In short, they were in good standing with the royal family. Henry Parker was an intellectual man who was greatly interested in the culture and literature of his day, and he was himself a scholar and translator, and it's likely he provided an education for his children. Jane and Margaret were alive at a time when it was fashionable for noble women to be afforded an education alongside their brothers, and they probably learned Latin amongst other languages, writing, reading, music and dancing alongside religion. Henry Parker certainly approved of women gaining an education, as evidenced in letters he sent to Princess Mary. This would have prepared them for a life at court when they were old enough, which in Jane's case could have happened as soon as she was 15. Although there are no specific records that determine exactly when Jane became a maid of honour, a Mistress Parker is mentioned as attending Queen Catherine of Aragon during the diplomatic meeting at the Field of Cloth of Gold. Jane's mother and father were also both present during this meeting, making it even more likely this was her. Maids of honour were considered good companions for the Queen, and they would attend her at dinner, as well as accompanying her whenever she left her chambers and carrying her train for her. They were kept in line by an older woman known as Mother of the Maids. Jane was certainly in proper attendance by 1522, as she took part on the 4th of March in the Chateau Vert masquerade as one of the 7 performers. Although we don't actually have any verified images of Jane, this hints at the fact she was considered beautiful, as the ladies chosen for this masquerade were partly selected for their beauty. Two of the other ladies performing would become her future sisters-in-law, Mary and Anne Boleyn. There are some suggestions that some drawings of an unknown lady by Holbein may be a young Jane, but we unfortunately don't know for certain. We also know that Jane was at least considered to be one of the leading ladies in fashion at the court. Her accounts show she had several sleeves and gowns made of the most expensive fabrics and jewels, made of satins, silks and velvets, some embroidered with gold or silver thread, as well as bonnets and ribbons. Her wages were small, but many of the clothes she owned were given as a sort of tip from the royal wardrobes, something her fellow ladies-in-waiting would have enjoyed as well. It wasn't long after this that Jane would be married around early 1525 to George Boleyn, brother to the future Queen Anne. It's not likely this was a marriage of love, more likely one of convenience, but that's not to say the young couple, both known as attractive people, would not have developed feelings after their marriage, as often happened at the time. George was a good match though. He was intelligent and accomplished, skilled at music, and he liked literature. He was the only surviving son in his immediate family, and this made him the heir to a considerable fortune, one that would increase in later years when his sister was the object of Henry VIII's affections. Jane had a large dowry of 2,000 marks, part of which was provided by the king, showing she was in his favour. On top of this, George was gifted Grimston Manor in Norfolk by the king around this time, and it's assumed to have been a wedding gift. There is no exact date for their marriage, but Jane was publicly known as Jane Boleyn rather than Parker by 1526. It would be, in the eyes of their parents, something of a failure as a marriage, mostly down to the simple fact that the match never produced any children. At the time, the blame for this was always placed firmly at the woman's feet, and so her father-in-law, Thomas Boleyn, often made scornful remarks as to the fact Jane was unable to become pregnant. However, it was a successful relationship, in at least being a companionable one, if nothing else. The couple sent one another letters while George would spend his time away diplomatically in France, and while none of these have survived, others who knew them make note of it in their own correspondence. But of course, famously, there are suggestions also that their marriage may have been strained due to the possibility of George being gay. The evidence for this largely comes from a French book George owned, named Les Lamentations de Mathéolus, which contained a satirical poem entitled The Torments of Marriage. This book was definitely George's, as he signed it with his inscription in 1526, but beyond that, we don't know much. As historian James Taft points out, it could have been a book to show he was having doubts about his marriage, or, equally likely, it could have been a wedding gift from a friend with a dry sense of humour. But where does homosexuality fit into this? Merely regretting marriage doesn't instantly indicate this. But there is a further inscription signed Mark S. This has been identified as Mark Smeaton, a musician who would later be implicated in affairs with both George and Anne Boleyn. Again, this doesn't prove much. Books were expensive things not given out to any old person, but the two men could have merely bonded over a love of literature, or they could indeed have been lovers stupid enough to put their names down together, which seems less likely. However, while we can cast doubt, or at least a healthy dose of needing more evidence, on the possibility Jane's husband was gay, George was certainly not very good at only sleeping with his wife. A contemporary, George Cavendish, who worked for Cardinal Wolsey, wrote that Jane's husband apparently deflowered women, widows and maidens. It is worth noting that had there been any hint at the time that George was homosexual, Cavendish would definitely have mentioned it. While publicly Jane appears to have tolerated George's indiscretions, in private she probably felt very differently. When combined with the fact Jane did not fall pregnant, it's highly likely she considered it a deep insult to herself, and it's possible this resentment stayed with her. At the same time, there is no evidence of Jane holding malice against George. In fact, there is precious little evidence at all about their relationship. By 1526, the king had also started his pursuit of Anne Boleyn. From this point on until her execution, The Boleyn family was in favour at court. By 1528, George was made Keeper of the Hounds and Keeper of the Palace of Beaulieu, and in the following year he became a Gentleman of the Privy Chamber, as well as being knighted. On top of this, Thomas Boleyn was created Earl of Wiltshire and Ormond, which gave his son the honorary title of Viscount Rochford, giving Jane the title of Viscountess Rochford. Around the same time as this, Henry became absorbed in his so-called Great Matter, his options for what to do about the succession in the wake of Catherine of Aragon having not birthed a son. The first option was to legitimise his illegitimate son Henry Fitzroy, which wasn't the steadiest option in view of the king's own father having claimed the English throne on shaky ground. The second option was to marry Princess Mary off and hope she had a son before Henry died. And the third, and obviously most attractive option for the king, was to find a way to annul the marriage and marry someone else who would have children. As Henry was already chasing Anne Boleyn, it wasn't a difficult decision for him, even if it destroyed poor Catherine of Aragon and her life at court. But Anne's reputation, if she was to be the future queen, had to remain purer than the driven snow. This meant she couldn't be known as the king's mistress even if they were having an emotional affair, and she needed the creation of a royal household in order to legitimise her position as a queen-in-waiting. At some point before 1531, Jane had left the service of Catherine of Aragon, and had possibly not been in service at all at court after marrying, and entered the service of her sister-in-law Anne. Over the course of 1532, Anne's household continued to grow, and as Henry increasingly viewed her as his new queen, her household became more important than Catherine's for courtiers who wanted to retain their position and the good graces of the king. In the same year, Anne and Henry travelled to Calais to meet with Francis I, to gain recognition from the French king for Anne's place as the future queen, and to secure his backing for Henry's decision on his great matter. While some were notably absent from proceedings, including Henry's own sister Mary Tudor, Jane was invited along. This gives us proof of where she had decided her allegiances lay, although of course it could have been her husband's allegiances, considering Anne was his sister. It's also possible Jane once again took part in a masquerade, dressed in a gold dress with crimson satin, with a silver sash and a decorated mask to conceal her face. On the 25th of January 1533, Henry finally married Anne in a secret ceremony. Jane continued to serve her sister-in-law, as might be expected, and was sworn in properly. It's not recorded exactly what position Jane was given, but considering she was the wife of the Queen's brother, it's highly likely she was a lady of the Privy Chamber. She maintained her close proximity to the Queen throughout Anne's reign, and despite many rumours suggesting the pair did not get along, the evidence actually shows that Jane and Anne probably had a good relationship. Once a noblewoman was given her position, it was up to her to keep it through her interactions with the Queen. In other words, if the Queen didn't like you, you didn't stick around. Both Anne and Jane would have met and worked together as maids of honour under Catherine of Aragon, and there's no reason to believe the two women wouldn't have struck up some sort of friendship, especially once Jane married George. Another thing we can't be sure of is how religious Jane really was. We know both Anne and George leaned towards the new Protestant religion, or at least the idea of reform, but there is little hint for Jane being the same. She didn't have a large library of religious books, and she doesn't really have seemed to have shown much interest. It's far more likely that Jane was simply a dutiful wife, and was whatever her husband was. It was dangerous to talk of reform, however, and even the new queen had to backpedal more than once in how far she and her servants were allowed to read or talk about the Protestant faith. In 1534, Jane would also be involved in a plot with Anne against one of the king's mistresses. One of his mistresses was getting a little bit too good at bending the king's ear, and Anne, well aware of how she earned her place, was extremely uncomfortable with this. She couldn't simply dismiss the lady from her household, as otherwise Henry would be angry with her, and neither could she outright confront the woman. So, while it's not clear who came up with the plan, Jane appears to have been involved in the plot with Anne. The idea was for Jane to argue with the king's mistress, drawing her into a position where she might insult or otherwise attack the queen, and the king would dismiss her for the public insult. However, it didn't work, and in fact, Jane was the one who would be sent away from court instead. When Henry found out about the argument and Anne continued to push with apparent proof of how she had been bad-mouthed, the king was furious with her rather than his illicit lover. As he couldn't punish his current queen, poor Jane took the fall instead. None of the rest of the Boleyn family were punished for this act, and there are no records that Jane ever returned to court again until her husband would be pulled up on charges. In 1536, of course, the downfall of the Boleyn family came. This is where it gets interesting, because history at this point has painted Jane as a woman turning against her family, against her husband, on little more than a whim. But could her dismissal from court, in which none of her in-laws or husband stood up for her, be a reason Jane would hold resentment towards them? On top of this, it must be remembered that Jane was also a Parker, not just a Boleyn, and her father was a staunch supporter of Princess Mary. There is evidence in records of expenses and visits to show that Mary gave gifts to servants within the employ of the Parker family, and that in June 1536, she was visited by Henry and Alice Parker and one of their 2 daughters, who could well have been Jane. This happened after Anne's downfall, but before Henry VIII's reconciliation with his daughter Mary. Before this, on the 30th of April, Mark Smeaton, the court musician who supposedly shared a book with George years before, was arrested on charges of adultery with the Queen and thrown into the Tower of London. By the 2nd of May, he had been joined by several others, including George Boleyn and his sister Anne, the Queen. George's charges were perhaps the most hideous. He was accused of having an incestuous affair with his own sister. Most historians today agree the charges were false, and that whatever else Anne and George may have been, they were not guilty of the crimes they were accused of. But their eventual sentence of execution rested on the testimony of others, including Jane herself. Even if she had been absent for some years from court, Jane, like other ladies of the Privy Chamber, would have first-hand knowledge of the Queen, and were all therefore questioned, willingly or not. But while we know Jane gave evidence, as it was talked about after her death, we don't actually know what she said. For all we know, she may have said, "No, there were no lovers in the Queen's chamber at that time, only her brother, my husband, went to see her." And this was misconstrued purposefully to give the desired result for the case. Many dates given at the trial were inconsistent with when Anne, her supposed lovers, or both, were not around. On top of this, if Jane had been absent from court, then she wouldn't have known the truth of what went on in Anne's bedroom, even in the worst case scenario anyway. But it's clear there was little evidence to hold against Anne. No confession from the Queen or most of her supposed lovers, the exception being Mark Smeaton, who was tortured as he was a commoner. However, letters exchanged between members of the prosecution showed they were determined to follow the King's will, which appears to have been to find Anne guilty. This adds another element to the testimonies from her ladies-in-waiting, because now the pressure would hinge on as many of them as possible giving accounts that lent weight to a guilty verdict. Therefore, it's likely pressure was put on many of them during questioning, and as already mentioned, accounts may have been twisted anyway to ensure the desired result. The evidence gathered also isn't separated in any way into individual testimonies, and therefore, although the stories told by the ladies of Anne's household was used to create a case against her, we don't know who said what for most of it. The only piece of evidence we know Jane almost certainly did give, as it appears in a letter by Eustace Chapuis, is that Anne had apparently talked to Jane about Henry VIII being impotent, and that this was a charge levelled against George. This indicates that George and Anne had discussed the king's impotence, a fact which could make them guilty of treason on its own, and this led to further accusations that George had questioned the paternity of Princess Elizabeth as a result. He denied the charges of this when it was asked in court. Jane also wrote to her husband on the 4th of May when she discovered he had been imprisoned, and in it she asked if George was well and promised to petition the king. This could be seen as an especially cruel act, a promise of something she would never bother to do. But that makes little sense. Jane had already likely been away from court for several years, and even if she wasn't, her identity at court and her presence there was wrapped up in her husband. If George Boleyn was dead or in prison, it caused two problems for Jane. The first was that, as with most other noblewomen, Jane was financially dependent on George. And the second was that she would struggle to return to court if he was found guilty of the crimes. In fact, Jane's supposed accusations against her husband would not be suggested until many decades later, long after she had been involved with the scandal surrounding Catherine Howard. All in all, this makes it not just uncertain, but very unlikely that Jane decided to get revenge against her husband and sister-in-law by helping speed up their untimely deaths. Even if Jane had little to no feelings for George, even if she was upset that the Boleyn family hadn't done enough to bring her back to court, cutting off her only source of income and courtly life would have been insane. Regardless of Jane's part in events, on the 15th of May, Anne and George were found guilty, and on the 17th, Anne's marriage to Henry was declared null and void. George was executed that same day on Tower Hill, and his sister would follow 2 days later on the 19th. Jane was now a widow, and her husband's downfall would affect her both financially and socially. Not only this, but Anne's execution was looked on with sympathy, and those who were seen as involved in her death were disliked. This may explain why Jane struggled to be seen in a good light by many, even if she didn't give condemning evidence. The lands of the Boleyn family were to pass through the male line only, and so with the death of George, the last living male heir, the titles of their properties would return to the crown. His properties, including those of Jane's, were confiscated upon George's death as well. All Jane was left with was a jointure of 100 marks, roughly around £66. To put it in context, this money for a whole year's worth of living for Jane was the same as George might have previously gambled away with the king in a single night. Jane tried to petition her father-in-law Thomas Boleyn for more money with the aid of Thomas Cromwell, but she was unsuccessful. However, Cromwell did help her with something else. Before the close of 1536, Jane was reappointed as a Lady of the Privy Chamber for the new Queen, Jane Seymour. The reason as to why she was reinstated is something of a mystery, but in light of the events that led up to the conviction of George and Anne, it seems likely that it was partially due to her being helpful in giving evidence. Whatever the case, Jane seems to have had a thankfully uneventful and good term as one of Jane Seymour's ladies. There are some records to show the Viscountess probably also worked as a patron on behalf of people who wished to petition the Queen. After Queen Jane's death, her servants, including the ladies of her privy chamber, were broken up and sent home, as was customary after the passing of a queen. But Jane was obviously still well connected with Cromwell, who ensured she would be reappointed yet again for Anne of Cleves, although this would not be until late 1539. It has been suggested that this could possibly be because Jane was working as a spy for Cromwell, and this isn't as far-fetched as it sounds. In the Tudor period, a spy was less James Bond and more Mavis next door peeping through her net curtains. A spy simply meant someone who was willing to pass on information to another, and Jane's position could have been secured with the proviso that she pass on information about Anne of Cleves to Cromwell in order to ensure there were no issues with the new queen. As it turned out, Anne wouldn't remain as queen for very long, and her marriage to Henry was amicably dissolved in July 1540. Sadly for Cromwell, Henry was displeased with his part in the marriage among other things, and he was beheaded on the 28th of July 1540, the same day the king married wife number 5, Catherine Howard. Presumably by this point, Henry once again trusted Jane, as despite her possible patron being dead, she was once again given a place in Catherine's household, taking the place of one of Catherine's own sisters. This suggests that by this point, Jane had worked hard to earn her place at court back, not something she would have thought of lightly. Catherine was a very different queen to Henry's previous wives, not surprisingly, considering she was very young, perhaps only in her late teens or early 20s when she married the king. She liked dancing and frivolous entertainment, but was also a kind and sweet girl who looked after her servants. But unfortunately for Jane, she was about to be approached by Thomas Culpeper for a recommendation to Catherine. Thomas Culpeper was in his mid-20s, was handsome, in favour with Henry VIII, and had some wealth. Before Catherine was pursued by Henry, she had been briefly approached by Culpeper while she was a maid of honour to Anne of Cleves, but their romance had fizzled out. As the Queen, Catherine was now someone who could do a great deal for others, and Culpeper wanted in on it. He came to Jane and asked her to act as his patron, and this was something Jane agreed to do. Catherine then indeed took Culpeper into her service. Over the course of the next 8 months, Thomas and Catherine would apparently have an affair, although looking over the evidence, it's unclear whether this was merely an emotional affair, a full-blown sexual affair, or simply romantic letters. Catherine especially wrote a letter to Culpeper ending it, "Yours as long as life endures." Within this letter, Catherine also explicitly noted that Jane was someone in which they were both able to confide. This particular letter was also written with 2 different sets of handwriting, and it's possible Catherine entrusted Jane to write some of the letter rather than her secretary. This letter would later become damning evidence against them. The young queen was clearly falling in love with Thomas, but it's now thought likely Culpeper was only using Catherine to further his own station. Either way, Jane was now entangled in what would come next. In the summer of 1541, while Catherine and Henry were making their royal progress, this was apparently also when Culpeper and the Queen met more frequently and more intimately than before. And Jane appears to have been the person who had helped set up the meetings between Catherine and Culpeper, although she always remained outside, so didn't really know quite what was going on inside. Her own chambers were always close to the Queen's, and on top of this, Jane was also responsible for conveying secret messages between the would-be lovers, including taking them from the Queen's chambers as well, who must themselves have been suspicious about what was happening. By November of that year, everything was discovered. Catherine's past at Lambeth House as a teenager was unravelled, and a magnifying glass turned on every interaction she had made as Queen. It wasn't long before the liaisons were found out, and on the 30th of October, Thomas Cranmer, who had found out about the possible affair, slipped Henry a letter. Henry was apparently heartbroken, and immediately asked for those who had given the information to be questioned, while Catherine and her ladies-in-waiting, including Jane, were confined to her chambers. She would never see the king again. It was reported that Catherine had betrayed Henry in mind, if not in body. A few days later, he arranged to be praying in the Chapel Royal when Catherine was arrested and taken to the Tower. There wasn't yet any evidence of her wrongdoing. Both Cranmer and the king were convinced of it. The Queen was questioned on the 6th and 7th of November by Cranmer himself, and she eventually gave him a confession of sorts, although it was peppered with obvious lies to help save both herself and Thomas Culpeper. After this, her servants were questioned, including Jane on the 13th, the same date Culpeper was most likely arrested. She knew well that the penalty for aiding a queen with adultery was nothing more than death for the crime of treason. And now would have been when she knew she had to try and give as much information as possible in order to try and save herself. Jane admitted that she suspected Catherine and Thomas had indeed slept together, stating that the noises they made could be little else. She herself had hurriedly sent Thomas away one night as Henry unexpectedly came to see his wife. The evidence was damning, and Culpeper himself also admitted to the affair. On top of this, Jane was implicated by both Katherine and Thomas as being their confidant, and they happily cast her aside to save their own necks. Thomas even stated that he had been brought a gift of 2 bracelets to keep his arms warm, instead of keeping them warm in the embrace of another woman, which Jane had brought to him, claiming they were from the Queen. But it transpired Katherine hadn't sent them at all. It would appear Jane had stoked the flames between the 2 lovers and encouraged the affair. But why would Jane risk her position in this way? She must have known it would end badly, and she must have also realised she did not have the support network she might have once had, now her husband and patron were both deceased. Katherine herself seems to have displayed an anxiety and fear over her meetings with Culpeper, so the Queen also understood she was taking a risk, but for her, she believed she was in love. What was in it for Jane? One suggestion is that she was still struggling financially, and Katherine offered her lady-in-waiting money in exchange for helping to arrange her meetings with Culpeper and take him gifts and letters. It's possible, but by this point Jane was doing financially better than she had been before. Others have suggested Jane simply didn't want to disobey her mistress out of fear, but that seems extremely unlikely, given Katherine's gentle and kind way of speaking to her servants. But there is a third possibility. Jane simply wanted to be in control. As the Queen's favourite, which she almost certainly would be given what she was doing to help Katherine, Jane would be top dog amongst the other ladies. It would be Jane whose patronage they needed to gain in order to be hired by the Queen or even speak with her. It was Jane who would have received their gifts for doing this. It was Jane who had control over the Queen and perhaps envisaged a future where Katherine could whisper in the King's ear in turn. In other words, for the first time in her life, Jane had power. For her part in the crime, however, Jane was taken to the Tower both in November for questioning and then again to be imprisoned there on the 9th of February 1542. Between these 2 periods, she remained under house arrest at Russell House, but had apparently gone completely mad by the beginning of December. Jane did not even have a proper trial due to her insanity, meaning legally she was not able to stand trial. But Henry was determined to find Jane guilty for her part in events, and instead he pressed a law through Parliament, allowing an insane person to be executed in cases of high treason. An act of attainder was put against her and Katherine, declaring they were guilty of high treason, and Jane's date of execution was set for the 13th of February, the same as Katherine. It's unknown whether Jane had really suffered a nervous breakdown, which is entirely possible considering she had gone through the rigour of interrogation and imprisonment, but equally, it's possible she was pretending. Jane would likely have been very aware that insanity would exclude her from having to stand trial, but if she was faking it, she kept the act going right up until the last minute. At 9 AM on the 13th, the young Queen Katherine was led to the scaffold and beheaded, while Jane waited for her turn. Sir John Gage came shortly afterwards to escort Jane to the scaffold. There is no record of what Jane actually said to the waiting crowd as she turned to face them, but it was customary for those about to die to confess their sins and ask those present to pray for the king and his family, as well as for herself. It was considered important that death was faced with a quiet dignity, and no doubt like her contemporaries, Jane would have firmly believed doing so would help her meet God. Being sincere in your repentance at the scaffold meant you also left a good impression on those watching, and they in turn would be certain of your soul going to a good place. A single axe stroke was all it took, and the ladies with Jane then covered her body. It would be placed, along with Katherine's and the bodies of many other victims of Henry's cruel executions, in the chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula in the Tower. After her death on the 22nd, much of her property was sent to her uncle by marriage, James Boleyn, and the rest remained with the crown. Gowns and bedding were absorbed into the royal wardrobe alongside that of Katherine's. A year after this, Mary Boleyn, the forgotten sister, would receive the lands Jane had kept as her jointure. In 1543, Jane's father Henry translated Boccaccio's De Claris Mulieribus as a New Year's gift to the king, a book which dealt with historical women who met their ill-gotten fates by having a lack of control and giving in to their lusts. This has been interpreted as either an acknowledgement and apology on behalf of Jane's behaviour, or alternatively, in defence of it. One of the stories deals with Polyxena, who was sacrificed for the lustful sins of Helen of Troy, and in the translation, Lord Morley added, "So sweet a maiden should be devoured by the hands of Pyrrhus, for to satisfy for another woman's offence." Was he hinting at how his daughter should not have been sacrificed for Catherine's supposed crimes? Jane was certainly, as popular fictional descriptions of her agree, clever, ambitious, and politically minded when it came to courtly life. However, she was not the conniving snake that is popularised. Jane was a noblewoman who did exactly as she was supposed to do: make herself known at court, make a good match and be a faithful wife, and submit to her king. At no point did she do anything beyond what she was supposed to do, except when she helped Catherine, and her story is littered with maybe, possibly, likely, and perhaps. There is no way to be certain of her exact part in her husband's death, and therefore no way to point the finger at her as the main person responsible for his and his sister's executions. Quite to the contrary, Jane most likely was not the main person responsible. She then fought for her place back at court alone, using only her personality and skills to ensure a patron, without a husband by her side, and emerged as a trusted member of the court once more. Her only fault was to want to grab a little power for herself, a political motivation that would have been recognised by many of the male members of court. But Jane went about it in the wrong way. Seeing a way to make herself favoured with the Queen, she encouraged an affair that would only end in heartbreak for all involved. Everyone makes mistakes, however, and Jane was certainly central to this one, but did she deserve to die for that? Her story is one of the risky politics of court life, and Jane actually weaved her way through it with considerable skill and ease. A capable survivor who, had she lived today, would no doubt be a capable politician. Jane was not the monstrous evil woman she is often painted as, nor was she completely innocent of everything she was blamed of. But Jane was, if nothing else, a tragic example of a woman surviving Henry VIII's court for as long as possible. Agnes Howard, or Agnes Tilney as she started life, is remembered primarily for her part in the events surrounding Catherine Howard's affair with Thomas Culpeper. But who was the woman who supposedly neglected her young noble charges and encouraged them to act immorally, and how much of this vision of Agnes is actually true? She was not born into nobility, but instead into the Lincolnshire gentry around 1477. Her father was Sir Hugh Tilney, a landowner and administrator who married Lady Eleanor Taleboys, daughter to another prominent gentleman. Nothing is really known about Agnes's upbringing, but she was born during a lull in the Wars of the Roses, during the second reign of Edward IV. Regardless of whether she was nobility or gentry, Agnes would still have expected a comfortable and privileged upbringing compared to most of the population. She wouldn't have been given an education equal to her brothers, but she would have been taught how to manage a household, dancing and music, reading and writing, but probably not much beyond this. Agnes might have expected as an older girl or teenager to go into the household of a wealthier relation, perhaps one that had married into the nobility. The purpose of this would be to make contacts, both for a potential position at court or in a noble household, and also for finding a spouse. This may have been how Agnes met her husband. We know that her brother Philip was in the service of Thomas Howard, who at the time was the Earl of Surrey, and it's not unlikely that Agnes herself was also in the household. Her cousin, Elizabeth Tilney, was his first wife and the Countess of Surrey. It's probable that Agnes was a maid of some kind to her cousin, and this was where she got to know Thomas Howard as well. When Elizabeth died on the 4th of April 1497, little time was wasted on getting a dispensation around 4 months later so that Agnes and Thomas could marry. They did this on the 8th of November when Agnes was 20, and she now became the next Countess of Surrey. Interestingly, Thomas was happy to marry Agnes despite her meagre dowry, which also suggests, when coupled with the speed of their marriage, that this was a love match of some kind, or at least this wasn't a practical arrangement for Thomas. By this point, Agnes's new husband's courtly career was on the up. Back in 1483, when Richard III had briefly taken the throne, Thomas had been a supporter of his. Not surprisingly, once the throne was taken by Henry VII, this hadn't really done Surrey any favours. But he continued to be a diligent member of the nobility without causing any further trouble. And 2 years after his second marriage in 1499, Thomas was called back to court. The following year, he had proven he was a trusted enough member of court that he accompanied Henry on a state visit to France, and by 1501 had done enough to be sworn into the Privy Chamber. Agnes would also have likely accompanied her husband to court, and this would have afforded her opportunity to network and become involved in politics. While women were technically barred from politics, at court they were able to make connections with others, provide patronage, and influence people through their husband's name. Within that same year, Henry arranged for a marriage between his eldest son, Prince Arthur, and a Spanish infanta, Katherine of Aragon. Thomas was one of those involved in the negotiations with Spain, and on the 14th of November 1501, the prince and infanta were married at Old St. Paul's Cathedral. Agnes became a lady-in-waiting in the young princess's household, a reasonable position for a young countess, but this didn't last for long. On the 2nd of April 1502, the young prince died, but it was a sign of how far the Earl of Surrey had come in that he was put in charge of arranging the funeral. The following year, the influence of the Howards only continued to grow, as they were trusted to be part of the courtiers who escorted Margaret Tudor, the king's eldest daughter, to Scotland for her wedding to James IV. Treasury accounts show that while they were in Scotland, Agnes and one of her stepdaughters, Lady Muriel Grey, were given a length of cloth of gold as payment for having helped to clip the king's beard on the 9th of August, the day after his wedding. It may sound like a strange job for a noblewoman, but it was one that showed how much the Howard family were now trusted. Of course, attending court and royal events were not the only duties Agnes carried out. Over the course of her marriage, which appears to have been happy, she would have at least 11 children. Of these children, around 7 of them survived to adulthood, 4 daughters and 3 sons. This was on top of the other 10 children Thomas already had from his previous marriage to Elizabeth, so their household was a sizable one. It's also likely they had other younger members of the Howard family in service, the same way Agnes might have been, and this would set the tone for the household in years to come, with regards to wards Agnes later looked after. In 1509, Henry VII died, and the kingship passed over to his remaining son, Henry VIII. As another show of faith in the Howards, Thomas was once again given an important task as one of the executors of the late king's will. Both Thomas and Agnes must have impressed Henry VIII, who was now married to his brother's widow, Katherine of Aragon, as in 1514, Thomas was awarded for his years of service to the court by being bestowed with the title of Duke of Norfolk, making Agnes a duchess. Now Agnes herself rose through the court, especially as she was no longer merely a countess and lady-in-waiting to a princess, but a duchess and a lady-in-waiting to the Queen of England. When Princess Mary, the King and Queen's first and what would be their only surviving child, was born in 1516, Agnes stood as her godmother. This was an important position given only to trusted female members of the court who had not only proven themselves but were also quite literally thought of as good influences on the young princess. Agnes was also present with Mary in 1520, when the young girl impressed visitors from France with a recital on the virginals, a type of harpsichord. However, by 1522, almost at the age of 80, the Duke's poor health started to fail him, and he retreated from court, retiring to Framlingham Castle. 2 years later, he died on the 21st of May 1524, and Agnes was trusted by him to be an executor of his will. Not only that, but she was now an extremely wealthy widow, with around 24 estates under her belt. She also remained in favour at court on her own merit, as in 1526 she was once again given a prominent position as First Lady-in-Waiting to Queen Catherine, only behind the King's sister Mary Tudor. However, change was coming, and Henry was fast becoming disillusioned with his wife, casting his eye over one of her ladies-in-waiting, Anne Boleyn. It wasn't long before the king put Catherine to one side and sent her from court, and he began what was at least an emotional affair with Anne. Agnes, along with much of the Howard family, was against the idea of the king separating from Catherine, but by the winter of 1532, the king secretly married Anne. Catherine had already been dismissed from court a year earlier, and Anne had taken over the Queen's royal chambers. The reason for the secret wedding may possibly have been due to Anne becoming pregnant, as she may have realised that carrying the king's child would hasten his marriage to her, and so she might have started sleeping with him before their marriage. On the 25th of January 1533, Henry and Anne were officially married in a much more public ceremony, and a few days later, on the 23rd of May, Thomas Cranmer declared the marriage to Catherine null and void, and Henry's new marriage to Anne valid on the 28th. Agnes, like most of the rest of her family, did not agree with the divorce, but was in a unique position as she was also related to Anne, who was her step-granddaughter. This meant she was still in a high position at court and was present at Anne's coronation as one of those chosen to carry her train. When Princess Elizabeth, the King and Queen's newborn daughter, was christened on the 10th of September that same year, Agnes carried the infant and also acted as one of her godmothers. This shows that the Howards were now powerful enough at court to hold their own political views, even in opposition, as their network and connection to the Queen was strong enough to withstand this. However, this wouldn't last forever. The lack of a prince being born made Henry grow weary with Anne, which wasn't helped by her insistence on religious reform. By 1536, he was already eyeing up wife 3, and in what is now thought of as a farce of a trial, Anne and her brother George were both found guilty of adultery, incest and treason, and the Queen was executed on the 19th of May 1536 at the Tower of London. Henry then married Jane Seymour a few weeks later, and after her death, Anne of Cleves. Agnes was still at court at this time, but perhaps was a less prominent figure. She would have continued running her estates, and this included looking after several wards. Most of her young wards lived at Norfolk House in Lambeth or Chesworth House in the village of Horsham, Sussex. One of Agnes's wards, who was also her step-granddaughter, was Catherine Howard, sent in 1531 to Chesworth House. She would have been only around 8 to 10 years old and would have been impressed by the grandeur of Agnes's household. As the 4th highest ranked woman in the country, Agnes had to keep a household to match her impressive fortunes, and the manor house would have bustled with activity and servants. By this point, Agnes was known for her lavish lifestyle across her 24 estates, but she also spent a lot of time at court. However, she still found time to write letters of unwanted medical advice to Cardinal Wolsey, patronise several poets, and Agnes also became very well known for her acerbic and sarcastic put-downs of many other courtiers. She was also wealthy enough that she kept around £800 worth of silver handy in her main household, just in case, and was a generous employer. However, her many absences away at court meant she was not around as often as she could have been to keep a firm grip of any situations arising in her household. Catherine, nevertheless, would have been given an education befitting a member of the Howard family, and part of this would have been music lessons. Around 1536, in her early teens, she started lessons with Henry Manox, a young man who was probably in his early 20s, and their conversations eventually led to a highly inappropriate relationship. This would last until 1538, and there's debate over whether this really was two young people who fancied each other and took a silly risk, or if this was, at worst, the grooming of a younger girl. Henry also seems to have pressured Catherine to have sex with him, although later the pair would admit only to sexual touching, not actual coitus, and the fact he also gossiped about her to the servants led to Catherine breaking off their relationship in the spring of 1538. But there was more to come, in the form of one of Agnes's secretaries, Francis Derham, who also happened to be a distant kinsman of hers. He was attracted to Catherine, and shortly after she broke off the entanglement with Henry Maddox, he began to pursue her. According to the later account both of them gave, the pair did become lovers, but there seems to have been genuine affection between the pair. They jokingly called one another husband and wife, and Catherine even took care of some of Derham's money when he briefly went abroad, a task that would normally be taken care of by a wife. It's even possible they exchanged vows between each other, if not in a church. But where was Agnes while all this was happening? As she was often still away at court, Agnes did not find out about the affair until 1539 on a rare visit to Sussex, and she immediately put an end to it. When she went to Mass one morning, the letters of petition left for her were brought forth, and one in particular had a strange message. It warned that if she went up into the bedroom of the maidens of the house half an hour earlier than usual, she would see that which shall displease you. Catherine and several of the other female wards and servants shared a large bedroom, as was customary for the period. Frances had been known to share a bed with Catherine, to the extent that one of the other servants in the room, Marjorie, would later say she saw Derham removing Catherine's clothes and had told her he knew enough about sex to not get Catherine pregnant. Agnes apparently entered the room and found the young couple in an embrace. She felt her punching them both before firing off a furious tirade, finally storming off to her chambers to calm down. She must have been horrified to find out such relationships were going on in the household, and yet Francis Derham was able to keep his job. This was the real reflection on the Duchess's conduct, not the fact that Catherine had taken the mickey with her relationships, which had easily gone under the radar due to Agnes being away and leaving the household in the hands of her steward, but the fact she did not dismiss Derham, or at least send Catherine away to another relative. However, Thomas Howard, Agnes's stepson, was called on to bring Catherine to court, and she first made an appearance there by the summer of 1539. This was partly to distance her from the scandal, but also to help further the ambitions of the Howard family. She became a maid of honour to Anne of Cleves, and this would be where she was first seen not by the king, but by Thomas Culpeper. Thomas Culpeper was in the service of Henry VIII, a young man with wealth, looks and ambition to get as far ahead as he could. He had worked for Viscount Lisle, who was an uncle of Henry VIII, helping the Viscount to obtain items for the court, including a hawk for the king himself. It wasn't long before Culpeper, who was described as a beautiful youth, charming and knew how to make himself indispensable, soon became a favourite of Henry's. He had some influence over the king and was often bribed to speak for others in their favour. Eventually, he was created Keeper of the Armoury, working his way up to being given the position of Gentleman of the Privy Chamber. Henry had also given Culpeper several properties by the time Catherine arrived at court. While Catherine was a maid of honour, she received no end of attention from many of the men at court, and Thomas was known as someone who went through the women. So it was unsurprising that he was eventually drawn to Catherine, who was considered beautiful by many there, and they had something of a romance for a short while. However, being known as an irresistible ladies' man was too much of a pull for Thomas, as Catherine refused his more sexual advances, and his attention soon wavered to another, leading to Catherine ending things between them. At this point, Catherine and Henry didn't really have much communication. As was etiquette in the 16th century court, Catherine and Henry would flirt whenever they met, and he obviously found her attractive, but it went no further for some time. However, as the king's interest in his fourth wife, Anne, quickly waned, he increased his attention towards Catherine. There is no doubt that Agnes, as well as Thomas Howard, would have absolutely encouraged Catherine flirting back, well knowing there was a chance he might consider her for his next wife. While Catherine wasn't old enough to have the life experience of knowing how to be manipulative with Henry, she did understand how to flatter men and make herself more attractive to them. She pretended not to notice the oozing pus from his bad leg, or indeed all the other qualities which made Henry unattractive, and allowed him to feel he was once again the athletic, handsome youth he had once been. The problem with all of this was that Catherine, while she was technically free to marry, had a murky romantic past for the time she lived in, and while Thomas Howard could be excused merely for being ambitious, Agnes was not only ambitious, but aware of Catherine's past. This was something that could have been brushed under the carpet if her step-granddaughter was considering marrying another noble, perhaps. But this was the king. The Queen's morality had to be without question, as seen with Anne Boleyn, and it could easily be discovered. This made Agnes at least complicit in the events that would follow from this point onwards, even if she did not cause them. Henry quickly became enamoured with Catherine, and throughout 1540 he lavished her with gifts and attention, and it became clear that he was starting to make moves on her. It wasn't long before Anne of Cleves was told the spurious story of there being plague in the city, which was highly unlikely as Henry himself was deeply afraid of being ill and yet stayed. However, he did find time to visit Catherine Howard and bring her to dinners. It wasn't long before he began to make moves to bring her in as his next wife. On the 12th of July 1540, an amicable annulment was found between Anne of Cleves and Henry VIII. Wasting little time, Henry then married Catherine on the 28th of July the same year at Oatlands Palace near Surrey. As with previous queens since Anne Boleyn, no coronation was ever planned for her, although it's possible it could have happened had Catherine given birth to a son. Agnes was once again one of the top players at court as a relative of the new queen, and many members of the Howard family were moved into higher positions. Catherine was a different queen to those who had come before her. Being so young and extroverted in personality, she loved dancing and entertainments before anything else, and this was heightened by the fact she wasn't allowed to be involved politically due to her young age. She was instead visited each night by Sir Thomas Heneage, Henry's groom of the stool, who kept her up to date with administrative affairs and the king's well-being. Henry himself was happy to indulge his pretty new wife, and he gave in to Catherine's every whim desire. However, Catherine was also a kind and generous person who would often pass many of her gifts on to her servants and friends. But it wouldn't be long before she once again got herself into romantic trouble. Thomas Culpeper, seeing a way to get ahead, decided to ingratiate himself once more with the new queen, with the aid of Jane Boleyn, one of her ladies-in-waiting. She made it possible for him to meet with Catherine, and they began an affair. As to whether that affair was merely emotional or physical comes down to later evidence, but certainly over the course of the summer of 1541 it increased. In August, Henry and Catherine went on royal progress, stopping briefly at Pontefract Castle. It was here that Catherine and Thomas allegedly met several more times, much more brazenly meeting in Catherine's chamber, while Jane Boleyn sat outside and kept watch. By October, Thomas Cranmer had been given information about the affair, and on the 30th, he slipped a letter to Henry telling him all that had been found out. Catherine and her ladies-in-waiting were dancing in her chambers at the time, and they were all sent away apart from Jane Boleyn. Catherine and Jane were confined to her quarters, and Catherine's guilty conscience kicked in and wouldn't let her eat for 2 days. Henry arranged a few days later to be in the Chapel Royal, praying, as Catherine was removed and taken to Oatlands Palace. She would never see the king again. It became clear very quickly that Henry was now going to have Catherine's past and movements looked over with a fine-tooth comb, and no one was to be spared in the search. Thomas Howard was the only relative who stayed, for the time being, near his niece, and was with her when she was told about Henry's decision to keep her in her chambers. Agnes, knowing she had known about Catherine's past and allowed her to marry the king regardless, must have been terrified. She ordered all 24 of her estates to be turned over in order to look for incriminating evidence, and she had coffers at the places where Catherine had stayed searched for letters from Francis Dereham, which were then burnt. However, she also held the personal view that Catherine could not be punished for having sex before marriage, no matter how it was looked down upon by 16th century society. It's clear that at this point Agnes did not know the full extent of what had been discovered. It wasn't long before questioning led to Catherine being placed in Sion Abbey under arrest, stripped first of her finery and rings, symbols of her queenship. The entire Howard family now fell under suspicion. It was suspected the Queen had a lover, but the council were not entirely sure who it would be, although Culpeper was suspected. With the evidence from servants who had once worked in the Duchess of Norfolk's households, Catherine's sordid past was dragged up, and evidence from her ladies-in-waiting pointed to Culpeper as well. Culpeper was arrested and brought to the Tower of London for questioning, along with Francis Dereham. Eventually, Culpeper and Dereham would be executed on the 10th of December 1541 for treason, their heads put up on pikes on London Bridge. And Agnes was also in the firing line. Also on the 10th of December, the now elderly Duchess was arrested and brought to the Tower, her estates being turned over under the King's orders. She did not immediately give in to the interrogation given to her, but she was put under immense pressure. It was not legal at the time to torture nobility, so she was safe from this, but she was also around 64 years of age, and it was feared the strain would increase the chances of her dying from the stress. Eventually, Agnes relented and admitted she had, along with other members of her family, encouraged Catherine to show affection to the king. And she also gave up everything she knew about Francis Dereham and Henry Manox, and it was enough to sink the entire Howard family completely. A few days later, Agnes's son, William Howard, 1st Baron Howard of Effingham, his wife, Margaret, Agnes's daughter, Lady Anne Howard, Countess of Oxford, and Agnes's younger daughter, Catherine Daubeny, Lady Bridgewater, were all arrested and brought to the Tower. They, along with several of their servants, were interrogated and charged with treason. Their goods and lands were forfeit, and they were sentenced to life imprisonment. Agnes was included in this, although due to her age, she was not brought to trial, for fears she might die out of perversity to defraud the King's Highness of the confiscation of her goods. However, she remained in the Tower under a sentence of life imprisonment and no longer had access to her vast fortune. The Duke of Norfolk panicked and immediately denounced his stepmother and other family members, writing a letter to the king dripping with dislike for what his family had done, eager to escape their fate. The entire affair was now publicly known. The former queen was charged with high treason and sentenced to beheading with an act of attainder, which also allowed Jane, now considered to have gone mad while imprisoned, to also be executed. Catherine and Jane were both led out to the scaffold on the 13th of February and beheaded, their bodies buried with other victims of Henry VIII's fury in the Tower's chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula. Agnes, however, remained in the Tower for a while longer. Henry wanted to push further with her punishment as he thought she was as complicit as Dereham, but his Privy Council managed to convince the king to allow her to remain simply imprisoned, not executed. On the 5th of May 1542, Agnes was finally released from the Tower, along with her children. It seemed that now the Queen had paid for the event with her life, a line could be drawn under it, although the Howards would never be trusted in Henry's court again. The Duchess withdrew from politics for the first time in her life and retreated to her household, although she no longer had her estates. She would live for another 3 years until May 1545, when she died aged around 68 years old. Even in death, Tudor politics would once again interfere when, due to the dissolution of the monasteries, her family moved her body from Thetford Abbey to Lambeth Church in Surrey, near Norfolk House. By 1546, most of her lands had been reclaimed by the Howards, through her stepson, the Duke of Norfolk. Agnes Howard was a perfect example of her age. A woman married into a political family, inextricably linked to the royal court and its intimacies. A woman who was a force in her own right in an age when women were still not legally allowed to be actively involved in much public life. However, she overstepped the boundaries required of her age when she allowed Catherine to have relationships that, for the 16th century, were considered loose and immoral. This would stain the past of the poor girl, and while Agnes was not the instigator, her poor handling of the situation allowed it to develop far beyond what it should have. She would go down in history as a woman who allowed free rein over the teenagers under her care, when in fact she was merely an absent guardian who did not know how to stop the behaviour when brought to her attention. And so, despite Agnes being one of the most politically involved women of her time, this one event would colour the history of her entire life. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss any new documentaries.